afraid of a little magic. Chapter 1. Tycho. I should start keeping a list of all the ways fate hates me. This ride to Ironrose Castle was supposed to be easy, enjoyable. After the battle in Briarlock that nearly killed the King of Emberfall and overthrew the Queen of Sill Shallow, I've been desperate for easy and enjoyable. And it was, for the first few days. I normally make this ride alone, but when we left Briarlock, I had a small group for company. Prince Wren, of course, returning to his home in Emberfall, where he acts as regent while Grey is in Sill Shallow. We also had a small group of Emberish soldiers who assisted in the battle. And then there's Jax, the blacksmith who carried treasonous notes against the king in exchange for silver to save his home. Jax, who later protected the king in battle and likely saved his life. Jax, the young man who's been slowly stealing my heart. Not that anyone should know that part. I'm well acquainted with the way rumors and gossip can fly among a group of soldiers, so I've maintained focus and discretion. Traveling with a group means the going is slower, with plenty of time for others to observe and whisper. My reputation as King's courier has been in question for weeks, which is part of the reason I've been ordered to return to Ironrose Castle at all. But for those first few days, Jack still laid his bedroll near mine at night, and he would sit with me for every meal. Some of that was due to necessity, because he doesn't speak Emberish, and not many of the soldiers speak any Sicily, but some of it was due to want. I'd catch Jax watching me when I'd volunteer to ride a patrol or take a turn sitting sentry. It would spark warmth on my cheeks, and I'd have to turn my attention elsewhere, only to glance back and find him blushing, doing the same thing. My heart would thump, and I'd swallow a smile, and I'd count the minutes until we could be at Ironrose. Easy, enjoyable. Or it was. But a few days after we left, King Grey sent half the army contingent to join us, carrying word that such a large force wouldn't be needed in Sill Shallow. Suddenly, our light-hearted small group turned into 12 dozen. With more men and horses to feed, more equipment to carry, more duties to assign, our slow pace dragged to a crawl. The gold and red livery of the Emberish army was suddenly everywhere, impossible to escape, jostling for food at mealtimes, crowding under cover when it rained, looming in the dark when we laid out bedrolls. Sleep grew challenging. When I'd finally drift off, nightmares haunted me, reminding me of a childhood where soldiers tormented my family. Every time my eyes fell on the colors, I began to feel a tiny pinch at the back of my neck. I found myself shying away when soldiers met my gaze, flinching if they drew close. Forbidden magic would flicker in my blood, sparks and stars responding to my flare of panic. I'd force myself to stand my ground, but sometimes their presence was too much to bear, and I'd skip a meal or lie awake for hours. By the end of the 7th day on the road, I'm surly and snappish. Instead of wanting to cower, I'm spoiling for a fight. It doesn't help that most of these soldiers are wary of Jax. Within the larger group, speculation has clearly run rampant, and I can see their glares and hear the muttered whispers. They think he plotted against the king. But if Jax understands their muttering, he ignores it. He keeps his head down and works when we stop, fixing horseshoes and repairing tack. He rides in one of the wagons when we move, and he doesn't complain. He does his best to parse out Emberish when no one is around to translate, and I know he must be frustrated, but he doesn't let it show. Lately, I've seen him seek out the few friendly soldiers from that first group for company when I volunteered for duties. There are so many soldiers with us that I don't need to volunteer, but I'd rather walk lonely loops as a sentry than lie anxious and awake on a bedroll. But my sudden absence is creating a distance between me and Jax that shouldn't be there, and I don't know how to undo it. By the 7th night of our journey, I've hardly seen Jax all day. Once we stopped, there was the busy setting of the camp, which is always loud and chaotic, so I avoided it in favor of tending to the horses. Then the mad rush for dinner, which I skipped. Again. So now I'm clinging to the shadows, brushing the sweat marks out of Mercy's fur, wondering if anyone would notice if I just laid my bedroll out here, when a recruit brings word that Prince Wren has asked to see me. I sigh, give Mercy a pat on the shoulder, and get on with it. As I walk, I avoid eye contact with every soldier I pass. I keep trying to shake off my discomfort, but it clings, like claws that have dug in and found purchase. I'm no stranger to traveling with an army, and it shouldn't bother me so much. I served in the Silshallow army for years. Then again, that was never enjoyable either. Just as I break free of the main part of the camp to approach the prince's tent, my shoulder slams into someone heading the other way. My head is down, so I don't know whose fault it is, and it's barely a glancing blow. Any other time, any other place, and I'd say, "Forgive me," and move on without thinking about it. Tonight, I'm coiled like a spring ready to snap, and magic waits under my skin, ready to flare. I whirl like I've been poked with a branding iron. "Hey!" It's a soldier, of course, because they're everywhere. He was in the process of saying an offhand sorry over his shoulder, but the belligerence in my tone stops him. Or maybe it's whatever expression is on my face. He draws himself up, and his eyes go flinty. The camp was bustling with activity, but the air around us suddenly goes quiet. Nothing draws the interest of bored soldiers like the promise of a fight. But a man calls out from somewhere to my left, "Samson, that's the king's courier. Pick a fight with him and the captain will have you riding back in chains." Samson's eyes flick up and down my form, taking in the black armor, the dual crests on my breastplate that show my allegiance to both countries. He scowls, then backs right down. "Forgive me, my lord." He doesn't wait for me to say anything. He just turns away. A part of me is relieved. A darker part is disappointed. Motion around us resumes, and I look for whoever called out to stop the fight. It's one of the soldiers who was with us from the beginning. He's a first lieutenant named Cutter, and he's sitting by a fire, fletching arrows with two other young soldiers named Sephron and Malin. To my surprise, Jax is with them. I shouldn't be startled, but I am. The firelight bounces off his eyes, and his long, dark hair is bound into a tight knot at the back of his head. His crutches are on the ground beside him. They're far enough away that I can't hear what the soldiers are saying, but Jax's eyes are on me. I feel like he's picking me apart. He's noticed the shift in my mood over the last few days, but there's no privacy here, so he hasn't pressed. I don't even know what I'd say. He's one of the few people who knows everything about my past, but it was so long ago. It shouldn't matter anymore. Besides, I'm the king's courier. I can't exactly admit that I hate the king's army. All of this makes me feel so weak, and I scowl. No wonder I want to punch someone. Jax sees my expression shift, and he frowns. But then Sephron gently pokes him in the arm with an arrow and says something that makes Jax look over and smile. That gives my heart a firm tug. I wonder what Sephron said. Whether it was something Jax understood, or if it was just a tone he was responding to. His smile turns into light laughter, and the tug in my heart turns into a clinch. When he glances back over, I've already looked away, but I feel his gaze follow me all the way to the prince's tent. Prince Wren is the only person in the camp with a private tent, and though it's not large or well lit, he's alone. The sudden muffled silence is welcome, and when I step inside, I feel like I can breathe for the first time in hours. The forbidden magic that was pulsing under my skin finally seems to settle. The prince sits at a small table, going through a stack of stained and folded parchment. We're close enough to Iron Rose that he must be getting reports from point-to-point runners now. "Tycho," he says without preamble, "we should arrive by sundown tomorrow." This isn't a surprise. I could make this trek with my eyes closed. Yes, Your Highness. The army couriers have reported that Lord Alec has already been escorted back to Sill Shallow. I thought you should know. Lord Alec worked with the Truthbringers to trap the Queen and execute the King. I'm a bit surprised they're sending him back, honestly. I thought Grey would just leave him in the dungeon at Iron Rose. But I suppose he wants to interrogate the man himself. I snort. Are they dragging him behind a horse? No. He claims innocence. He states that there is absolutely no evidence tying him to these attacks. And he's not wrong. Wren's voice is grave. You should be aware that he'll likely be questioned and released, at least for the time being. This news hits me like an arrow, sharp and true. Of anyone in the two kingdoms, Lord Alec is the last person who should be walking free. After the last few days among the soldiers, I didn't think my spine could grow any colder, but apparently it can. Again, Wren says more quietly, I thought you should know. I frown. Why? The lantern light flickers off his blonde hair while he studies me. It falls across his face, drifting over the patch that covers his missing eye. Why not, Tycho? We've become friends, have we not? He says this like it's a genuine question. And maybe it is. Maybe he's really not quite sure. Considering everything he did to me, I should probably hate him. I know Jax does, and he's only seen the scars Wren's guards left on my back. But the prince has a dark and tortured past, just like I do. He doesn't know my entire history, just his part in it. But over the past few months, I've developed a kinship with Wren that I never saw coming. Maybe he didn't either. I let out a breath and run a hand through my hair. Yes, I say. We have. But can you send word? He shouldn't be released. He was obviously plotting against the royal family. Grey interrogated Jax, and Callan told the Queen herself. I'm not sure the testimony of a blacksmith and a baker who were proven to be working with the Truthbringers, at least in a small way, would hold up in front of Sill Shallow's royal houses. I scowl. Wren continues. When the attack took place, Lord Alec was here, in Emberfall. We were all with Grey when news of the attack was delivered, you included. Lord Alec claims he had nothing to do with it, and none of us can prove otherwise. He claims he's being persecuted for speaking out against the king's magic, so locking him up will make him look like a martyr. It would give the Truthbringers more power. Fear of the king's magic has been growing, and Grey is on shaky ground with the rumors that have already been spread. My fists are clenched at my sides. I told you Alec was politically tricky. Indeed you did. Trust that Grey will make sure he's kept on a very short leash. I hate this. I hate all of this. I've been worried about the soldiers here, but now I'll worry about Alec finding a new way to kill everyone I care about. I remember little Princess Senna screaming in the woods, blood running in a thin stream down her throat while a soldier threatened her life. Fine, I say, and the word is sharp. Any other good news? Wren's eye widens marginally at my tone, and he sits back in his chair to study me fully. I wince. I might have been ready to pick a fight with one random soldier, but I'm not about to do it with the king's brother. My anger isn't with Wren anyway. Forgive me. I shouldn't have snapped. It's been a long journey. He studies me for another moment. You're not usually so irascible. I've sensed that there's a problem with the soldiers. What? My eyes snap to his face. Have I been obvious? No, there's not. He frowns and finishes his statement. And their perception of Jax. Oh. I force myself to swallow. I need to get it together. Just camp gossip about the battle in Briarlock. It will pass. They're suspicious of him. No, well, not really. Maybe? I make a frustrated sound, because I remember how that same gossip and suspicion followed me right into court in Sill Shallow. The king was attacked. The soldiers are wary. If it's causing discord, Tycho, it's not. He stares at me, and I realize I've interrupted him twice. But if Prince Wren feels that bringing Jax back to Iron Rose is more trouble than it's worth, I'm not sure what I'd do, especially if Lord Alec has been freed. Alec would kill Jax for turning on him. I know he would. I bite the inside of my cheek to stop myself from talking. The silence in the tent swirls around us, and I can see the prince thinking. If he were Grey, he'd demand answers, and he'd probably get them, because I'm loyal and I'll yield when pressed. It's part of the growing edge of resentment between us. But Wren isn't Grey, and I've discovered that he's savvy and patient. He gets answers in his own way, in his own time. So I'm not surprised when he simply says, "Very well. What of your magic?" His voice is very soft, so there's no danger of anyone outside this tent overhearing. Is that causing a problem? I frown, thinking of how often the sparks and stars flicker in my blood now. But we'll be back to Iron Rose in a day, and I'll be away from the soldiers. No, Your Highness, I'm just tired. Truly. You've said nothing to anyone, he presses, like I'd talk to anyone here. No. Here in Emberfall, you and Jax are the only two who know. Good. Has there been any indication from the Scraver Nakis that he would be making his claim? I frown. Yet another band of tension tightens around my heart. My vow to Nakis is a large part of the conflict between me and Grey. I promised the Scraver 1 week of service where I would fight in his defense, at the time and place of his choosing. I have no idea when he'll collect. I have no idea who my opponent will be. No, I say to Prince Wren. I've seen no sign of him. He studies me again, and for a moment, I'm worried he's going to dig for more information, or ask more questions about the soldiers and their agitation, or anything that will make me irascible again. But he doesn't. Good. His eye flicks toward the flaps to the tent. You're dismissed, Tycho. I give him a sharp nod, then duck through the exit, surprised how quickly my relief at being inside turned to relief at being allowed to go. Chapter 2. Tycho. By the time I head back across the camp, it's almost full dark. Jax and the other soldiers were gone when I exited Prince Wren's tent, their fire banked and left to embers. They were fletching arrows, so I wonder if they went shooting. That tug in my heart refuses to go away. I'm being ridiculous. I'm glad he's found a few friends when so many people here look like they're waiting for a chance to leave him bleeding in a ditch. But I don't recognize the emotion that keeps pulling at my heart every time I see Jax with them. Is it longing? Jealousy? I'm not sure. Either way, he's not here. He likely followed Cutter and Sephran wherever they went. That clench in my chest doesn't loosen one bit. Across the field, soldiers are laying out bedrolls and starting card games. Bottles of liquor are pulled from hiding spots, whispers calling warnings whenever an officer is spotted. I head back toward the horses, where I won't be alone. At least, not yet. But it's easy to lose myself in the shadows. When I get to Mercy, Jax is waiting there, feeding her an apple, his eyes gleaming in the fading light. A few tendrils of hair have pulled loose from his knot to fall around his face, and there's the faintest hint of beard growth along his chin. He smiles when he sees me, but it's a quiet smile, a private smile. "Jax," I say. My heart gives a little skip, because I just want to grab hold of him and not let go. But then I consider the soldiers, the meeting with Ren, the way fate seems determined to take every moment of my life and make it as difficult or painful as possible. My skipping heart stumbles and falls. "I thought I might find you here," he says. I'm not sure what that means, and I can't read his voice. "Yeah?" He nods, shifting on his crutches to lean against Mercy's shoulder. "I remember what you said about soldiering. I can tell you don't want to be traveling with the army. That's a little too astute, and I almost flinch. I hate that I'm so easy to read. It's a good thing I'm being sent away from the king, because if Gray sensed my discomfort, he'd order me to spend every second of every day in the center of a formation. He's more the type to face any challenge head-on, without fear. I've always admired that, aspired to it, envied it." I shake off these thoughts. "What did I say about soldiering?" "That you loved training and sparring," he says. "But the actual soldiering? Not so much." There's weight in his voice, and I frown. I know it wasn't his intent, but the way he found me here makes me feel vulnerable, like I was hiding. That's probably what makes me say, "You don't seem to mind it much. I saw you with Cutter and Sephran." The word comes out sharp, like a challenge. A line appears between his eyebrows, and Jax straightens on his crutches. "Oh, so you're trying to pick a fight with everyone you meet tonight." Maybe I am, but as with Ren, I wish I could reel the words back into my mouth. I run a hand across the back of my neck. "No," I say with a sigh. "Jax." "Oh, stop. Here." He pulls a wrapped square of muslin out of the pouch at his waist, then holds it out to me. I stare at him for a moment, flummoxed. "Take it," he says, thrusting the fabric at me. "I know you skipped the dinner call. I'm willing to bet you missed the midday rations, too." I take the muslin, and it's heavier than I expect. When I unwrap it, I discover 6 dried strips of beef, a wide slab of cheese, and an orange. My heart gives another clench, and my eyes flick back up to his. I swallow hard. "You brought me dinner." Mercy is nosing at his fingers, looking for another apple, and he runs a hand down her face. "You nearly drew your sword when that soldier bumped into you. I figured you should eat something." I flush. I wasn't going to pick a fight. He makes a non-committal sound and turns back to the horse. "Eat. You'll feel better." The sad thing is, he's probably right. Now that the food is in my hands, I can smell it, and I'm starving. Mercy is stretching her neck out, reaching for the orange, her nostrils flaring as she waffles for the fruit. I smile and duck under the tether lines to keep out of reach. "I'm sure Jax already gave you my apple," I tell her. "She asked nicely," he says. I take a few steps back from the horses so I can sit in the grass. Jax seems to hesitate, but then he drops his crutches in the grass and sits down beside me. The sky is darkening overhead, and several stars are already visible, gleaming among the purple and pink of the few clouds that linger. It's warmer here than in Sill Shallow, and now that it's late spring, we've begun to reach the days when I'm grateful for the fading sunlight, because it means the weight of leather and weapons won't be such a burden. He's quiet while I eat, so I'm quiet, but I'm very aware of how close he is, Our knees are almost touching. I think of everything Rin told me, the way he wanted to know if the soldiers have a problem with Jax being here. A tight knot of worry forms in my gut, joining the dozen others that never seem to loosen. The sky keeps darkening overhead, and we haven't said anything in so long that I nearly jump when Jax's fingertips brush over mine. It's just a faint touch, a light reminder that he's here, and I look over to find his eyes sparkling like the stars. Everything we have together is new and untested, but he's one of the few people I know whose presence always seems to unwind me. Sometimes, like now, I want to grab him so badly that it aches. You haven't been sleeping either, he says. I don't know what to say to that, so I shrug. You're the king's courier. Surely you warrant a private tent. I scoff. I'm not going to ask for a private tent. My reputation is already in the gutter. He's quiet for a moment. Because of me. What? No. It's all right. As I've said before, I know who you are. I know who I am. The king told me that there were tensions at court because of our involvement. I go very still. A breeze cuts across the fields, slicing between us. When did he say that? I finally ask. In Briarlock. Jax looks at me as the shadows lengthen across the grass. When he was asking me about Alec and everything he did, the king explained how you risked your role at court. That wasn't because of you, Jax. I finished the last piece of dried beef and attacked the orange peel a little too aggressively. I mean, it was. But Alec made it seem like I was the one working with the Truthbringers instead of him. He did it to get a target off his back. Gray shouldn't have said that. If he were here right now, I'd be risking my role at court again, because we'd have words about it. I've hardly seen you these last few days. Jax looks out at the sky, and his voice turns careful. You asked for discretion before we left. I thought that might be why. Oh. I frown. I remember the moment he's talking about, when I pulled him into the shadows beside the forge on the morning we were due to leave. We'll be traveling with the prince and a handful of guards and soldiers, I said to him, pressing my hand to the warmth of his cheek. You've been given a new role, and I've been given new orders. I don't know any of them well, but I do know how soldiers think. I don't want rumors following us back to Iron Rose Castle. He nodded, and I leaned in to kiss him, just as Prince Ren's soldiers rode into the tiny courtyard beside the forge, and we were forced to break apart. It was the last time we shared more than a glancing touch. Until this moment, I didn't consider how my words would combine with Gray's warnings to fill Jax's head with doubt. I didn't consider how my actions would lead him to think he'd done something wrong. I've spent days with my own thoughts so tangled up that I didn't realize the same thing was happening to Jax. I set down the orange and look at him, but his eyes are fixed on the stars. Jax, I say softly. It's all right. I understand. He reaches for his crutches. I likely shouldn't be sitting with you in the grass for so long. I put a hand on his crutches and hold them there. Stop, I say softly. He stops, but he's not looking at me now. When I asked for discretion, I say, it was because I have a position at court and I know how soldiers talk. I roll my eyes a little. And that was before we had 100 of them to worry about. I know. He still hasn't let go of his crutches, and they're tight under my grip, like he'll flee the instant I take my hand away. And I might not speak the language, but it's no secret that most of them resent me. I know you have to keep your distance, No, Jax, you don't understand. I'm not worried about me. Well, not much, anyway. He finally looks at me. You're worried about me. A bit of warmth crawls up my neck. A bit. Why? I expected it. I know what I did. He snorts. Honestly, the bigger surprise is that any of them are nice. I'm sure it's just because they know the prince himself hired me to work in the forge. Exactly. He blinks at me. Exactly? I forget that he has no experience at court, no history with rumor and gossip, and how quickly it can spread like wildfire. His experience is only from the other side, the filtered stories that would make it all the way to remote villages, usually far from any sort of truth at all. You defended the king when it mattered, I say, and you supported the army when they arrived, without question. Gray knows that. Prince Ren knows that. You were offered the position at Iron Rose for your skills in the forge. You earned this, Jax. My cheeks are growing warm, and I drop my voice, abashed. So, I don't want anyone to start thinking the king's courier just brought you along for your skills in his bed. Oh. His eyebrows go up. Oh. Yeah. Oh. I pick the orange back up and begin pulling apart the pieces. We sit in silence again, staring out at the darkening sky, but now my thoughts are on what I said, and my cheeks refuse to cool. Any soldiers who were lingering with the horses have moved off, and some of the tension that was clinging to my shoulders begins to ease. Jax finally looks over, and he smiles mischievously. So you think I'm skilled? I choke on the orange. Silver hell, Jax. He laughs softly, and it's a low rumble of sound that tugs at my heart again, but in a different way. A warmer way. Because now I'm thinking about the exact skills he's talking about. We're so close that I can hear his breathing, and it's full dark now. Moonlight finds his eyes, and I feel a clench in my belly. My hands want to touch him so badly. I'd pull the pin from his hair so it would spill loose, and then I'd drown myself on the taste of his tongue. I realize Jax is gazing back at me, his lips slightly parted, waiting for me to yield. I shouldn't. I meant what I said. But the night is so dark, the only sound coming from the horses casually stomping at flies. In the distance, the camp has mostly gone quiet as card games settle and others drift off to sleep. Another cool breeze blows between us, lifting those tendrils of hair around his face. Maybe I am weak, because I can't take it. I reach out and pull the pin. His hair falls around his shoulders, and Jax lets out a breath. Despite the chill in the air, warmth fills my chest, a flame flickering to life. Out here, we're alone, and we could be back on the other side of the mountain. The soldiers and my worries and Ren's warnings all a distant memory. But a man coughs somewhere nearby, and then I hear a low rumble of another man's voice, saying something about his stash of sugared spirits. We snap apart so roughly that some of the nearby horses snort and throw their heads up before settling. Then we sit stock still as two men, practically invisible in the darkness, dig through some saddlebags before their boots retreat through the grass to head back to camp. I don't know if they saw us. I don't even know if it would matter. What did they want? Says Jax, his voice barely louder than a whisper. My heart is pounding so hard, and my entire body is practically vibrating with tension. Sparks and stars flare in my blood again, my magic ready to face a threat that isn't there. I have to run a hand down my face. One of them had a stash of liquor, I tell him. I take a rough breath, and it sounds ragged. Forgive me. Now you see why I've given you distance. My hand is still curled around the pin from his hair, and I hold it out on my palm. Here. Jax glances down, but he makes no move to take it. His eyes hold mine devilishly, and he says, "Keep it." I don't know what it is about the words, but I feel them all the way to my core. I close my fingers around the slim piece of metal and fall back in the grass, closing my eyes. Jax laughs, the tone low and sultry. "Stop laughing," I murmur. "You're killing me." "Stop lying there. You're killing me." I flush again and I open my eyes. He's so beautiful in the moonlight that it's almost heartbreaking. "I didn't mean to leave you alone, Jax." I haven't been alone. Lonely, because this is the longest conversation I've had in days, but not alone. I wince, thinking of the soldiers he was with earlier, wondering how they got along, because only Malin speaks any Sicela at all. I'm glad some of them are friendly. His eyes trace my expression. "You could have joined us." That chases some of the heat out of my body, and I look back up at the stars. On the first few days out of Briarlock, I would have joined them. I would have played cards or dice, and we might have shared stories around a campfire, with me translating for Jax. But I think of the press of soldiers at camp, the nightmares that have haunted my sleep, the way that man brushed against my shoulder and I was ready to draw blades. I shake my head. Jax's fingers brush over mine again. Too much soldiering. He doesn't say it like a question, but I nod anyway. It's not the whole truth, not quite, but it'll do. Something about the silent darkness makes it easier to admit fears in the middle of the night, even with my magic waiting right under my skin to respond to dangers that don't exist. Yeah. His fingers are drifting away, and I twist my hand to capture his before he can let go. I keep my eyes on the sky, because otherwise I'm going to pull him down to me, and I don't want to risk another soldier seeing us. But I can't sit here like this without touching him at all. His fingers wind through mine, and we sit there for the longest time, just letting the wind wash over us as darkness cloaks the fields. "Tycho," he murmurs. "We shouldn't sleep." My eyes flutter open, and I'm startled to discover I was beginning to fall asleep. The breeze whipping through the grass is ice cold now. There must be a storm coming. Clouds obscure the stars overhead, and I wonder if we both drifted off for a time. "Sorry," I say roughly. He grimaces. "After everything you said, I figured we shouldn't be found this way." "No, you're right. And our bedrolls shouldn't be the only ones empty, either. But I don't say that. I hate this. The chill in the air suddenly matches my mood. Come on." I uncurl to standing, then hold out a hand. "Let's go." He takes my hand, but when I pull him upright, he grabs hold of the front of my armor. At first, I think it's for balance, but then he presses his mouth to mine. I inhale sharply, but I don't protest. Maybe it's too much, or maybe I'm too weak, or maybe I'm just dreaming, because I'm lost to the sudden taste of him. My hands tangle in his hair as the wind whips around us, biting at my skin. That fire lights in my belly again, sending heat through my veins. I should let him go, but I don't. I should stop, but I won't. This is reckless and foolish, but right this second, I don't care. Maybe fate doesn't hate me after all. But then I feel a spark in the wind, and it tugs at my awareness. I pull away, breaking the kiss. Our breath clouds in the air between us like it's midwinter. The air so biting it makes me shiver. It doesn't make sense. We're a few weeks shy of summer. Tycho, Jack says, and from the alarm in his tone, I know he sees it too. But he's not looking at our shared breath. He's staring at my arm, at the sheathed knives along my bracer, where the hilts are exposed by the leather. Frost forms on the steel, ice crystals gathering with alarming speed. Scravers, I whisper. I look up to the sky, but it's too dark now, especially with clouds covering the moon and the stars. All I see are flickering shadows. Wings? I'm not sure. The wind burns my eyes, and I shiver again. Then an inhuman voice finds my ears, carried on the wind. Find the mage smith. I remember Ren's question about the scraver Nakis. I owe him a week of service, and he said he'd collect when he was ready. Is this it? A wild screech tears across the night, followed by another, sending the horses into a panicked frenzy. Tycho, Jack says urgently. Is it the one you know? Soldiers are shouting from the camp, woken by the sounds, and the screeches overhead intensify. There have to be at least 3 of them, maybe more. My blood goes cold. Tycho! Jax demands. I don't know, I say. Jax, I don't know. I look up at the night and inhale a breath of frigid air, ready to call Nakisa's name. Before I can, a winged creature slams right into me. We crash into the ground and roll, but those claws have gripped tight. I can't reach any of my weapons, but it doesn't matter. It feels like my arm might be ripped right off my body. Men are shouting and scravers are shrieking. It sounds like a lot more than 3. Then I can't focus on anything else. All I can feel is pain.
Chapter 3. Jax. A few minutes ago, I was glad we were alone, cloaked by shadows and silence. It took me forever to find the nerve to grab hold of Tycho's armor, to press my mouth to his, but I've hardly seen him in days. He sat there speaking of concern for my honor. He pulled the pin from my hair. The sky was fully dark, the soldiers were tucked away at the camp, and Tycho was right in front of me, smelling like oranges and leather. We were alone, and I was no good. Now I'm regretting the solitude. I'm regretting my inexperience, because a real soldier would be a hell of a lot quicker with a bow and arrow. As it is, the scraver rips Tycho away from me, and I lose a moment to shock before I remember I'm armed. Tycho is swearing, struggling against the scraver's grip, and the creature makes an inhuman sound that hurts my ears. The scent of blood flares on the air, causing a visceral reaction in my gut. Soldiers are shouting near the camp, but I have no idea what they're saying. They're too far to help anyway. Then I have an arrow knocked on the string, and I'm drawing back to shoot. It's so dark. All I see are wings and shadows, and I can tell they're rolling, fighting, tussling. Tycho's voice breaks off on a sound I don't ever want to hear again. But I hold the arrow. I can't see. I don't want to hit him. I don't know what to do. I might have the gear, but I'm not a soldier. Sweat erupts between my shoulder blades. Then they come to a stop. Tycho isn't swearing anymore. He's not moving at all. The scraver has him pinned to the ground, and it rears back, claws ready to swipe through his throat. I shoot. The arrow snaps off the string and goes right into the scraver's chest, hitting with enough impact to shove the creature sideways. In the dark, they could almost look human. Those dark wings barely more than a shadow. But the screech that comes from its throat is so inhumanly shrill that I want to cower. Several horses break free from the tether line and bolt. I have another arrow knocked already, and I shoot again. This time the scraver collapses to the ground, silent. I'm breathing hard, my heart pounding in my ears. Tycho still hasn't moved, and I've completely lost track of my crutches. I have to crawl to him. Blood is everywhere. On his armor, on his face, in his hair. His armor seems to be hanging loose at the shoulder. I don't think he's breathing. Then the clouds shift, and a bit of moonlight peeks through. I can see the reason for the blood. Claws have ripped across the side of his head, tearing through his ear, his cheek, into his mouth. His other arm is a shredded ruin where it wasn't covered by armor. The scent of blood is so thick in the air I can taste it, hot and metallic. I choke on a sob. Tycho! Tycho! He hasn't moved. He's forbidden to use his magic, I know. Does that mean he might not have used it in time to protect himself? Could he be dead? The thoughts are too terrifying to contemplate, and I don't have time to think about it anyway. Another screech pierces the night above me, but I'm ready. The wind feels like ice against my skin, but I don't care. An arrow is knocked, and I'm firing as soon as my eyes lock on the motion. 1 shot, 2, swoop, swoop. This scraver drops with a heavy thump, landing somewhere distant in the grass. But then I hear words on the air, and the sound is odd, almost like a thought instead of a voice.
You heard, Zavar. Find the magesmith.
Zavar. Is that a name? Find the magesmith. Are they looking for Tycho or the king? More screeches erupt overhead, but now soldiers are responding, and the shouts have drawn closer. More arrows are firing from the other side of the tether line, the screeches of the scravers cutting abruptly short. Winged bodies fall to the grass. I look down at Tycho and choke on a sob again. I turn my head and shout for soldiers. Help! I call. Help me! But I realize I'm shouting in Sicily, and of all the words they've taught me, help hasn't made the list. I look down again and press a hand at Tycho's cheek, which is wet and tacky with blood. Please, I whisper, and then I notice that his cheek is whole, when a moment ago it wasn't. As I stare, the rest of the injuries begin to heal as well. His arm knitting back together, the gash through his scalp sealing over, leaving nothing but blood, his magic responding to put him back the way he was. After a moment, he draws a ragged breath, and his eyes flutter open. His expression twists with fury, and he shoves me away with surprising strength, flinging me to the side. Claws graze my cheek, then my shoulder, and then I hit the ground, just as Tycho draws a blade and slams it into the scraver that was descending on us both. The creature collapses on top of him, claws digging at the grass. But I can tell it was a killing blow. The efforts are futile. Tycho grunts underneath its weight. Help me, Jax! I shove it off him, but it takes longer than it should. My left arm doesn't want to work. Tycho is gasping, but he pulls the blade, then stabs the creature again. This time it goes still for good. He pulls the dagger free again, then wipes it in the grass. Wind is still whipping across the fields. Half the horses are panicking, dragging at the tether lines, while dozens seem to have broken loose. The clouds have shifted again, and moonlight reveals the wash of blood across his face, the streaks through Tycho's blonde hair. We're both on our knees, breathing hard, looking in all directions, waiting for another attack. The wind might be ice cold and brutal, but the screeches have gone silent now, the only sound coming from the shouting soldiers who seem to be heading this way. Tycho's fingers brush my shoulder. One of them got you. Without warning, pain flares in my arm, and I nearly jerk away. Wait, Tycho murmurs. It only takes a moment. You remember. I do. In fact, The pain is already subsiding, easing away as my own injuries heal and dissolve into nothing. I swallow, and the touch of his fingers turns into a caress against my arm. "Where else?" he says, eyeing me critically. His hand lifts to my face, where the claw marks are already beginning to sting. I try not to flinch when I feel another flare of magic. But you're not supposed to use Jax." He gives me a look. But the shouts have gotten closer, and soldiers are suddenly pushing past the tether line, carrying torches and weapons and enough righteous rage to fight a war right here. Tycho's hand drops away from my face before he heals much of anything at all. And he shoves to his feet, holding out a hand, all brusque duty now. Just one man offering another a hand up from the battlefield. I can't lock away emotion so quickly, and it doesn't help that I can't understand half of what the soldiers are saying. They're afraid, though. Afraid and angry. I hear it in their voices, see it in the flickering shadows that dance across their eyes. Some of them are splattered with blood, too. They see the bodies of the scravers we killed, and the blood sprayed across Tycho's armor. It's all over me, too. Voices raise, men looking to the sky, pointing at me, at the camp, at the loose horses. I don't see anyone I know, and I could only pick out random words, and nothing makes sense. We're not under attack by scravers anymore, but nothing seems better. "What are they saying?" I say desperately. "Tycho, what are they saying?" "They don't know why the scravers attacked." He speaks quickly, his voice a low rush, because soldiers are moving closer. "But 3 men are dead, maybe more. They think the creatures might have followed you from Briar." A soldier snarls something, cutting him off, and Tycho takes a step forward, blocking the man from getting in my face. Then, in a move that surprises me but shouldn't, Tycho puts a hand on the man's armor and shoves him back. I don't need to speak Emberish to know it's a little too rough, a little too much, especially right now. I forget how keyed up he was when I saw him walking toward the prince's tent, when he looked ready to pick a fight with anything upright and breathing. He all but growled at me when he found me waiting with mercy. As soon as Tycho puts his hand on the soldier's armor, I can feel it, the snap in the air that predicates a fight. There's an indrawn breath, a ripple of tension that spreads. Tycho has drawn himself up, and my own shoulders go tight. There's so many of them. I have no time for fear, just action. But just as quickly, shouts erupt from the back of the group, the clear sound of orders being given. Soldiers begin to fall in line, snapping to attention. These words don't need any translation, because I've heard them 100 times by now. Make way for the prince. Even the men who seemed ready to brawl are falling back, expressions washed clean. No anger, no fury, just readiness. It's a skill I don't have. Too much has happened in the last 10 minutes, and I can't unwind all my thoughts yet. But Tycho has ducked to fetch my crutches from the grass, and he's all but shoving them against my armor. By the time Prince Ren reaches us, even Tycho looks sharp and ready, while I'm barely steady on my crutches, my jaw tight, and my shoulders stinging. The prince is backed by 2 guards and 6 soldiers. 4 of the soldiers have arrows nocked, and their eyes are on the sky. Another 2 carry lanterns, and the light gleams where it finds Prince Ren's weapons, throwing shadows across his face. He wears a leather patch over one eye, but still, some scars are visible where they escaped the covering, and the flickering light seems to accentuate them. I know from Tycho that the prince lost the eye in a battle with a magesmith years ago, when Prince Ren and King Grey were fighting over who was the rightful heir to the throne in Emberfall. I also know Prince Ren is responsible for the 12 whip marks on Tycho's back, so every time I see the patch or the scars on his cheek, I don't feel one single ounce of pity. In fact, every time I see him, I want to punch him right in his stupid face. I shouldn't feel that way. I know I shouldn't. He's giving me a new opportunity in Emberfall. If I knew nothing about their history, I'd be on my knees, groveling with gratitude. Because the prince doesn't seem like the kind of man who'd chain a boy to a wall to have him flogged. Tycho has made his peace with it, so I should too. But I think about Tycho hiding out here with Mercy, his ready tension that nearly made him brawl with all these soldiers, and I wonder if he's made peace with anything at all. Too much soldiering. It makes my heart hurt. The prince looks across the sea of faces, then settles on Tycho, who's still slicked with so much blood that half his vibrant blonde hair is almost blackened. The lantern light reveals huge gouges across the leather of his armor. Prince Ren is questioning him, and though I can pick out a few words, I haven't learned anywhere near enough to follow their entire conversation. But the key concept is clear, and I don't need translation for that. Scravers attacked. Tycho doesn't know why. Nikis wasn't one of them. Most of the closest soldiers are looking at the prince and Tycho, listening to everything they say. And I'm sure word will spread the very instant the prince is gone. But some of them are looking at me. And I consider what Tycho began to say before we almost fought. They think the creatures might have followed you from Briarlock. I have nothing to do with Scravers. Until the battle that nearly killed the king and queen, I'd never even seen one. I think of that odd voice in my head while those Scravers were attacking.
You heard Zovar. Find the Magesmith.
They definitely weren't after me. And you, Jax? Prince Ren's voice breaks through my thoughts, and I can't decide if I'm more shocked that he's addressing me or that he's doing it in Sicily. Tycho said none of these Scravers were familiar. Did you recognize any of them? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised about the language. Even though we've hardly exchanged words, I heard him speak it in Silshallow. The king is his brother, after all, married to our queen. Prince Ren is nowhere near as fluent as Tycho and King Grey, though. He talks like he's learned from a book, all slow, careful pronunciation, and perfect grammar. Like everything else about him, I hate it. Jax. Tycho flicks the back of my hand with his fingers, and I realize the prince asked me a question, and I haven't even answered. No, Your Highness, I say quickly. It was very dark. I didn't know any of the Scravers and... Slower, Tycho murmurs, and I realize the prince is frowning slightly, trying to make sense of my words. It makes me want to speak faster, but I don't, because this man is the king's brother, and I'm not an idiot. I didn't know any of the Scravers in Briarlock, I say slowly. They arrived to aid the king. I hesitate, thinking of that odd voice in my head. But one of these said... My voice trails off as my gaze fixes on the soldiers gathered around us. How so many of them seem to think this has to do with me, or with Briarlock. Few of them speak much Sicily, but they're still focused on this conversation, listening to every word. Many of them speak a little, and I have no doubt my parts will be remembered and repeated. I've never had to consider rumors and gossip and how quickly one piece of information can spread like wildfire and bring down an entire kingdom. I don't know why these Scravers might have been looking for a magesmith, but if winged creatures are suddenly hunting anyone with magic, I'm not sure it should be announced to the entire army, especially if they're hunting the king of Emberfall. Prince Ren is waiting for me to continue, and I glance between him and Tycho. My voice drops. I I don't know if I should say this in front of everyone. The prince's expression sharpens. He turns his head and says a few words, and the gathered soldiers fall back almost instantly, at least 20 feet. Even the royal guards drop back 10. But to my surprise, Tycho falls back too, and I realize Prince Ren took me at my word. He ordered everyone to give us space. I'm suddenly alone in the grass with the prince. My heart thumps hard, and my mouth goes dry. Despite my feelings about him, Prince Ren is intimidating. This moment is intimidating. As if what I wanted to say won't be worth all this trouble, and he'll have the soldiers shoot me or drag me behind a wagon for wasting his time. The wind washes across the fields again, whipping between us. It's not cold now, but I shiver anyway. "Tell me," the prince says, and I swallow. "One of the Scravers spoke," I say, keeping my voice low despite the distance. It wasn't like a voice. I watch him work these words out in his head, and I remind myself to go slowly. But I heard it. It said, "You heard Zovar. Find the magesmith." "Zovar," he repeats. "Was that one of the Scravers in Briarlock?" I shake my head. I don't know. "Were they looking for Tycho?" he asks. "Or the king?" I don't know that either, but I heard the words after it tore into Tycho, which makes me think it was still looking. "Tore into Tycho?" Prince Ren echoes, like my phrasing is unfamiliar. His eye widens, and he glances from Tycho to me. Tycho is closer to the lanterns now, the blood on his face and armor even more apparent. I'm sure I'm not much better. The prince looks back at me, and awareness lights in his gaze. His voice goes very, very quiet. "You were both badly injured." I freeze, realizing what I've nearly admitted. Tycho is forbidden from using his magic. Would he have been allowed to use it to save himself? To save me? What about the soldiers who died? It's too many questions, and Tycho is already under enough strain, most of which he doesn't deserve. If he wants to admit to using magic, it can be his choice, but I'm not adding more challenge to his life, so I keep my voice level and even. "No, Your Highness. He was able to stop the Scraver before it got past his armor. I shot the first one. Tycho stabbed the second. Blood went everywhere. I'm not a bad liar, and I might have been able to fool my father, but Prince Ren is too savvy. He stares back at me, and for a moment, the weight of my lie hangs in the air between us. He knows. I know he knows. My heart keeps pounding, and I set my jaw, waiting for him to challenge me. He doesn't. "What made you keep this private, Jax?" "I didn't mean for you to send Tycho away too." I hesitate. But what the Scraver said, it felt important. He gives me a nod. "It is." Then he turns away and begins issuing orders again. I let out a heavy breath. My palms feel slick on my crutches. Tycho returns to my side. "They're striking the camp. Prince Ren wants to return to Iron Rose tonight. He doesn't want to risk being out in the open any longer than we have to. I'm going to fetch my bedroll and saddle Mercy. You should get your things." "Wait." I move close and take hold of his arm, and the knives on his bracer are cold under my fingertips. I desperately want to put a hand against his cheek again, to reassure myself that he's really all right. Using magic to heal himself is exhausting, I know, and he was already exhausted. He glances down at my hand, and he goes still. When he looks back up, his eyes hold mine, and he doesn't pull away. Before I can say anything, a soldier breaks apart from the group to approach us. Tycho straightens, and my hand falls off his arm. I brace myself, but it's only Sefran, one of the young men I was sitting with earlier. I know he won't be coming to start trouble. Sefran, I say, though our conversation will probably end there, because he hardly speaks a word of Sicily.
Jax,
He says with a smile, but then he draws close enough that he must take in the blood and the state of our armor. The smile drops off his face. He pats his shoulder, then points to mine, then asks a question, glancing at Tycho for help.
he wants to know if you were hurt, Tycho says, and his tone has gone a bit cool.
He doesn't even wait for me to respond. He just says something in response, and Sefran gives us both a nod, then turns to follow the other soldiers. I start to frown, but Tycho glances at me.
Come on. I told him you're all right, but we've been given orders to move. That means us too.
Oh, of course. I stick close to his side as he moves back toward Mercy.
Tycho,
I say softly.
the Scravers were looking for a magesmith.
I heard one of them say it. He grimaces.
Me too. I don't know if any of the soldiers heard it, or if they understood. It was in Sicily.
My eyes widen. I didn't consider that, but of course I should have. Do you know who Zovar is? I say.
No.
He pauses.
I only know Nakis. The Scravers and Briarlock left before I could learn any of their names.
Do you think they're after you? I say. Because of your vow to Nakis? I pause. Or are they looking for the king?
I don't know. Is that what you wanted to tell Prince Ren?
I nod, then hesitate. He knows you used your magic. Something in his gaze tightens, but then he glances after the prince, who's nearly back to his tent already.
It's all right.
He pauses, and his expression falls.
I would have used it to save the others too. I didn't know. And because I've been ordered to keep it a secret, none of them know I have magic that might have helped.
There's resignation in his voice, and I frown. This wasn't your fault, I say softly. He laughs without any humor.
I'm the first one who let Nakis out of a cage, Jax. Some of it is.
We've reached Mercy, and he begins pulling her gear from where it's stashed along the line. Nearby, dozens of other soldiers are doing the exact same thing. It's pitch black, and no one says much, but the heady tension hangs in the air. I can't get away from it. That means I should be packing up my things too. I'll be on the wagon, I say, because those are the only parting words I can offer.
Hey,
Tycho says, and I turn. His eyes find mine in the moonlight, and they speak volumes without him saying a word. I want to stride back through the grass to hold him, but I can't. So I simply look back at him until my throat tightens dangerously.
Thank you,
he eventually says.
For dinner, and everything.
Always, I think. But that feels like too much. Too big. A word I shouldn't say to the night air. Something I couldn't say without revealing every ounce of my feeling to everyone around, regardless of language. But I give him a nod, and I say it in my heart. Chapter 4. Jax. Normally, the soldiers are full of talk while we ramble along, but the commanding officers have ordered everyone to be silent so we can listen for another attack. They didn't need to bother. All eyes have been on the sky for hours, the air humming with tense anticipation. Every single soldier is on horseback.
their bow unstrapped and ready to fire. I've got mine on the bench beside me. But the supply wagon rattles along too fast, jarring my body with every bump and rivet in the road. I wish I could be on horseback like the others. If I had to shoot like this, I'd never be able to aim. The soldiers are in a wide formation that covers a lot of ground. Tycho riding at a distance to my left. Some of the others I know somewhere off to my right. Before we left, I took a minute to exchange my torn and stained tunic for a fresh one. But blood streaks the breastplate of my sparse armor, and my fingers are still a bit tacky. No one has spoken to me since I left Tycho's side. They've hardly looked at me. Hints of pink appear on the horizon, and an officer ahead shouts an order. We all draw to a stop near the crest of a hill. A low murmur goes up among the soldiers closest to me, and I sit up straighter, searching shadowed faces for emotion, trying to pick out phrases I understand. They don't sound concerned, but it could mean anything. I go to my knees on the bench, straining to see. But the hill is too high, and there isn't enough sunlight to see much. I make a frustrated sound and wonder if it's worth standing on the bench with my crutches, or if that's just asking for a broken neck. "Hey, Jax." I turn to find that Sephran has ridden his horse over, and I smile. Malin is beside him. Much like the others, they don't seem concerned that the officers have called a halt. Unlike the others, they're willing to talk to me. They're obviously experienced soldiers, but I don't think they're too much older than Tycho. Sephran is the taller of the two, with ruddy cheeks and sand-colored hair, along with broad shoulders and a muscled frame that could be intimidating if he weren't so quick to smile. At his side, Malin is leaner, more compact, with thick black hair, tan skin, and sharp eyes that remind me of a fox. The language barrier makes it tough to be entirely sure, but I think they're close friends. Between the two of them, only Malin knows any Sicily. But we've made do. I appreciate that they try at all. "Malin." I point ahead at where the prince and the officers have stopped. "Did something happen?" He shakes his head. "No. Prince Ren sends soldier to look." The words trail off as he runs out of words he knows. He points ahead and makes a circle with his hand. "To look." "To look at what?" I say. "To look at." He blows a breath out through his teeth, then swears, then turns to Sephran, asking for help, searching for a word. This is how every conversation goes. I keep waiting for them to run out of patience with me, but so far, they haven't. Malin finally looks back at me. "Big house? House for king?" "Castle?" I guess. He snaps his fingers at me and nods. "Castle. Look at castle. For scravers." "Are they there?" "Don't know. Look first." Then he taps his chest and points again. "We go after. Yes?" I nod fiercely, because every time we reach this point in a conversation, it feels like we've solved a puzzle. Yes, I understand. But my heart is pounding, and I want to stand up on the wagon bench again. Everyone is wary of the scravers and whether the attack is a warning of more to come. And I am too. But my own thoughts are also fixed on what's to come for me. "Are we that close to Iron Rose Castle?" I say. Malin nods. "Over," he begins, then frowns, miming the motion of going over something. "Over mountain?" He points ahead. "Over the hill," I say. Some nearby soldiers are paying attention to this exchange, and one of them calls something snide, and the others laugh darkly. I frown, wondering how this will go. But Malin rolls his eyes and offers them a rude gesture. A little glow flares in my heart. I've never really had any friends beyond Callan. Aside from Tycho, I thought I'd be so alone here. When another soldier calls something else, Sephran scoffs and tells him to stop being an asshole, and it makes me smile. Sephran notices, and he smiles back. "Oh, you understand that?" he says in Emberish. When I say, "Yes," his smile turns into a grin. The sky's gradually lightening overhead, and at the top of the hill, some of the soldiers begin to separate from the others. It takes me a moment to realize that Tycho has disappeared, but I search the shadowed sea of soldiers to find him retrieving one of the spare horses from the back of the supply line. Eventually, he trots back to where I'm waiting, leading the second horse alongside Mercy. Blood still clings to his armor, but he splashed water on his face before we left, because his skin is clear, his blonde hair only bearing a few streaks now. He takes in Malin and Sephran by my side and gives them both a nod, but his gaze settles on me. "They've sent a scout down to Iron Rose," he says, confirming what Malin told me. "But Prince Ren doesn't suspect anything. We've had no sign of trouble for hours, and it would have been easier to attack when we were out in the open, especially in the dark. The castle grounds are surrounded by sentry stations with lookouts. It would be challenging for even a lone scraver to approach unseen. Now that it's sunrise, the soldiers will head for the barracks, but I'm to take you to the shield house so you can get your bearings." I don't know what the shield house is, but before I can ask, Tycho rides close to the wagon and holds out the reins to the horse he's brought me. Behind me, officers must be receiving orders, because shouts call down through the waiting soldiers, and they begin to move into formation again. I inhale sharply, because I wasn't prepared for such an abrupt change in course. But everyone else is moving, and I don't want to cause a delay. I use the side of the wagon to climb onto the waiting horse, then tie my crutches to the saddle where a bow usually hangs. The horse must feel my tension, because he sidesteps anxiously, and I grab hold of the saddle, worried I'll fall. "Steady." Tycho takes one of the reins back. "Just let your legs hang. I'll lead." I flush, wishing I didn't look incompetent on top of everything else. "Sorry." "Don't be sorry. You'll learn." He clucks to the horses, and they start forward. At my back, there's a low rumble of conversation, and then Sephran calls. "Hey, Archer!" He's called me that before, and the nickname makes the glow in my heart grow warmer. When I turn, he's got a friendly smile and a hand lifted in a gesture of farewell. But instead of saying anything close to goodbye, Sephran carefully and clearly pronounces the words in Sicily to tell me to suck a piece of horse shit. If anything could distract me from the Scraver attack and my new position, it's that. Tycho jerks the horses to a halt and whips his head around. Sephran's not an idiot, and his face falls as he realizes he's said something wrong. He turns murderous eyes on Malin, who bursts out laughing. "It's a prank," Tycho murmurs to me, already gathering up his reins again. He calls something to Sephran, which must be a translation, because the soldier steers his horse over to punch his friend in the shoulder. Malin is grinning at me. "I teach him, too." Despite everything, that makes me smile. I lift a hand, too. "Goodbye," I emphasize in Sicily. "Not you, Malin," I say, because I know he'll understand me. "You can suck a piece of horse shit yourself." He laughs, and I expect Tycho to laugh too, but he clucks to his horse again and turns away. I remember the way he was ready to draw blades last night, and I wonder if he thought the prank was real, if he was worried Malin and Sephran truly meant me harm. There's an odd hum of apprehension clinging to him, and I'm not sure how to ask.
When Mercy starts walking, my horse starts alongside without any urging from me. At my side, Tycho is quiet, so I glance over. The sun has risen enough for me to see his features more clearly now. The brown of his eyes, the few days of blonde beard growth sparking along his jaw. I wonder if he still feels guilty about the attack, or if he's just exhausted, or if Prince Ren said something while they were riding. His hand with my horse's rein rests on his knee, and I could reach out and touch him. My fingers long for it. But we've got 100 soldiers watching us depart. I consider what he said about discretion when we were sitting in the field, so I don't. The soldiers weren't nervous, I say quietly. But you are. I'm not nervous. There's an edge in his voice. And I think of how he was when he first found me waiting near the horses last night. He acts like the soldiers are the ones looking for a fight, but I'm not sure that's true. I think he is. I look over at him. You're something. He frowns. The soldiers aren't nervous because they think it was a random attack, or that the Scravers followed us as some kind of retaliation for what happened in Briarlock. Either way, they think we were victorious, that we chased them off. And we did. Maybe. But they don't know the Scravers were looking for a magesmith. We have no idea how many there are, or if more will come looking. His tone turns darker. If they come looking for me, I could be responsible for an attack on all the people living at Iron Rose. Their families, children. Tycho, you are not responsible, but I am. How? How on earth are you responsible for this? He blows out an angry breath between his teeth. Because I'm the one who made a promise to Nekis. You know that. I do know that, I snap, because my own temper has a limit. And I seriously can't take one more second of this. I also know you made that promise to save the king. Tycho's frame is tight, his eyes locked on the horizon. Enough, Jack. And you didn't steal the king's magic, I growl, fighting to keep my voice low. He gave it to you. He didn't know what it would do. I don't care. You weren't born a magesmith. He made you one. And because of that, you were able to make that bargain to save his life. He should be here, by your side, defending you. Instead, he's sending you off to live in exile. I almost watched you die last night, and now you think it's all your fault? Bullshit. Tycho sets his jaw and doesn't look at me. I wish I had the skills to ride on my own so he weren't leading me like a child on a pony. I have half a mind to yank the rein out of his hand and give it a shot anyway. But I don't. We ride on in silence. Great. I suppose he got the fight he wanted. I glance over my shoulder at the soldiers we're leaving behind. I've lost Sephran and Malin to the crowd, and now it's just a sea of gold and red livery. The air between me and Tycho crackles with tension. I won't take back what I said, but I can't take the silence for long. Where did you say you were taking me? I finally say. The Shield House. His voice is just as cool as mine is. It's beside the forge, not too far from the stables. It used to be an armory, but when the king had army barracks built beyond Iron Rose, it was repurposed. Now it houses many of the forge workers and the groundskeepers. He pauses. And you. And me. I feel unprepared, untethered. I knew I'd be given a place to sleep, but until this moment, I honestly hadn't given it much thought. I didn't expect much. I thought maybe it would be a cot in the forge, or in the loft over the stables. Maybe that was foolish. But Tycho said many forge workers. My heart gives a little uncertain kick. If a lot of people live in this shield house, that means I'll likely be sharing a room with someone. Probably a lot of someone's. I've never lived with anyone but Da.
I doubt any of these people will speak much Sicily. From my experience with the soldiers, it's mostly broken phrases and half-hearted greetings, basically the extent of my emberish. I won't have Malin and Sephran anymore, because they're being sent back to the barracks. And Tycho, I have no idea where he sleeps. He's the king's courier, so I doubt he rooms with the tradesmen. Surely he sleeps in the castle proper. I wonder how far away that is. Right now, I don't want to ask. As we ride up the hill, my chest has grown tight, and my horse prances, feeling my tension. I snatch for the reins before remembering I'm not supposed to do that, then grab hold of the saddle. For a breathless moment, I'm worried the gelding is going to bolt. "Easy," says Tycho, his voice quiet and low for the horse. And then I realize he's got a tight hold of the rein. The horse blows out a snort and paws at the ground. But he doesn't run. I murmur a soft word of apology to the animal and unclench my fingers. I expect Tycho to say something sharp or critical, since the air between us is so weighted. But he doesn't. Instead, his voice is just as quiet for me. "Look up, Jax." I look up and find his eyes, full of color now that the sun is beginning to rise, painting gold in his hair. He holds my gaze for a long moment, and so much emotion is there. But none of it is anger. None of it is resentment. It's longing. It's regret. Too much soldiering. Like before, it makes my heart ache. But then he says, "Not at me. Look down there." So I turn and look, and the sight of Iron Rose Castle quite literally takes my breath away. I knew the castle grounds would be vast, and they are, easily spanning 100 acres. I want to memorize every inch of it, because I'll have to describe it in a letter to Callan later. The castle itself is massive, constructed of cream-colored bricks that glow pink in the sunrise, with countless sparkling windows, numerous cobblestone walkways, and at least a dozen outbuildings situated around the grounds. Flowers are in bloom everywhere, in pots and on trellises, and strung from glimmering archways, arranged in rows and perfectly tended gardens. Gold and red flags and pennants hang at regular intervals, bearing the crest of Emberfall, the same gold and red crest that appears on Tycho's armor beside the green, black, and silver crest of Silshallow. Shadows still cling to the sprawling grounds, but I can make out a massive courtyard, what appears to be a training arena, a huge stable and carriage house, as well as guards and soldiers stationed everywhere. Well beyond the castle, near the back half of the grounds, stands a wide, squat building with 2 chimneys billowing smoke. I can see a glowing forge, but we're too far to hear any familiar clanging. I wonder if the forge runs all night. Beside it, there's a much larger 2-story structure with a few lit windows, but I can't make out much else. Though, I can just identify a large black shield shape emblazoned on the front of the building, cut with gold and red stripes across the center. The shield house. My eyes skip back to the castle, which looks gargantuan by comparison. It might as well be 100 miles away. My days of using crutches to quickly make my way down the dirt lane to Callan's are gone. The gelding must feel my tension again, because he stamps a hoof, shifting restlessly, tugging at Tycho's grip on the rein. Down near the castle, a series of bells ring out, faint on the breeze. "What do the bells mean?" I say, and I hate that the words sound too quick, too anxious. "It means it's time for breakfast." Tycho lets go of Mercy's rein, and I expect him to cluck to his horse again, but his fingers brush over mine, lingering for a moment. I look up and meet his eyes, and I see that same longing, that same regret. I realize we're not fighting. Not really. Not at all. I turn my hand to give his a squeeze, the way he did in the grass last night. A blush finds his cheeks, and his voice is husky when he pulls away. Let's go. Chapter 5. Jax. The gardens in front of the shield house are just as lush and well-tended as everywhere else on the castle grounds. Roses and peonies in full bloom. The cobblestones are freshly swept, and there's not one single spot of chipped paint or rotted wood anywhere. When we dismount to tether the horses, I can smell baked bread and cooking meat, which should be appetizing, but my stomach is churning. Breakfast with my father was always simple, just the two of us, him usually reeking of ale or sweat, or both. We'd eat boiled eggs or dry pastries that Callan had left over from the bakery, along with some weak tea because Dan never liked it too strong. Even with the soldiers, breakfast was quiet in the early morning darkness. Just hard bread and dried strips of beef that were passed out while everyone took care of their horses. From the sound of clattering dishes and the low rumble of conversations, breakfast in the shield house will not be simple or quiet. Beside me, Tycho is unbuckling my pack, which means I've been staring too long. He tugs it over his shoulder, then holds out my bow and quiver. I'm sure you're hungry. Let's go find Master Garson. I'll take the horses to the stables when we're done, so you can take your time settling in. I don't know if I'll ever be able to settle in here. I've never doubted my skills as a blacksmith, but looking at the pristine conditions of the grounds is making me doubt everything. Tycho is waiting, so I hang the strap of the quiver across my chest and slip the crutches under my arms. Tycho leads me up the steps and through the doorway, and suddenly, we're in a massive room with 2 long tables. At least a dozen men and women sit at each table, and 2 serving girls are carrying trays of meats and sliced fruits from another room on the opposite side. A boy of about 12 is feeding logs to a low fire in the hearth on the back wall. Everyone looks bright and clean and well-fed, and I want to walk right back out the door, especially when they spot us and the lively conversation dwindles into nudges and whispers. My hair is a wild tangle from the journey here, and I want to twist it back into a knot, but I've got nothing to use. There's probably blood and dirt on my face, too. It's definitely on my hands and armor. I glance at Tycho. He's in the same condition, bloodstains and all. Though he looks like a warrior returning from battle, while I surely look like, well, like a poor blacksmith dressed up like a soldier. Half a dozen pairs of eyes snap to my crutches, and then to my missing foot. One of the serving girls sets down her platter and whispers behind her hand to a young woman seated at the table closest to her. My heart is pounding, and I jerk my eyes away before any warmth can crawl up my neck. At the other table, a man rises from his seat to approach us. He's broad-shouldered, taller than my father, with dark eyes set in deeply tanned skin, thick gray hair, and a trim beard. He's not too far past middle age, but he still looks like the kind of man who could pull a tree out of the ground barehanded. He's in trousers and boots and a clean tunic, but his hands are heavily calloused, and I recognize the tiny burn scars from working around a forge. This must be Master Garson.
Tycho!
He cries, and I can immediately tell he's someone who booms every word he says. He claps Tycho on the shoulder, then launches into a sentence full of words I can barely understand. While Tycho smiles and responds in kind, I find myself automatically listening to see if Master Garson is slurring, inhaling to see if he's the kind of man to down a pint of ale before breakfast, wondering if he's going to hold my hand in the forge if he doesn't trust me to. As soon as I realize what I'm doing, I tell myself to stop. This man isn't my father.
I'm not in Briarlock. Before I can shake off the memories, Master Garson claps me on the shoulder like he did to Tycho, and it makes me jump. I'm glad I have a good grip on my crutches. My fingers tighten anyway.
Master Jax,
He booms. Master Jax. I've never been called that in any language, and I'm not sure what to make of it. I have to clear my throat so I can speak the few words I do know. Master Garson, hello. I've learned what to say when I meet someone, but I'm too tired and too rattled, because my brain goes blank. For a terrified moment, I think I'm going to repeat what Sephran said. Eventually, I manage, "Thank you?" Master Garson looks somewhat amused by this, but he nods.
welcome.
At my side, Tycho speaks to me in Sicily. "I told Garson we had to ride hard through the night," he says. "He knows you need to rest. He'll have Molly, one of the serving girls, bring a platter of food to your rooms, along with some boiled water so you can wash. The tradesmen will be heading out soon, so it'll be quiet. You can sleep." I wonder if Molly's the one who was whispering about me. Everyone is still staring, so I nod to Master Garson. "Thank you," I say again, and he blinks, and I realize I've said it in Sicily this time. I grimace and hastily repeat it in Emberish. Then I nod at the others and say it again. A few nod back and murmur, "Welcome." A few look away and go back to eating. A few exchange glances and mutter. I try to ignore it, but I remember the way the soldiers treated me. Uncertainty has already gathered in my gut. Master Garson calls across the room to one of the serving girls, presumably Molly. She was the one who whispered about me. I snap my eyes away, trying to keep a scowl off my face. But she must like Tycho, because she offers him a bright smile and a curtsy, then loads a platter with food. We follow her down a short hallway, my crutches clacking with every step. She's chattering away, but despite the whispering, her tone is upbeat and cheerful. I think she's only talking to Tycho until I realize she's said Master Jax, and we've stopped in front of a door. "She says these are to be your rooms," Tycho clarifies for me. Rooms? I know boarding houses have long rooms with pallets for sleeping. Maybe this is like that. I wonder if other people are still here, if Tycho means to leave me among strangers. Molly is staring at me expectantly. "Sorry," I say in Emberish. That band of panic around my heart goes nowhere. "Thank you?" She smiles at me, which takes me by surprise. She's a bit younger than Callan, I think. Pretty, with fair skin and dark hair wrapped up in twin braids. She glances between us and says something. I expect Tycho to repeat it in Sicily for me, but he doesn't. He takes a tray of food and responds in kind, because she nods quickly, bobs a curtsy, and says, "Yes, my lord," then dashes off. I want to ask what she said, but Tycho pulls the latch on the door, and it's not a room full of sleeping pallets at all. The room beyond is large, with wood-paneled walls and a wide, multicolored tapestry hanging to my left. I immediately spot a small hearth set into the opposite wall, 2 plush chairs with a low bench between them, and a larger table in the corner. Another door is past the hearth, but it's closed. Tycho steps past me to place the tray of food on the table, then drops my pack on one of the chairs beside it. I follow him in, and the door closes behind me, but I don't move beyond that spot. This space is larger than the main room of the house I left in Briarlock. I glance at Tycho, and then at the closed door near the hearth. "Who else shares this?" I whisper. He follows my gaze. "No one." He frowns a little, then opens the other door, and I see the edge of a bed beyond.
These are your rooms, Jax. I fall back a step, and my shoulders hit the door. There's no possible way I've been given this space to live in. It's too big, too grand. My eyes travel over the walls again, scanning the hearth, which I can see now has a grate on the other side that allows it to heat the bedroom as well. Through the doorway, the bed seems larger than I could ever imagine needing. And I think there's a wardrobe as well. The door is pressing into my back now, which hurts a little bit from what happened with the scraver. But I can't move. I don't deserve any of this. This is a room for a skilled craftsman, not a village blacksmith. I thought I'd have a cot in the forge, I say, and my voice is rough. Tycho comes to stand in front of me, his eyes searching mine. Prince Ren wouldn't offer you a position and leave you without lodging, Jax. That makes me frown. I don't know what to say. Do you want to explore? I shake my head briskly, because I'm content to stand here against the door until my heart stops pounding. Tycho tisks, then reaches out to take hold of the bow across my chest. He gently gives it an upward tug. Up and over, he says, like I'm a toddler learning to dress for the first time. It makes me feel sheepish, and I smile. Tycho feigns a gasp as he pulls the bow over my head, mindful of my crutches. A smile? He reaches for the quiver strap next. That was easier than I thought. My eyes flick to the rooms, at his back. This is too much, I say, and the words come out like a secret. It's not, he says, but his words are just as weighted. He tugs at the quiver strap. I let go of a crutch to pull the quiver over my head myself. You don't need to disarm me. Well, someone needs to. You can't stand here barring the door all day. I do need to report to the castle at some point. His eyes are shadowed with exhaustion, but his tone is light, and I can't tell if he's teasing or being serious. A little of both, I think. When I don't move to disarm any further, Tycho reaches out, his fingers hooking under a strap of the breastplate that sits by my ribcage. I'm tense and ticklish, so I draw a sharp breath and bat his hand away. To my surprise, he bats me right back. Like his tone, I can't entirely tell if we're playing. The movement is a little too aggressive, a little too belligerent. When I shove at him, he catches my wrist and we scuffle. Then my back hits the door, his weight pinning me there, and it draws a different kind of gasp from my lips. His fingers go still, one hand keeping hold of my wrist. The room is so quiet that I can hear him breathing, and I suddenly can't tell if he's pinning me or if he's holding me. His thumb brushes against the base of my hand, and it sends a bolt of warmth through my body. There's nothing aggressive in the air now. Tycho is close enough that I forget this massive room that I don't deserve. I forget the fact that we're on the grounds of Iron Rose Castle. My world has centered on nothing more than the warmth of his brown eyes, and the weight of him trapping me against the door. Tycho reaches up with his free hand to push a lock of hair out of my eyes. My breath catches when his fingers tug at the strands tracing along my cheek to tuck the hair behind my ear. Jax, he says roughly. What you said when we were writing. A sharp knock sounds at the door at my back, and I jump a mile. He swears under his breath and draws back. A girl speaks in Emberish from the other side of the door, and Tycho responds in kind, then looks at me. Molly has delivered boiled water for your bath, he says. The spell is broken, and any roughness has vanished from his voice. He ducks to fetch the crutch I dropped, then holds it out for me. I'll bring it in. You really should disarm and eat. I'll stoke the fire in your washroom so the water won't go too cold. I've moved aside so he can open the door, but my thoughts are still tangled up in the feeling of his thumb against my hand, and I'm barely processing what he's saying. Tycho keeps talking as he carries steaming buckets past me. I know you've picked up some common words from the soldiers, but I'll leave a list with the kitchen girls that might be helpful. You'll find clothes in the wardrobe, too. Master Garson will show you to the forge tomorrow. He'll have you start with horses, because Prince Wren sent word that you worked with the soldiers when they were in Briarlock. I've heard you around the camp. You know a bit of Emberish when it comes to shoeing horses, right? His voice has grown more faint, so I move into the second room. The bed coverlet is softer than anything I've ever touched, even softer than the downy feathers on the baby chicks that Callan has in the barnyard every spring. The fabric is a faint blue that matches the morning sky outside the window. I was going to open the wardrobe to see what clothes I might find, but a mirror is bolted to the wall beside the archway into the washroom, and I catch a glimpse of myself. I almost do a double take. Specks of blood and dirt everywhere. My hair is a wild mess of tangles. I do not belong in this room. Jax. I blink and look over. Yeah. Do you mind if Master Garson asks you to start with horses? No. Yes. Horses are fine. I must sound unsettled, because he stops in front of me again. You'll feel better once you've had time to rest. You need to eat, too. He leans in, and for a breathless moment, I think he'll finish whatever we started against the door. But he inhales and whispers, and take a bath. I grin and shove him away. I half expect him to tussle again, but he doesn't. He takes a step back and stops by the table where he left the food. He hesitates, and his expression turns the tiniest bit uncertain. And, if it pleases you, I'll return before sundown to fetch you for dinner. He sounds so formal, as if I'd say no, as if I won't be counting the minutes until he returns. But I match this tone and nod sagely. Why, yes, of course, Lord Tycho, but only if it pleases you similarly. For the first time, a hint of a blush finds his cheeks, and he frowns, glancing away. I can feel his unease, his distress. I want to tackle him and beg him to stay, to let his demons settle and go quiet. I want to wrap my arms around his neck and not let go. But I think of what he said about needing to report to the castle. I think about what he said about discretion and how people will talk. We've probably been alone here long enough. Regardless, he's already moving toward the door. He pauses there, looking back at me. Be well, Jax. I have to force myself to remain still. Be well, Tycho. And then, he's gone.
Chapter 6. Tycho. I thought everything would be easier when we got to Iron Rose. Imagine my surprise that it's not. Despite my exhaustion, I hardly slept. Every fiber of my being is urging me to stride out of the castle, cross the grounds, and rap on Jax's door. I want to chase the worry out of his hazel green eyes. I want to lead him onto the training fields and teach him everything I know, so he'll never have to worry about anyone hurting him ever again. I want to find every single person who might mean him harm so I can show them what a mistake that would be. I want to inhale his breath and listen to his heartbeat and pretend the world doesn't exist for a while. The king should be here, by your side, defending you. His words stoked a flame in my heart that hasn't dimmed, and my loyalty to Gray nearly made me turn it into an argument. My chest feels tight, resentment sitting in my gut. It's making it difficult to pay attention to what Prince Ren is saying. We are in his strategy room, late afternoon sun beaming through the windows. He's been making notes along a slip of parchment while he talks. He looks better rested than I am, but he was already awake and working when I finally made my way in here. I've started preparing an accounting of what happened for Gray, Ren says. I've also sent word to the nearest cities for reports on whether there have been any other Scraver attacks. I will wait for a response, but I will not detain you longer than a day. If there is a chance that violent Scravers seek a magesmith, my brother needs to know as soon as possible. I go still at those words. My blood turns to ice. I will not detain you longer than a day. If he didn't have my full attention a minute ago, he does now. Prince Ren intends to send me back to Sill Shallow. Of course he does. The worst part is that I agree with him. The king does need to know. I force myself to nod. I understand. Gray and Liamara were here to have the second part of the Royal Challenge in Sill Shallow this autumn, but they will need to weigh the political ramifications of hosting an event after such a bold attack on the throne. Canceling could send a message of fear, but hosting one could be a risk. Even still, it would do well to continue their vision of unity between the countries. A sense of accord is very much needed right now. Lord Alex should be in the Crystal City by now. Once Gray interrogates him, he and Liamara will need to make a decision about how to proceed. Lord Alec. The last time I rode courier between Emberfall and Sill Shallow, he tried to kill me. I sure hope Prince Ren was right about Gray keeping him on a short leash. And I'll be riding right back to a palace where the king doesn't want me. So much tension is coiled inside me with nowhere to go. The prince keeps riding and talking, but I've stopped listening entirely. I saw the look in Jax's eyes when I left him in the shield house. Now I have to tell him that I'm leaving Emberfall. Prince Ren looks up from his paper, and I realize he must have said something that requires a response. I have no idea what it is, but I nod dutifully. Yes, Your Highness. Ren's not a fool. He regards me for a moment, then sits back in his chair and sets aside the parchment entirely. My shoulders tighten, and I expect a word of rebuke, as that's all I've gotten from Gray in recent weeks. Something like, "You should be grateful, Tycho. You are the king's courier. You've already put the kingdom at risk. Jax could have found his fate at the end of a rope." Ren only says, "Should I send someone else?" His voice is quiet, lacking recrimination, but I scowl and look away. I know my duties. I don't even want to consider how Gray would react if Ren sent a guard or a soldier with a missive like this. I'm in enough trouble already. "No," I say. "I could. I know you expected to remain at Iron Rose until you received a summons from Gray." That snaps my head back around. "No. I've considered that it could be dangerous to send you if there are Scravers lying in wait to attack a magesmith." That nearly gets me. I hate how very badly I'd like to claim this excuse. But it sits a little too close to fear, and Gray would never allow it. If I want to keep my position, I need to be the one to deliver this message to the king. "If there are Scravers lying in wait," I say, "it would be unfair to send someone else. At least I have magic to protect myself." "Ah, yes, your magic." The way he says that makes me go still. Ren doesn't look away. I asked Jax if you used magic, and he denied it. Did he know? He's asking if Jax lied right to his face. I think of that moment in the tent, when he asked if Jax was causing a problem with the soldiers, and I brace myself. Yes, I say, but you must know. Tycho, he's simply trying to protect me. He's not causing a problem with the soldiers either. They're worried about his involvement with the Truthbringers, but you know how gossip flies. Some of them think he had something to do with the Scravers, but... Tycho. I stop. My hand is tight against the edge of the table. But then I can't stop. I rush on, heedless. I'll do my duty. I swear it. Whatever you need, I'll carry your message to Grey. But please, Your Highness, please don't send him back to Briarlock. If Alec is loose, he'll kill him. I know he will. Jax can't run. His father is dead. Even Callan is gone. He'd be alone. He'd have no defense. Please. This time he waits until I've finished speaking, and I'm a bit breathless. Ren hasn't moved, and he's just looking right back at me. Are you done? He says. I frown, abashed. I feel warmth crawling up my neck. A line appears between his eyebrows. Why would you think I'm sending him back to Briarlock? You said you noticed problems with the soldiers, I say more quietly this time. And I know he lied about the magic, but... My voice trails off. He's very loyal to you. I wasn't looking to censure that, Tycho. I admire it. That makes me flush fully. He continues. When I mention the soldiers, it was because I do not want them sowing discord over Jax's presence here. Tensions are high enough. We are at peace with Syl Shallow. If there is a problem to be solved, tell me, and I will solve it. He pauses. I know you and my brother have yet to come to terms over your differences, but you offered me your trust. I'll do my best to be worthy of it. On the day we left Briarlock, I refused to tell Grey what I'd sworn to Nikis. But later, Ren asked if I trusted him enough to tell him. And I did. When it comes to the king, I seem to have nothing but the capacity for failure anymore. But Ren defended me against Alec, and more than once. He spoke up for me to Grey. He offered Jax the position here. And I have no doubt that a good part of his reasoning was as a kindness to me. You are worthy of it, I say quietly. Thank you. He pauses. So tell me truly, should I send someone else? I consider Grey's reaction if someone else rode up to the gates of the Crystal Palace. I consider that remaining here might make Iron Rose a target if I'm the one the Scravers are after. I consider the sound of Jax's breath when I pressed him up against the door of his room this morning. I consider how badly I want to stay. I have to look away. No, you shouldn't send someone else. Ren is quiet for a long moment. Very well. But if Scravers seek you, sending you alone might leave you too vulnerable. With Truthbringers plotting against the king, I don't want to make you a target for anyone else. Scravers aren't the only thing we have to worry about right now. He sighs, considering. One of the soldiers we first left with spoke some Sicila. Do you remember which one? I think of the young men playing a prank this morning. It should have made me smile, but it didn't. I was too eager to get away from the soldiers. My thoughts about Jax too wound up and complicated to process. But I nod. Malin. Ren makes a note on his parchment. Take Malin and wear army livery. You can be soldiers delivering orders across the border. Stick to the main roads and ride through the day. He looks down at the table and moves some papers until he reveals a map of Emberfall. If you leave by midday tomorrow, you should be able to reach Redcrest by sundown. Wear army livery. I feel like a nail has been hammered into the side of my rib cage. I force myself to nod, because I just swore that I would do my duty and I can't exactly walk it back now. As you say, the Truthbringers may have been stopped in Briarlock, but I hold no illusion that they were all eradicated. Any who remain will be more cautious. I know the Scraver Nakis helped you in battle, and I know you swore to fight at his side when he calls. But Nakis was once bound to the magesmith Lilith, and she nearly caused the downfall of this entire kingdom. You must be wary, Tycho. If there are more Scraver attacks, it will lend weight to the Truthbringer cause that magic is a threat. This will not go well for the king. I know. Rin looks back at his letter and writes for a while, and the silence builds between us again. It's so different to sit with him instead of Gray. I don't know when it changed, but all my time with the king seems to make me feel like I'll never measure up. Ren speaks into my silence. Was Jax satisfied with the shield house? You didn't say. I can't help but glance at the window. I think of the way Jax would glare at Ren's tent every time he thought I wouldn't notice. He's honestly lucky the prince didn't notice. Prince Ren said Jax was very loyal for lying to protect me, but I'm willing to bet at least half of it was sheer belligerence. Yes, I say. Overwhelmed, I think. He's grateful for the position. Though I'm not sure how much gratitude will be left once I tell him I'm leaving again. Make sure he knows he's welcome to call at court if it suits him. I don't think Harper will forgive me for not bringing him around this morning, but I know you both needed to rest. I doubt Jax would willingly go anywhere near Prince Ren, but I nod. I'll tell him. Ren looks up, and I'm not sure what he sees in my face, but there must be longing in my voice, because he says, Go, Tycho. You have less than a day of liberty. I know you don't want to spend it in here. I sigh, but he's right. I shove myself out of the chair. Ren goes back to his letter, all business once again. His golden hair falls over the patch covering his missing eye, and I think of the way he asked about trust. I think of the way he asked about friendship, as if he wasn't sure. I would never call him lonely, but just now, I'm the one who isn't sure. I've stopped in the doorway, but he doesn't look up, and his pen doesn't stop moving. Don't linger, he says lightly. It's unbecoming. Do you care to spar tomorrow? I say. We could meet in the arena before I have to leave. His hand goes still, and for a moment, there's a sudden weight in the room. I instantly realize why, and I wish I could undo it. Ren hates the arena, the way I hate the soldiers, or the gold and red livery, or the memories of my childhood. He has just as many demons as I do. His are different, but just as haunting, formed by years of torment. I don't know all the details, but I know he and Gray used to be tortured in that arena. Forgive me, I say immediately. I only meant we could meet in the courtyard instead. I know what you meant. His voice is a bit hollow, and he looks back at his paper. And the courtyard torments you, does it not? Silver hell. Ren still hasn't looked up, and now that feels very deliberate. I let out a breath and turn away. He offered friendship. He asked for trust. And now I worry that I've unraveled it. Forgive me, I say again. I meant no harm. I thought you might enjoy the swordplay. I don't wait for a response. I simply turn for the door. But the prince speaks at my back. Tycho, he says. I admire your loyalty too. I'll do my best to make sure Jax faces few hardships until you return. I hesitate. He's already done enough, and he shouldn't have to trouble himself with that. But it's like we're both stumbling through the concept of friendship, and with Prince Ren, it's odd to consider him stumbling through anything. Thank you, I say, looking over my shoulder. And I would enjoy a bit of swordplay, he says without looking up. That hollow note is back in his voice. But I haven't drawn blades in that arena since Emberfall was trapped by the curse. I frown. Your Highness, I swear to you, I didn't intend... I know, he says. He finally looks up at me, and the hair falls back from the patch over his eye, leaving the scars that peek out from behind it fully visible. But maybe it's time to leave old wounds behind. I'll meet you in the arena, Tycho. 2 hours past sunrise. Don't be late.
Chapter 7. Jax. A distant, rhythmic clanging wakes me, and for a moment, I think I'm back in Briarlock, my father working in the forge, waiting to clip me on the ear for sleeping late. But this bed is much too soft to be the one I left behind, and the clanging is far too muffled. My eyes open to find late afternoon sunlight peeking around the heavy woolen curtains of my new bedroom in the shield house. It's real. I'm here. I rub at my eyes and stare at the ceiling, as if I had to prove it to myself over and over. My skin and hair don't even feel the same. They definitely don't smell the same. We had buckets from the well and the heat of the forge at home, so a hot bath was never really a luxury. But the only soap we had was made from tallow and ash. It never fully got rid of the soot that would cling to our fingers, and everything always smelled faintly of wood smoke. My washroom here in the shield house is stocked with jars of creams and lotions and perfectly cut squares of soap, all of which smell like oranges or lilacs or melted caramels. After Tycho left, I soaked in the warm water until I was worried I was going to fall asleep. The clanging from the nearby forge continues, but as Tycho promised, the shield house itself is quiet. I haven't been truly alone in weeks, and it's odd to suddenly have so much space to myself. The light around my curtains seems fairly bright, so it must be a while until sundown and Tycho's return. I think of the way he pinned me against the door earlier, and heat crawls up my neck. But then Molly knocked on the door, and we snapped apart. It reminds me of what he said when we were sitting in the grass. I don't want anyone to start thinking the King's courier just brought you along for your skills in his bed. Perhaps I should have considered this earlier. He gave me every sign on the journey here. Even before, every time he visited the forge, he spoke of how he longed to just be Tycho. When we were alone together in Briarlock, he could be. Here at Iron Rose Castle, he can't. The thought puts a little steel in my spine, and my cheeks cool. I should dress and explore before he returns, so he doesn't think I expect him to hold my hand through every moment. In the wardrobe, the clothes are like the room, far too grand. I find linen tunics and leather jerkins and belted jackets. There are a few belts for swords and daggers, though no actual weapons. It all feels too generous, and I want to leave it untouched. But my only other options are the blood and sweat-stained clothes I wore to get here. Everything is too big, and I make do with a belted jerkin and a pair of trousers that have a cinched waist. I turn the pants inside out to knot the bottom of the right leg so they don't catch on the crutches, then buckle and lace my soldier boot over my left. I don't have a nail to pin my hair in a knot, so it hangs in loose waves over my shoulder. But at least it's not full of blood and tangles like before. When I finally find my way down the hall, the large dining room is empty. But feminine voices carry from the kitchen beyond. I mean to slip out the door without being noticed, but they must spot me anyway. The lively, girlish chattering turns into hushed whispers and abrupt giggles. After a moment, there's a bang and a clatter, and suddenly Molly appears in the doorway, followed by another girl, slightly older, with olive skin and shiny black hair. Molly offers a quick curtsy, which takes me by surprise. "Master Jax," she says, then elbows the girl beside her. I'm less rattled than this morning, but I'm not an idiot. I can see their nudges and whispering. But I had a week of that nonsense with the soldiers, and at least these girls aren't armed. "Hello," I offer. "Molly." To my surprise, she smiles brightly in response, looking genuinely delighted that I remembered her name. The other girl gives me a curtsy too, which makes her the second person to ever offer me a curtsy. Her cheeks are faintly pink, and she taps her chest and shyly says, "Lola." "Lola," I repeat. "Hello." Molly reaches into her apron pockets and withdraws a slip of parchment and unfolds it. "Are you hungry?" she says slowly in Emberish, which is a simple enough phrase that I know. Then she bites at her lip and glances down at the paper. "Tahran?" she says, carefully pronouncing the word in Sicily. "Hungry?" For a moment, I'm stunned. I know Tycho said he'd write some things down, but it's an unexpected kindness that she'd attempt to use my language. The tense band around my heart eases a bit. I think of Callan's sister, little Nora. She'd be poking and whispering too, but it would be curiosity, not malice. Maybe this is the same. I venture a smile. "No, thank you." "You're welcome." She glances back at the paper, more confident now. I watch her eyes skim for another phrase, and I wonder how much Tycho wrote. Do you need help?" she says, again repeating it in Sicily. "No, I search for a word I know, but everything I want to say is too abstract, too complicated. I'm going to wander around. I want to see the forge, explore for a little while. Look out, I finally guess. A word I know from the soldiers, but then I grimace, because that's not quite right. Walk? I make a circle with my hand and gesture toward the door, then at my eyes. "See?" "Oh," Molly says, but she glances at Lola, who frowns. So I frown, but then Lola's eyebrows go up. "Look around?" she guesses, pointing to her eyes, and then making a circle with her hand like I did. "Yes, look around." Molly smiles like they've solved a riddle, and looks at the paper again. "Dinner," she says, "is at sunset." She translates it again, but she points at the window. 2 hours? She holds up 2 fingers. 2 hours, I repeat, and nod. I knew the increments of time from working in the forge, so at least that isn't new. In 2 hours, Tycho will be back. My heart gives a little skip. But I remember how much has changed, and it stumbles back into a normal rhythm. "Thank you," I say to them both. I close my fingers on the crutches and make my way out into the sunshine. I expected the forge to be large, but it's downright massive. At least 10 times the size of what Da and I shared at home. Calling it a forge at all seems too simple, as it's really an open structure composed of multiple forges, with the clang of hammered iron sounding from every direction and a haze of smoke in the air. Men and women move about with practiced efficiency, pulling iron from fire and pounding glowing metal everywhere I look. A low rumble of chatter carries over the noise, with the occasional burst of laughter. A few dogs wander among the people too, waiting for scraps of hoof from the blacksmiths who work with horses. The animals are tethered on the far side of the structure. Soldiers and guards standing alongside, some waiting more patiently than others. I don't recognize any of the soldiers, and after what happened, I don't know if I want to, so I keep going. Near the opposite end of the forge, a loud clang blares over everything else, followed by a crash and a shout and a plume of smoke.
I peer through the haze as a new voice starts yelling, the tone thick with anger. It's Master Garson, his face red with the heat of the forges, sweat threading his hair. I have no idea what he's saying, but his fury is all directed at one of the blacksmiths on the other side. For an instant, I'm frozen in place, trapped by memories of another man's anger. Then some of the smoke clears, and I see him reach a middle-aged woman who's fallen beside one of the forges. She's coughing, and he's helping her up. A younger boy nearby is speaking rapidly, and a few other people have gathered. I try to listen for words I know, but there's too much commotion. As I watch expressions and mannerisms, I begin to realize that the boy's apologizing. The woman was hurt somehow, but seems to be all right. She claps him on the shoulder. So does Master Garson. He smiles, then moves away. I misunderstood his emotion. It wasn't anger at all, but worry. The thorn in my heart eases a little bit. But then a man mutters to my left, and I glance over to see that he's glaring at me. He looks away before I catch his eyes, and I have no idea what he said, but I can feel the animosity. That's enough time in the forge, then. I tighten my fingers on my crutches and head for the path. Across the sprawling fields, the castle gleams in the late afternoon sunlight. I can make out archers on a training range in the distance, and I step off the cobblestone path to see if I can find a better view. My fingers itch for my bow, but I doubt I could join them. They're probably soldiers engaged in an exercise, and the archery field would take a long time to reach on my crutches. A new thorn of worry replaces the first. Everything here is far. A familiar voice interrupts my thoughts. I knew I'd find you near the forge. I turn to discover Tycho behind me on the walkway, and the pulse of relief in my chest is profound. The battle-worn soldier from this morning has been washed away, leaving a dashing young lord in his place. He's bright and flawless in a loosely laced vest and calfskin trousers, and I'm stunned to realize that for all the months I've known him, this might be the first time I've ever seen him without his armor and weapons. He looks casual and elegant all at once, with hints of privilege everywhere, from the silver buckles on his boots to the glimmer of gold filigree in his buttons. If he'd shown up like this in Briarlock, I would have stumbled over every single word. Honestly, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to speak right now. What's wrong? He says, and I realize I'm staring. The first thought that pops into my head is that I wouldn't mind being brought along for my skills in his bed. Focus, Jax. I flush and jerk my eyes away. Ah, you're so early. I would have been earlier, but Prince Ren wanted to speak to me. He jerks his head at the path. Come on, let's walk. I wanted to show you around. All right. I have no idea where we're going, but I'm still tongue-tied, so I wrap my fingers around my crutches and fall into step beside him. Then, right when I'm in the middle of chastising myself about lusting after him, Tycho reaches up to tug at a strand of my hair. My heart stutters. My voice? Gone. So much for discretion. But almost immediately he lets go. You left your hair loose. My thoughts keep refusing to organize. I gave you the nail I was using, I say. I didn't know how to ask for another one. Oh, he winces. I should have thought. I can help. Let's head for the forge. I wish I could read his voice. It's warm, but also so polite. So genteel. Like he really is a young lord I happen to cross paths with. Maybe that's on purpose. It's the first thought that's given me a measure of composure. He just touched me,
but then he immediately let go. Perhaps brief touches and simple friendship are all he can offer now. The thought tugs at my heart. Not only for me, but for him. When I first met Tycho, he had the bearing of a fierce soldier, skilled and fearless, trussed up in armor and weapons that warned of violence at the first sign of trouble. It wasn't until later that I discovered how much vulnerability he keeps locked away behind all that leather and steel. The first night we spent together, he was so tense, so hesitant. Too many people had taken advantage of him in too many ways. It was like he'd never been able to find a moment of happiness for himself. I hate that my presence here could mean he won't be able to again. He's begun to change course, heading back toward the forge. But I think of the man who scowled at me, and I shake my head. I'll get a nail tomorrow. Then I shrug. Or maybe not. I'm in a new place here. I should just cut it all off and be done with it. Jax, Tycho draws a sharp breath. Don't you dare. I look at him in surprise, and now it's his turn to look abashed. A flush finds his cheeks this time. I mean, do as you like, of course. He's slowly killing me. The most primal part of my brain doesn't care what our roles are. We have a week's worth of tiny touches and secret glances between us, and despite the fact that I can still feel that hum of tension radiating from him, to say nothing of the fact that I literally just convinced myself that he might be restricted to simple friendship, I also want to grab hold of his vest, press close, and remind myself of the taste of his skin. Then I realized what he said. I would have been earlier, but Prince Ren wanted to speak to me. With my next step, I very deliberately put a few inches of distance between us, and I keep my eyes fixed on the path. I don't think it's noticeable, but Tycho lets out a sigh. There's something I need to tell you. It's all right, I say, and I mean it. I allow another few inches of distance, just for good measure. I know who you are, I add. I know where we are. I won't complicate things for you. That's not... It's fine, I insist. I know I'm a commoner. Would you shut up? That has nothing... Tycho. I catch myself. My lord, if Prince Ren has ordered you to keep your distance because of political maneuvering... Jax, Prince Ren has ordered me to leave. The words hit me like a fist to the gut. It seems like they've hit him equally hard, because his breathing is a little quick, and he's stopped short on the path. Tomorrow, he adds, and it's another strike I'm not ready for. I turn to face him. Why? I say darkly. Because of the Scravers. If we were attacked by a magical creature seeking a magesmith, the king needs to know, as soon as possible. I'm staring at him, as if the words don't make sense, but they do. I hate it, but they do. This shouldn't even be a surprise. I should have figured it out myself. I literally just said it to him. I know who you are. He's the king's courier. It's his job to bring confidential news to the king. It's his duty to risk his life for the royal family. I turn and start walking again. I don't even know what to say. Tycho falls into step beside me. Maybe he doesn't know what to say either, because he's equally silent. For a while, the only sound is my crutches against the cobblestones, and it reminds me of the moments after we argued this morning, when anger hung in the air, but his loyalty was clear. As soon as I have the thought, I wonder if this is why he came early. He came to tell me his orders, and as soon as we get back to the shield house, he'll take his leave. He'll climb on Mercy tomorrow morning, and it'll be, what, weeks or months before I see him again?
and I'll be stuck in a place where I can't speak the language, and half the people hate me. No wonder he was so emphatic about discretion. I was so foolish. I knew his role. I knew it. So I give him a nod. Thank you for informing me of your duties, my lord. You don't need to trouble yourself with showing me the grounds. I can make it back to the shield house on my own. I only make it one step before he catches my arm, and there's absolutely no give in his grip. I'm ready to smack his hand away, but then I make the mistake of looking up to find his eyes. Like before, they're full of longing, sorrow, regret, want, need. Jax, he says softly, please. Ah, he's going to break my heart. I yield to his grip and sigh. As always, I know what you're sworn to do. I just didn't expect you to have to do it immediately. I scowl and glance away. I don't know how anyone here believes in fate when it only seems to offer misery. Fate brought me to your forge. I snort. Well, it brought Alec, too. He sighs and moves to let me go, but I lift a hand and let my fingers rest over his. It's tentative, and a part of me expects him to pull away, but he waits. It's always startling to consider that he has the skill and strength to fend off an army, but a gentle touch has the power to hold him still. I brush a thumb across his knuckles, because I can't help it. I'm gratified to hear his breath catch. But he is the king's courier, and I am just a blacksmith. And despite everything else, there's still a distance between us that won't be solved on this pathway. As if to prove the point, I let go, and so does he. I swallow. For a moment, we stand in the sunlight, and regret fills the air between us. I think I could ask him to return me to Briarlock right this instant, and he'd do it. A part of me wants to, but there's nothing there for me. Not anymore. And our positions would be no different. He'd still be putting himself at risk, working in service to the king. I'd still be longing and lonely and waiting, just somewhere else. I turn back to the path and start walking, because one of us has to. How does your expression go? I say. Fate has already drawn a path beyond this moment, right? So we have to follow it through. Tycho's eyes light with surprise. Then he gives me a rueful look. Did Gray say that to you? He says it all the time. Yes. He said it in battle, when we faced dozens of armed truthbringers, and everything seemed bleak and hopeless. You don't believe in fate, Jax. I don't know what I believe, I say honestly. But he was right. Tycho glances over, and he nods. As you say. His fingers brush against mine again, then drop away. Let's follow it through.
Chapter 8. Tycho. Every time I'm with Jax, it seems destined to end too quickly. I thought we would have weeks to move past this weird distance that's formed between us, and now it's a matter of hours. After a week on the road with the soldiers, seeing him with shining hair in the sunlight nearly made me forget my own name. When he touched my hand, I had half a mind to tell Rin to get on his own horse if he wanted to send a message to Gray so badly. But of course, I won't. Jax is right about fate, though. All we can do is follow this through. I'm determined to show him everything I can, so I start by leading him to the cool dimness of the stables between the army barracks and the shield house. Mercy is kept in the royal stable beside the castle, so I'm not as familiar with this one, which mostly shelters horses reserved for the army. We're nearing the dinner hour, so the aisles and courtyards are busy with soldiers coming off patrol, Anyone we traveled with is off duty now, so no one here looks familiar, but the sight of their gold and red livery throws tension back into my spine. I shove those worries away. There are too many others to focus on. Jax and I weave between people and horses until we get to the stall of an aged grey gelding. This, I tell him, is Teddy. His real name was Iron Hammer, or something like that, but he hasn't seen battle in at least 10 years, so you can honestly call him whatever you want. He'll be yours until you're ready for something more. Mine, Jax says in surprise. Yes, not forever, of course, because he's old and slow, but he's a steady mount for learning. Prince Ren arranged for it. Jax clamps his mouth shut at that. I want to remind him that the prince he hates isn't going to leave him at a disadvantage, so of course he'll have a horse. Knowing Ren, Jax will probably have anything else he could want, too. Jax's eyes have gone cool, so I keep my eyes on the horse and continue. I wanted to introduce you to Master Hugh, but he's seeing the miller tonight, so you'll have to meet him tomorrow. He runs the stables, and he trains the recruits who can't ride. His daughter married a soldier from Sil Shallow a few years ago, so he actually speaks Sicela fairly well. Someone else here speaks Sicela. The eagerness in his voice drives that spike of tension a little deeper. I remember what he said about needing a nail and not knowing how to ask. Yes, I say. I saw him this morning and told him I've taught you a little on mercy. He said you can come every night after dinner, and he'll put you in with the recruits. Jax was stroking a hand along Teddy's muzzle, but at this, he goes still. Every night. I nod. You'll learn quick. Recruits are usually riding point to point after a month. His eyes widen a little at that, but he runs a hand down the horse's face, and Teddy presses his head against his chest. Jax murmurs a soft word, rubbing under his mane. I watch, transfixed for a moment. He's always so kind to horses. It was one of the first things I noticed about him. Jax seemed brusque and petulant, but when it came to mercy, his touch was so gentle, his voice so soft. His eyes flick up to find mine, and my heart gives a tug. I want to pull him into this stall and bury my hands in his hair and forget every oath I've ever sworn. He's so close, the air between us buzzing with warmth. Down the aisle behind me, the last two soldiers are being raucous and loud as they untack their horses. They're the only ones left, and they're not happy about it. Jax frowns, his eyes skipping past me to see what they're doing. They're angry? He guesses. They're hungry, I tell him. They were delayed getting off the field, and they're saying that whoever's last will only get scraps. Stall doors slam, and some of the nearby horses jump, but Teddy doesn't move. I want to tell the soldiers to knock it off, but I remember what it was like to be the last man to the mess hall at the end of a long day. Jax's expression turns wary as he draws back into the stall, and I realize he's remembering the hostility of the soldiers on the journey with us. It's all right, I say. They just want their dinner. The soldiers draw close, and I hear one of them muttering behind me. Apparently, they have too many traitors in their own country, so now they're sending the broken ones here. The other one snorts. Raglan said one of them lured another monster over the mountains. He spits at the ground at our feet as he passes. I whip around, but at first, I'm more shocked than anything else. Hey! I snap. They barely turn, but the first one smirks. Why don't you take your trash back where you came from? Then he keeps walking. I don't recognize either of them, but they're young, with no stripes on their livery. I'm not in my own armor, so I'm sure they have no idea who I am, but I still can't quite believe the blatant disrespect. Actually, I can. I lived through it in Sil Shallow. My shoulders are so tight. I inhale to call after them, to force them to attention, to threaten to have them stripped of their rank and duty. What I really want to do is draw a sword I'm not carrying and find some kind of release for all the anger and frustration I'm carrying in my heart. Tycho. Jax's voice cuts through my fury. He's still beside the horse, but he's pulled back fully into the stall. His hazel green eyes are dark and shadowed. Don't pick a fight, he says. I scowl. I'm not going to pick a fight. I just want to. But when I look back after the soldiers, they're already gone. A quiet falls over the stables, only interrupted by the soft sounds of horses moving about their stalls, rustling hay and straw. Jax has laid a crutch against the stall wall, and he's leaning against Teddy now, still stroking a hand under the horse's mane. In the shadows, he's beautiful. Striking, really, especially with his hair unbound. He's studying me carefully, and I wish I could read his thoughts. Jax reaches for his crutch. I'm discovering you have a temper. No, I don't. He gives a little laugh, but not like anything is funny. Well, those soldiers won't be the last, and it's not worth risking yourself. He shifts to move past me. I put a hand on his arm, and he goes still, waiting. You're worth the risk, I say, my voice low. He looks up, his eyes finding mine. We're closer than we were on the path, trapped together by the narrowness of the doorway. I think of the way we scuffled in his room this morning, how it was the first time we were alone. I wanted to confess all my thoughts and fears to him right there. His arm is a heavy weight under my hand, and he's so still that I want to do it now. But he's right. Those soldiers won't be the last. He has his own challenges. It's unfair to burden him with anything more than that. If they hassle you, I say, tell Master Garson, or tell Prince Rin himself. Jax says nothing to that. His eyes drop to where my hand rests on his arm, but now there's a tightness in his jaw. He would put a stop to it, I add. The prince said you're welcome to call at court. Still, nothing. I move very close and keep my voice low. Jax, I say softly, and he doesn't look up. Do you really hate him? I want to ask. But I can't. I'm afraid of the answer. I'm afraid to leave him here with soldiers who resent him and a prince he won't ask for help. Jax finally lifts his eyes to find mine, and for a moment, I can see the answer in his gaze, as clearly as if I've asked the question. Yes, I hate him. I hate what he did to you. I will always hate him for doing that to you. It's an intense look, a burning look, both protective and vengeful. No one has ever looked at me like that, and it steals my breath. He told me not to pick a fight, but that look in his eyes could start a war. But then he blinks it away, and he pulls free of my arm to give Teddy a final pat. Come on, he says hollowly. Surely you have more to show me. Chapter 9. Tycho. We saddle Teddy and fetch Mercy, and then I take him everywhere I can think of, from the archery fields to the armory to the cobbler to the tannery. We spend so long exploring that we miss dinner at the Shield House, so I show him where he can request meals from the kitchen that opens to the back side of the castle. That's where we get sweet cornbread and a bowl of stew before riding across the fields to see the granary and the carpenter's workshops. Imberfall has been allied with Silshallow long enough that some people speak a bit of Sicelaw, enough to offer greetings and maybe a little more. But the king and queen don't spend enough time here for it to be very widespread. Rumors about the Scraver attack have already been whispered, and I hear a few murmurs about whether dangerous magic has returned to Ironrose, and whether the new blacksmith has lured it here. Jax doesn't understand everything they say, but I see the tense worry in his eyes, exacerbated when people give him a cool glance or mutter under their breath when they don't think I'll notice. Though I do. As the hours pass, the distance between us shifts into something different, unspoken words put away for later. Or maybe we're both just tired and sad, and holding on to tension feels like too much effort. Either way, his presence at my side has become more comfortable. Our conversation flows, skipping away from difficult topics, drifting along the here and now. Eventually, the sun drifts below the trees to leave the moon hanging alone overhead, but I try to ignore the fact that time keeps marching forward. As darkness spreads through the sky, we ride back toward the forge and shield house and the stables where we first fetched Teddy. The sentry stands surrounding Iron Rose are all lit with torches, blazing against the night. I stare at the stars, thinking of the attack, wondering if it's a mistake to be out after dark. But the air is temperate, barely any breeze this time. No sign of scravers. Is the Crystal Palace so vast? Jax asks. He's staring across the fields at the castle, which gleams in the moonlight now. Several windows flicker with candlelight, and more torches are lit beside the guards that stand along the parapets. You've never seen it, I say in surprise. He shakes his head. I told you I've never left Briarlock before. That's right. He did tell me that once. I wonder what it must be like to see the king's castle in another country before seeing the queen's palace in his own. The Crystal Palace is massive, I say, but it's built along the mountains and faces the city, so the grounds aren't open like this. There's a wall with one set of main gates. I shrug. It's just different here. The castle itself is heavily guarded, obviously, but on the grounds, people are free to come and go. As I say it, I realize I've never really considered how different they are. The Crystal Palace is very closed off, all but barricaded from the city proper. Here, an ordinary citizen could quite literally ride straight up to the castle. They'd be stopped at the steps, of course, but they could make an inquiry. They could leave a message, in the hopes it would get to the king, or to Prince Wren, I suppose, since Grey is so rarely here. In Sill Shallow, no one can reach the palace unless they have reason to. I think about the Truthbringers and all their grievances against Grey. As much as I hate Alec, he always spoke about protecting the queen. For the first time, I wonder if the Crystal Palace gives the illusion of isolation. I wonder if Liamara seems trapped by the king and his magic. She's not, but it likely wouldn't take much convincing for people who wanted to believe it. Jax glances up at a guard stand as we pass, then ahead at the shield house. The paths are almost too difficult to see, but I don't want to admit it. When I get back, I say, I bet you'll have learned to ride well enough that we can take the horses out to Silvermoon Harbor. They have a huge outdoor market, and it's really quite grand. Well, if you don't mind the scent of cooked shellfish. I've never eaten shellfish. That's a crime. Grey and I used to race each other across Rillisk for steamed crabs. It makes me want to take you right now. Jax looks over, and the breeze lifts his hair a bit. Is it far? A note of intrigue hides in his voice, as if he'd go right now if I said we could. My heart stumbles, and I wish I hadn't said anything at all. 2 hours on horseback. Oh. He looks at the sky. The moon is high, stars everywhere. It's very late. It is, and I hate it. I nod anyway. We should put Teddy back before the stable hands douse the lanterns. My chest is tight as I say the words. When we get to the stables, the lanterns are already doused, the doors latched. Luckily, they're not locked. I find a lantern and strike a match, then tether Mercy in the aisle so I can help Jax tend to Teddy. It's not enough light, but I don't care. If I meet his eyes now, it'll be my undoing. The dark and the quiet press around us from all directions, and we say nothing while we strip the horse's gear and brush the sweat marks from his coat. It reminds me of when I was younger, when I worked in the tourney with Gray. It would be late and dark and quiet just like this, and I would be so grateful that the night was over, the crowd's gone, leaving no one but us and the horses. I haven't thought of those days in years. But as soon as the memories form in my mind, more join them. Some are pleasant, like when Gray first confided in me about his magic, how he was hiding, or the way he taught me to hold a sword, the way we'd practice in secret, how it was the first time in my life I'd ever felt a glimmer of confidence. Some memories aren't pleasant at all, like the times the soldiers would be loud and aggressive and scare me into the shadows of the tourney grounds. Sometimes the nights would grow long and the scent of ale would be thick in the air, and Gray would find me hiding under the stands, tracing lines in the dust. I always worried he'd scold me for being lazy, but he never did. I have to force my thoughts away from all this, because they won't go anywhere good. Not right now. Not with all the voices of angry soldiers wrapped up in my mind, tangling with terrible memories of my past. Instead, I focus on the sound of Jax's breath as he stands on the other side of Teddy, rubbing the sweat out of his coat. I think of sunlight gleaming on his hair. I think of his hand brushing mine, or the way we scuffled in his room before I pulled away. I think of the sound of his gasp when I pinned him against the door, and something inside me clenches tight. But instead of bringing relief, these thoughts also turn somber, because I'm leaving, and this night is about to end. Welcome to Emberfall, Jax. I'll see you later. My chest goes so tight that my hand stops against the horse's ribs. For an instant, I don't think I can breathe. I'm glad the shadows are so thick that Jax can't see my face clearly. The brush drops silently into the straw, and I press my hands into the horse's coat, burying my fingers in his mane. A moment later, I press my forehead against the crest of his neck. Straw shifts underfoot, and I think it's Teddy, moving away from my nonsense. But then arms slip around my back, and Jax pulls me against him. It's a simple embrace, but also more, as if I were falling and he caught me. Or maybe it's like we were both falling, because I've held him like this once before, on another day when I was due to leave him. I have to chase that thought out of my head, because his weight is against me and his breath is warm and sweet along my neck. I'm sorry, I whisper. My voice almost breaks. Please forgive me, Jax. I'm sorry. Hush. But I am, not just for leaving, for... This time my voice does break, and I swear, then growl in frustration as I have to pull away to swipe at my eyes. He draws back a few inches to watch me, and I duck my head away. For all of it, I finish. He puts a palm against my face and I go still. His thumb traces along the damp line of my cheekbone. None of this is fair to you, he says softly. My eyes fill and I grimace and pull away again. Silver hell. But he catches my vest and holds me there. They don't even see what they're doing to you. It's making me hate the king. You didn't use magic to cause harm. You didn't rally the Truthbringers. Well, that chases away some of my emotion, and I can't tell if it's the slight treason or the fact that I agree with him. You cannot openly say that you hate the king. Sure I can. His shadowed eyes spark with defiance. You should say it. You'd probably feel better. Jax, I don't hate him. He uses his grip on my vest to pull himself a bit closer. You hate him a little. That makes me flush, because there's a kernel of truth to it. I can feel the warmth of him against me, and my belly clenches again. I should let him go. I should stop this. Every time we're together, our moments alone all feel like a rushed prelude to my departure. Jax deserves more than that. His fingers are twining through the lacing of my vest now, and each gentle tug sends a little flutter of fabric against my skin. I shiver and let out a breath. His eyes skip up to find mine, and somehow he's even closer. It's taking everything I have to keep from pressing him up against the wall of this stall. But then I remember something he said earlier, when we were standing just like this. I put my hand over his, forcing it still. "Do you really think I have a temper?" I say. He studies me for a moment, his expression cooling somewhat. But something about it reminds me of that protective look when we spoke of the prince. "I think you're angry." Angry? You've been coiled up all week. It reminds me of the way I used to act around my father. I'm not angry. Tycho. I'm not. But as I say it, the denial tugs at something inside of me. It doesn't help that Jax lets go of my vest to give me a not-so-gentle shove right in the shoulder. "Oh, you're not? Then why do you keep looking for a fight?" "I'm not looking for a—" Another shove, a little harder this time. I give him a look. "Maybe you're the one who's—" He shoves me again, this time with the full force of his strength. My shoulders slam into the bars of the stall door. Without thinking, I snarl and shove him back. He's ready for it, though. It should be enough to knock him down, but he's grabbed hold of my vest, and it keeps him upright. For a moment, we tussle, batting at hands and straining for grip. I don't know how we've gone from embracing to crying to aggression in such a short span of time, but we have, and it feels dangerously good. He might not have skill, but he's strong, and he doesn't yield. When Jax slams me into the bars of the stall door again, he falls against me, losing some of his leverage. His hand presses against my shoulder to pin me there, and I seize his wrist, gripping tight, ready to grapple. But then he just stops. His other hand slips under my vest, and his mouth lands below my ear. "Shh," he whispers, and suddenly I'm caught by nothing more than his breath against my skin and the weight of his fingers along my waist. I inhale sharply, just before his tongue burns a line right over my pulse. I can't speak. I can't think. I wasn't ready for the sudden change, and my hand goes slack on his wrist. Then his hips shift to meet mine, and it steals a ragged gasp right from my throat. Jax presses a gentle kiss against my neck. We don't have to fight. But fighting is simpler. The words stall in my throat. There are 1,000 reasons we shouldn't be doing this, but right now, I can't think of a single one. My entire existence has centered on the feeling of his teeth capturing my ear, his fingers teasing along the band of my trousers. Whatever your demands, I think, I yield. "Jax," I gasp. "Jax." He cuts me off with a kiss. Despite everything, it's unexpected. After all the rough and tumble scuffling, I expect him to be quick, aggressive, but his hand slips up my neck, his fingers tracing the line of my jaw. The press of his lips against mine is soft, delicate, gentle, sweet, slow. He pauses there, just a little, just enough. His eyes seek mine. Yes? I don't have to yield. Jax never demands. A pulse of emotion threatens to overwhelm me again, and my breathing stutters, but I nod fiercely and bury my fingers in his hair. This time, I part his lips with my own. When I taste his tongue, I nearly come undone, and then it's my hands on his waist, turning us, pinning him against the wall, my hips thrusting into his. I'm gratified to earn a gasp from him. But then his tunic slips past my hands and my fingers find the smooth slope of his waist, and it's all I can do to keep us from ending up in the straw. But then an equine muzzle thrusts itself against my ribs, then my shoulder, and finally blows puffs of warm air right in Jax's face. Jax laughs softly, under his breath. Teddy has had quite enough of this. We break apart, and I push the horse away, but he noses at my hands, likely hungry and ready for us to lock up his stall for the night. I feel flushed and off balance, nowhere near ready for that moment to have been interrupted, but there's a part of me that's glad it was. I duck to fetch Jax's crutches, then the brushes, and we withdraw into the aisle. We stop there, side by side, as if we're both haunted by uncertainty. Eventually, Jax turns to face me. Don't make me fight you again. He's half teasing, half serious, but I seize his wrists anyway, spinning him to fall back against my chest, trapping his arms. His crutches clatter to the ground, and I can feel his heart beating hard against me. I changed my mind, he says, a little breathless. Let's do it again. That makes me laugh. I loosen my grip until trapping becomes holding, and Jax rests his hands over mine. Then we're quiet again, the pressure of time weighing on both of us. Jax turns his head, and his hair brushes my cheek. Come back to the shield house with me, he murmurs. For an instant, my heart leaps. But then I consider everything, and it falls. Jax must feel the change in my body. His voice goes a bit cool as he says, I suppose the king's courier shouldn't be the subject of idle gossip on the morning he's due to leave, to say nothing of the new blacksmith. He clearly doesn't need his hands to fight, and the worst part is that he's not even trying. Jax. Is there hay in the loft? He says. He shifts to pull free, and I let him go. We should feed Teddy. It's late. I swallow and nod. He's reaching for his crutches, dodging my eyes. We keep coming to this point, and I don't know how to end up at any other. Maybe he was right about fate. He was definitely right about anger. I can feel it clearly now, coiled and waiting again, looking for a target. It's not him. It's not the king. It's not the Scravers. It's all of it. I'll climb up and throw some hay down, I say, just to break the silence. Then I turn away before I have to say anything else. The loft is warm and dry, full of the sweet scent of alfalfa and timothy grasses. Half the space is filled with straw for bedding, too, and plenty is spread across the floor from where bales have spilled open, making for an almost plush coating underfoot that silences my footsteps. When the horses below hear me rustling with the hay, a few others nicker for their share, so I throw some into each stall. I'm grateful for the work, the distraction. I haven't done this in years, and again, it reminds me of my time in the tourney. There are even cots in the corner, likely for stable hands to keep watch over foaling mares or sick horses. Gray and I shared a corner of the loft back at the tourney, and it's so dark up here that I could close my eyes and be 15 again, just a boy tending horses, long before my world grew so complicated. I was angry then, too, though I didn't know it. Aggravated, I rip another bale open and throw hay to the horses on the other side of the stable. My movements are tight and controlled, every muscle longing for movement. Action. Release. I wish those soldiers were still here, because I'd find a sword and start swinging. When I turn for more, Jax is 10 feet behind me, and I give a little jump. He only has one crutch, and I'm somewhat amazed that he was able to navigate the ladder that leads up to the hayloft. Jax, I say in surprise. He makes his way across the loft floor to me, and his crutch makes no sound through the straw. His eyes are intense, even in the darkness. When he reaches me, he takes hold of my vest again, pulling me close. I balk, inhaling to protest, but his hand turns into a fist, holding tight. "You once said you could fight all night," he says. "Did you mean it?" "Yes." "Then fight." His eyes spark with light from somewhere. "If that's all we can do, I'll fight with you all night." It's not a threat. It's an offer, and it makes my chest clench. "Promise?" I whisper. Jax nods, and he steps into me again, sharing his warmth. Always.
Chapter 10. Jax. Despite my vow, we don't fight. Tycho climbs down the ladder to strip Mercy of her gear and returns with some saddle blankets thrown over one arm and the lantern swinging from the other. He lashes the lantern to a post and lowers the wick a bit until we're surrounded by flickering shadows. There are some dusty, narrow cots in the corner, but Tycho spreads the saddle blankets over the soft piles of alfalfa near the far end of the loft. And we sprawl there instead, listening to the night. If anyone finds us here, we plan to say that Teddy seemed colicky, but we knew Master Hugh was away, and we didn't want to leave the horse unattended. We've been mostly silent, exhaustion looming, but neither of us had said a word about sleep, not with the prospect of him leaving in a matter of hours. He's worried about leaving me, but somehow I'm supposed to watch him climb aboard his horse, knowing he'll be a potential target. I imagine a scraver ripping him right off the back of Mercy. Only he'd be alone, no one to help him. Or someone like Alec, lying in wait, arrows nocked, ready to fire as soon as Tycho rode into view. But I can't seem to focus on any of that, because Tycho is propped up on one elbow, gazing down at me in the shadows. He's been winding a lock of my hair through his fingers, over and over and over again. Most of the unease has finally escaped his eyes, and I wish he could always look like this, with gold sparking in his hair and nothing but warmth between us. I want him so badly that I can feel it through every fiber of my body. I reach up and stroke a finger across his cheekbone, and he turns his head to kiss my fingertips. I've missed this Tycho. But much like when we were traveling with the soldiers, I sense that there's still a guardedness in him. It's softened now that we're alone, but I've begun to realize that it's not about me at all. It's more than just gossip or discretion, despite what he says. He's so accomplished and capable that I always have to remind myself that Tycho's cool reserve is really just a different type of armor he wears. A different way of protecting himself when his strength and weapons aren't enough. "You look so serious," he says. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking you're beautiful." I trace a finger across his lips. "And your accent is thicker here." He started to blush, but at that, he blinks. "Is it?" I nod, then stretch languorously, because my limbs keep threatening to force me into sleep against my will. His eyes follow my movement, filling with heat, and I watch his throat jerk as he swallows. His hand tugs on my hair, just a bit harder this time. My own resolve isn't so strong. If he keeps doing that to my hair, I'm going to start unlacing his trousers. "I won't be gone long," he's saying. "If I can, I'll turn back at once. I'll depart the Crystal Palace the very instant I deliver the message. If I can." I hate that he's always beholden to someone else's whims. I brush a thumb over his lips again. 4 days out and 4 days back, right? He nods. "Promise me you'll go to Prince Ren if the soldiers cause problems for you." "I will," I say breezily, but I won't. Tycho isn't fooled. "Master Garson, then. Promise me, Jax." I try to ignore the tightness in my chest
as I remember the soldiers who glared and muttered when I was sitting on the wagon this morning, or the ones who spit at us in the stables. But Tycho doesn't need to carry my worries with him. He's got enough of his own. I'm no stranger to rough travelers, I say. And some of the soldiers were friendly. I rather liked Safran and Malin. Cutter, too. He was an officer, wasn't he? I cast my gaze at the ceiling, trying to remember. They tried to tell me, but I couldn't keep the words for all the ranks straight. I just remember the insignia on his shoulder. A first lieutenant, says Tycho. And Malin speaks some Sicela. I think of the way he teased Safran, and me too. I smile. He knows all the profanity anyway, but at least I won't be completely alone. Tycho is quiet for a moment. Well, you won't see Malin until I get back. Prince Ren doesn't want me to travel unguarded, so he'll be making the journey with me. Oh. I'm glad Tycho won't be on his own, but I can't help the flicker of disappointment. It's stupid, because I hardly know Malin. But he spoke my language, and he wasn't a total ass who wanted to string me up from a tree. So right now, he's practically my best friend. You're disappointed? A little. Tycho's eyes flick up, just a bit, and this time he gives my hair a not quite gentle tug. Oh, well, sorry. A new note has entered his voice, and I can't quite parse it out. When I finally do, I almost can't believe it. I shove myself upright and grab hold of his wrist. Tycho. He stares at me, his eyes in shadow. What? Are you jealous? No, but he is. He absolutely is. I lean in close until my lips almost brush his, and he shifts forward like he's going to meet me for a kiss. But I draw back an inch. Liar, I whisper. He falls back on the blankets, and the straw rustles. All right, fine. It's dark, and I could swear he's blushing. You know I have no practice with courtship, and I'm glad they were kind, truly. I want you to find friends here. I can't decide if this is adorable or hilarious. Either way, I'm fully awake now. You have no reason to be jealous. All we talked about was archery. Ugh. He rubs his hands over his face. That's worse. It's so unexpected that I burst out laughing. You're jealous that they taught me about weaponry? He drags his hands down to look up at me. Maybe. Adorable. He's adorable. Would now be a poor time to mention that I had an entire lesson in fletching from Cutter? He narrows his eyes. Now you're teasing me. Cutter doesn't speak any Sicela at all. I'm not. Safran helped. Look. I pick up a few pieces of hay and blow it through my fingers, miming a breezy day. Wind, I pronounce carefully in Emberish, then repeat it in Sicela. Yes? Tycho rises up on his elbows, watching me warily, like I'm trying to trick him, but he nods. Yes. I hold up a hand, measuring a distance of about an inch between my thumb and forefinger. Short, I say in Emberish, then whistle and make a fast motion with my hand like an arrow. Good for wind. He stares at me. You want to hear more? I grin and widen my fingers to 2 inches. Long, I say. Good for silver hell. He grabs hold of my waist and flips me onto my back, and it's so quick and unexpected that it steals my breath, especially when he lands straddling my waist, his hand seizing my own, intertwining our fingers. I'm laughing, ready to tussle, but his mouth finds mine, and he draws at my tongue, in a way that has me wanting to unlace his trousers again. When he finally pulls away, he's a bit breathless. So am I. Don't you want to hear the rest of my lesson? I tease. He winds a hand through my hair and pulls taut, then shifts against me until I feel the full weight of his body. I inhale sharply, my teasing forgotten. "What lesson?" he says against my ear. "Make me forget it," I whisper, the words rough and low. The words are hot and daring, meant to be playful. But Tycho goes still. He gazes down at me, his eyes warm and dark. For an instant, I worry that I've pushed too far, that the moment will snap again, that he'll pull away. But Tycho gives me a nod. "As you say." With that, his hands slide under my tunic, baring my abdomen, then my chest. The cool night air finds my skin, and it's so quick and unexpected that I suck in a breath. But then he leans down and draws my nipple right between his teeth. I cry out, arching against him, but I'm pinned. My hands reach for him, seeking skin, but he's already moving, his weight shifting deliciously. He's straddling my thighs now, and I realize he's tugging at my tunic, pulling me upright again, dragging it over my head. I grab hold of his vest, tugging at the lacings, intending to undress him just as efficiently. His hands close over mine, pulling them away, gently pushing me back against the blanket. It leaves him hovering over me, his brown eyes staring into mine. "I'm supposed to be making you forget about fletching lengths and arrow speed," he says ruefully. "What's an arrow?" I say. He smiles, but then sadness flickers through his eyes. Jax. Oh no. I'm not losing him to this again. Wait, I'm starting to remember. Did Cutter say that wide fletching was for... He dives down to kiss me, and for all his fierce strength, there's always something so tender about the way his mouth moves against mine. He pulls at my lips and draws my tongue into his mouth, like it's something he wants to savor. When he frees my wrists, I slide my hands up his jaw to twist my fingers through his hair. But then I realize that his weight no longer pins me to the floor, and his fingers have nimbly untied the lacing at my waist. He's not usually so forward, so I'm not prepared when his hand slips fully under my trousers and his fingers close around me. My entire body gives a jolt, and I cry out into his mouth. He catches me somehow, which is good, because I suddenly feel like I'm falling. His free hand is tangled in my hair, and his mouth is still drawing at mine, his kisses slowing as he strokes the length of me. I might be clutching at him. "Yes," he whispers against my lips, his breath sweet and warm. "Yes, please. Anything at all. Yes." But I can't speak. I'm gasping, nodding, my world narrowed to the heat in my belly and the slow movement of his hand. By the time his lips trail a line of kisses down my chest, my veins are full of fire. When his mouth joins his hand, I have to press a fist to my lips to keep from crying out. I lose all sense of myself. I might be whispering his name. I might be whimpering. I might be flying. I do know I don't last long at all. When I'm no longer shuddering, he crawls back up my body, tugging my trousers back, dropping a kiss on my bare shoulder, tucking himself against me. I turn my head and stroke a hand across his cheek. His eyes are warm and dark and intent on mine, and I would lie like this forever. But we can't, because he's leaving. Again. The thought enters my head without warning, and I close my eyes before he can see it register in my expression. But then he murmurs, "You're the one that's beautiful, Jax." There's so much reverence in his tone that it makes me blush and shiver. Tycho shifts closer, his hand splaying over the center of my bare chest. "Are you cold?" He says it with such care, like he'd burn down the whole world to keep me warm. I shake my head. I'm not cold. The fire in my veins has turned to molten honey, and I stroke a hand across his cheek again, very aware of the hard weight of him pressed against the outside of my thigh. I reach lower, my fingers grazing the fabric of his trousers. I barely touch him, and his breath hitches,
so I flick my wrist and tug the laces free. But he catches my hand, gripping my fingers in such a way that I can't tell if he's trying to slow me down or stop altogether. The air has changed slightly, and I turn my head to look at him. His eyes are so dark and inscrutable, and I can feel his heartbeat against me, quicker than it should be. "Yes?" I whisper. His grip loosens, just a bit, but he doesn't answer. It's terrifying to think that others might read his silence as consent. His loyalty, once won, seems to run so deeply that he'll sacrifice even the most wounded parts of himself, no matter what it costs him, just like the reason he's leaving tomorrow. No one ever allows him to choose. No one ever waits for him to yield. So I wait. Eventually, he draws a heavy breath and lets go of my wrist, stroking a slow path up my bare arm. I let my hand fall against his waist, and he shifts closer to me, his lips brushing against mine. I can still feel him pressing against my thigh, so I know the desire isn't gone, but I don't reach for him this time. He kisses me slowly, his hand gentle against my face, and I kiss him back, my lips drawing at his, chaste, gentle, patient. But there's still something unspoken, something unsaid, a weight in the air that warns me to tread carefully. When he tucks his face against my neck and rests a quiet hand over my heart, I don't move. "No?" I whisper, but this time it's not really a question at all. I already know. It's clear. He makes an unhappy sound. No, just... Not yet. He hesitates, then nods against me. I kiss his forehead, then rest my hand over his, holding his palm against my heart. His breathing slows, and the tension slips out of the air, as if he needed me to accept his hesitation, as if he couldn't relax until he knew I wouldn't push. He's so warm against me, and I feel the tug of sleep pulling at both of us. In fact, Tycho might already be there. It takes me longer. My thoughts keep working, wound up in his hesitation and what it means, how it relates to his waiting anger, his readiness to fight. But when he sighs against me, I realize it's the first time I've seen him relax in days, maybe weeks. I chase the thoughts out of my head. There will be enough time for worry later. For now, I just breathe. We don't sleep very long. I don't know what wakes me, but the pitch-dark sky outside the hayloft doors hasn't gained a single thread of sunrise. Tycho's still curled against me, but his eyes are open and trained on the rafters overhead, glittering faintly in the dying lantern light. It makes me wonder if he really slept at all. It almost feels like a dream when he says, "I don't hate him, Jax." I lift my head just enough to look at him, but he doesn't move, not even to look at me. His voice is so serious, as if he's trying to convince himself. But I felt his anger, his resentment. I've been feeling it for days. He's certainly not going to convince me. Then he turns his head to look at me. "I do hate the soldiers, though." A note in his voice tells me this is about more than the jealousy we teased about earlier. Part of the reason I resent the prince is that Tycho endured so much when he was young, well before he ever came to Iron Rose. And then he got caught up in a fight for a throne he had nothing to do with. He was already broken and abused long before the prince ever gave him those scars on his back. It's a vulnerability Tycho keeps hidden, buried so deeply beneath training and armor and violent skill that I'm not sure many people even know. Tycho's eyes shift back to the rafters. "I served in the army in Silshallow, and that was hard enough." He draws a sharp breath. "I never would have joined the army here. Never. Not after what those soldiers did to my family." and what they did to him. Suddenly, I retrace all the moments we spent on the road, every man who glared or muttered a comment. I consider the way Tycho wouldn't sleep, or pulled away, or kept his distance, and I re-evaluate it all in a different light. I consider the way he caught my hand, the way he pulled away tonight. I've been around them from time to time, Tycho says. I mean, obviously. But I haven't been a soldier in a while. And never like that. Never like we were. No wonder he's so angry. No wonder he wants to fight. It's more than me. It's more than his conflict with the king. It's more than his orders. It's an enemy he can't defeat. A wrong he can't right. I frown. I shouldn't have teased you. About the archery? No. Jax, stop. He scowls and runs a hand across his face. This is stupid. It's not you. It's not even them. It's me. Now he swears. Forget it. I hate this. Hush, I whisper, stroking a hand along his arm. But then I pause, reevaluating again. Tycho, we don't have to lie here. I didn't mean to. He grabs hold of me like I'm going to drift away. Not you, Jax. Never you. I relax against him, but I'm not sure he does. We lie in silence again for the longest time, my fingers drifting along his forearm. I wonder if he's ever shared any of this with anyone, or if he's kept it all trapped in his heart, allowing the pent-up emotion to escape when he couldn't confine it anymore. I think of what I know about him, and I suspect it's mostly the latter. It's over now anyway, he says, and again, he sounds like he's trying to convince himself. I likely won't have to travel with them again. Except for Malin. He sighs. It'll be fine. Just out and back. I thread my fingers through his hair. It's all right to hate the soldiers, Tycho. I pause. It's all right to hate the king, too. He flinches a little when I say that. I don't? Truly, I don't. Fine. It's all right to be angry at him. He's taken so much from you, and I don't think he's even aware of it. That forces him still. After a moment, he frowns. He's given so much to me. That doesn't mean you owe him your happiness. His frown deepens, but he says nothing. I sense that I'm pushing too hard, and I don't want to fight, especially about this. A hint of pink appears in the sky I can see through the hayloft doors, and we both frown. He'll have duties in the morning, I'm sure. If he's due to leave by midday, he'll strap on his armor, saddle his horse, and head north for Sill Shallow. He'll be the king's courier, and I'll be the blacksmith left behind, the same as before. The night is ending, he says. As if to confirm it, I put a hand against his face. Out and back, I whisper, and then you'll be done with all your couriering. But he won't. I know. I'll return as quickly as I can, he says, and I'll give you more than a night in a hayloft. We'll ride to Silver Moon and eat too much and stay out too late and find an inn with a room to share. He twists a finger through a lock of my hair. I swear to you, Jax. I nod, but the words tug at me. For the first time, I consider that it's not just his happiness at stake, the way his life proceeds at the whim of the king. It's mine, too. But I won't burden him with that. Not on the morning he's due to leave, with threats at his back and a confrontation with the king in his future. So I take his hand and kiss his fingertips. Yes, my lord. I'll be waiting.
Chapter 11. Callan. When I accepted a position as lady-in-waiting for Princess Cinna Cataleja, the 3-year-old daughter to Queen Liamara and King Grey, I envisioned days filled with quaint tea parties and reading books by the fire. I imagined lovely gowns and silken dresses for myself and my sister, our hours busied with the care for a perfect child who would have the finest instructors. We'd learn to ride, we'd learn to fight, and we'd be tutored right alongside our charge, elevated from poor bakers on the border of Sill Shallow to ladies of the court in the Crystal Palace. I did not expect to be crawling under beds at an hour before dawn, with cobwebs in my half-braided hair. "Cinna!" I hiss. A giggle echoes from out in the hallway. I sure hope Nora is out there to catch her. I know Lord Alec and the Truthbringers might have been a threat if I'd remained in Briarlock, but when I've only gotten 4 hours of sleep, I begin to wonder just how much of a threat. "Cinna!" I hiss again. I squirm out from under the bed where I was sure she was hiding and dart into the dim hallway. I don't see the princess, but I've discovered she has a talent for hiding in the tiniest spaces. I don't see Nora either. She's 12, though, and usually covered in dust and cobwebs just like I am. Maybe she's under a different bed. Another giggle echoes from the other end of the hallway, and I sprint in my bare feet. If Cinna makes it down to where the guards are stationed, news of this little adventure will definitely be reported to the Queen. But then I see the princess dash out from behind a tapestry, her curly red hair flying behind her, giggles echoing off the walls. On the other side of the hallway, my sister jumps out from behind another tapestry. "I've got you!" Nora Whisper shouts, in a way that makes me think she might be enjoying this a little too much. Cinna squeals in delight and changes course, bolting the other way, heading right for the corner that will lead to the guards. No. I drive my bare feet into the floor and all but leap, my arms outstretched. My arms close around the princess, who's giggling like this is the best time ever, while I just want to go back to sleep for another 4 hours. Nora skids to her knees beside me, ready to block. We all roll to a stop along the velvet carpeting, and I blow a lock of hair out of my mouth. Princess Cinna lands on top of me, still giggling. She grins, her eyes bright and shining. "Let's do it again, Callie Cal." Callie Cal. She picked that up from my sister, a nickname I've had since Nora could barely walk. Cinna calls her Princess Nora, as if they're both daughters of royalty, and I'm tasked with looking after them together. I'd find it all adorable if it weren't so early in the morning. Cinna pokes at the pendant around my neck, which used to be my mother's. It's sitting in the hollow of my throat from our scuffle, but then she looks up over my head. "Oh, good morning, Da." What? Beside me, Nora chokes on a gasp and scrambles to her feet. "Your Majesty." Clouds above, we've woken the king. I fight to right myself so I'm not lying in a crumpled heap with half my hair in my face, but I have a 40-pound toddler on my chest. King Grey is probably thinking he should have locked me and Jax in the stone prison after all, or at least me. When I try to lift Cinna off me, she giggles again, squirming like I'm trying to tickle her. She manages to knee me right in the ribs. Amazing. This is absolutely what I need. "Cinna?" The king's voice is quiet, but a tone of command often hides in his words. It makes people pay attention, even his wily daughter. Cinna stops giggling. His hands appear in my line of vision, and I'm surprised to see the buttoned cuffs of a riding jacket. So he wasn't asleep after all. Before I can puzzle that out, Cinna reaches for his outstretched hands and he plucks her off me. I scramble to my feet less gracefully than my sister, then hurry into a curtsy. I know half my hair has escaped its braid, and I don't even want to consider how red my face must be. My heart is hammering in my chest for a dozen reasons, and I don't have the courage to meet his eyes. "Forgive me, Your Majesty." Nora scoots to my side and threads her fingers through mine. "Forgive us, Your Majesty. Were we too loud? Did we wake you?" The king inhales like he wants to respond, but my sister is, well, my sister, and she keeps prattling. "We could take Cinna for sweet cakes, if you like," she offers brightly. "Lord Lord Tycho told Callan that there were sweet cakes in the kitchen every morning. That way you could return to bed with the Queen. Oh, well, not to imply that you were in bed with the... Nora! I give her arm a firm yank, and she gives a little yip, but she falls silent. In front of us, the king is silent, so I chance a look up, but his eyes are very dark, his expression cool and unreadable. Cinna is curled against his shoulder, her tiny fingers fiddling with a buckle on his jacket, but her childish innocence doesn't steal 1 ounce of his severity. Actually, it makes him a bit more intimidating, like he could put her up on his shoulders, draw his sword, and fight a war, all without thinking twice. I swallow and jerk my eyes back down. Sorry, I say. I know it's early. We were trying to keep her quiet.
You didn't wake me.
I'm not sure what to say to that. It's obvious that he was dressed, and he didn't come from their bedchambers, so he was clearly attending to something. In our silence, Princess Cinna keeps fiddling with his buckle and says,
Well, I would very much like some sweet cakes there.
His face softens a bit. Not quite a smile, but almost.
I'm certain you would, but I believe Mama would very much like for you to sleep a bit longer.
I can take her back to bed, I offer, reaching out.
I'll do it.
Oh, I lower my arms. I don't know if that's meant to be a dismissal or a rebuke, or if he's just being a father. Yes, Your Majesty. I offer another hasty curtsy. So does Nora, and then we step to the side so he can pass. Maybe the king senses my sudden uncertainty because he doesn't move.
Thank you for looking after her. I know it's a relief to the Queen that you're here. There have been a lot of rumors coming from the Crystal City, and with everything that's happened, it's difficult to know what's truth and what's idle gossip.
He pauses.
I'm pleased that Cinna is enjoying herself.
Cinna brightens.
Oh, I am. Princess Nora was teaching me to plait Calical's hair before I made them find me. Don't you like it?
Nora and I both snap our heads up.
I'm not really a princess,
Nora whispers, as if the king doesn't know that. But he's looking at me, his eyes flicking to my hair, which I'm now remembering is a mess of attempted braids that are half undone and probably full of dust and tangles. I quickly shove all the loose strands behind my ears. I told Cinna this would be the latest style at court by the end of the week. He smiles as if he's truly amused. It brightens his whole face, and for the first time, he doesn't seem quite so fierce and unyielding. Honestly, he should smile more often. Or maybe not, because as soon as I have the thought, I'm horrified to find myself blushing. Luckily, he's already looked away to drop a kiss on his daughter's forehead.
Come along, Cinna. I should get a few hours of sleep myself before the generals expect me on the fields.
That must mean the king hasn't been to bed yet, and it's nearly dawn. I wonder what he's been occupied with all night. It's definitely not my place to ask, but considering everything that's happened in Sill Shallow these last few weeks, I'm definitely curious.
Oh, and Princess Nora?
He says just before turning away. My sister startles, but I can tell she's delighted that the king has addressed her directly. She all but quivers with excitement.
Your Majesty?
Tycho was right. There are sweet cakes in the kitchen. Right now, they're probably still hot.
If it were up to me, I also wouldn't mind a few more hours of sleep, but my sister was just tempted with hot sweet cakes by the king himself. She's all but bouncing along beside me as we stride down the still unfamiliar palace hallways, passing the occasional guard or servant.
The king is so different from what I expected,
she's saying, and she's making absolutely no effort to keep her voice down, like we're back in our bakery in Briarlock and not in the middle of the Crystal Palace.
I knew Queen Liamara would be beautiful, but people always say King Grey is horrible. I thought he would be ugly and old with warts everywhere. Nora, do you even know how to whisper?
She lowers her voice.
Well, I thought he would have greasy hair and beady eyes, but he's really quite handsome, don't you think?
I suppose. I run a finger over Mother's pendant. The king is handsome. Quite striking, really, with those dark eyes and dark hair. In a way, it feels like a betrayal to admit it. The rumors in Sill Shallow always painted him as a terrible man who controlled a horrible magic. Magic that killed my father and hundreds of other people when they attacked the castle in an attempt to slaughter the royal family. Like my sister, I spent a long time imagining the king to be ugly and twisted, as if his outward appearance would be the sum of all the stories told about him. When I first saw him in a battle in Briarlock, I was startled to find that the king wasn't old and ugly at all. He's tall and carries himself with the bearing of a soldier, and he can't be more than 25 or so. If I'd crossed paths with him on the street, I would have taken him for a doting young father, possibly on leave from the army. If he'd come into the bakery, I would have been blushing at him like a fool. But I've seen the king in blood-spattered armor, with one arrow through his shoulder and another through his thigh. I've seen him use magic to burn through his enemies to protect his family, just like he once did to my father. I have to rub at my pendant again. I feel certain I made the right choice in coming here, but sometimes I'm worried that I made the wrong one. Nora is peering at me.
Are you still afraid of him, Callie Cow?
I glance at her in surprise. My sister isn't usually so direct, or so insightful, but during that battle in the woods, one of the soldiers put his sword right through Nora's chest. The same magic that killed our father saved my sister's life. That changed something in both of us. A little, I admit. But it's more than a little. It's so hard to reconcile that someone who's caused so much fear throughout Sill Shallow was making me blush and telling my little sister where to find warm sweet cakes. I can't make it all fit inside my head. I let go of the pendant, and it hangs heavy over my heart. Lord Alec once told me it was Aishalasan steel. He guessed that it was warded against magic. But a week ago, when Nora was nearly killed, stars filled my vision. I felt sparks in my chest. Everyone thinks the Queen's magic saved my sister, but I wonder if it was mine. I wonder if my mother knew her pendant would somehow give me magic. That's too terrifying to think about. But I remember pressing a knife to my finger, watching blood well up. I remember feeling the stars and sparks again, and seeing the wound close effortlessly. I need to stop thinking about this. The palace halls are quiet, the stone floor cold against my bare feet. Nora huffs at my silence.
Well, I'm not afraid of him anymore. He and the Queen have been very kind.
Yes, they have.
His magic saved my life.
Also true. I know. She hesitates.
I think Da was wrong, Cal.
She looks at me.
He shouldn't have been here. He shouldn't have been part of the uprising.
I look over at her in surprise. I wonder what Nora would say if she knew Jax and I were holding notes for Lord Alec and the Truthbringers. Notes of treason against the king. We were doing it in exchange for silver to pay the taxes that we owed to save our homes. We didn't think it would cause any harm, but it did. I nod. You're right. Da shouldn't have been here, and we shouldn't have come with him. Voices echo from up ahead, which isn't too uncommon since we're nearing the kitchen and the laundries, along with one of the halls that leads out to the stables and the training fields. Usually there's a good deal of commotion down here as meals are prepared, clothes and linens are laundered, and guards and soldiers come and go. It's early, but we've been hearing the low hum of chatter echoing from the kitchen as the cooks begin preparations for breakfast. But something about these voices catches my attention. I can't make out who's speaking because of the echoes bouncing off the stone walls, but the tone is sharp, a bit more demanding. I grab Nora's arm and haul her to a stop.
Who is it?
She whispers. I don't know. I'm torn between curiosity keeping me right here and the urge to protect my sister by fleeing back to the royal wing. I wonder if this is related to the reason the king was awake all night. Then, the decision is made for me. At least a dozen people stride around the corner. I notice the royal guards trimmed in the gold and red of Emberfall first, but they're just ahead of two men who aren't attired in royal livery at all. They flank a third man, and once my eyes lock on his face, I forget everyone else. He's a bit windblown and travel-worn, but there's no mistaking the fiery red of his hair or the near-constant look of disdain in his blue eyes. Lord Alec. My heart gives a traitorous skip in my chest as if it's happy he's here, and I gasp without meaning to. The last time I saw him, he was in my bed, whispering promises against my skin. He was convincing me that he needed my help to protect the Queen. He wrapped me up in his arms and made me feel like he had followed Lord Tycho to Briarlock for my protection. It was all a lie. He was only in Briarlock to help the Truthbringers lay a trap for the royal family. I was such a fool. The Queen warned me that Alec would be escorted back to Sill Shallow, but I thought he'd be thrown in the dungeon, locked far away from me. I didn't expect him to march right in while Nora was dragging me to get sweet cakes. I'm frozen against the wall as if there's any possible way he won't see us. Maybe he won't. We're only wearing sleeping shifts, and we probably look like servants. Lord Alec isn't the type of man to pay an ounce of attention to someone beneath him. He's glaring at the Queen's younger sister anyway. I've only met Princess Nola Varen once, but she might be the fiercest woman I've ever met. She goes by Varen to everyone outside the royal family, and she spends much of her time on the training fields with the army. Even though it's early, she's trimmed in fine black armor that's lined in silver, and she's wearing more weapons than Alec is. I wouldn't be surprised if they broke out in a fight right here. They both sound angry enough.
I do not care what time it is, Alec is snarling. I do not care if the king and queen are sleeping. I have been detained long enough. I will not wait one more minute before being released from this charade. You will fetch your sister. You will not order me to fetch anything, Varen snaps. Most definitely not your queen. You were to return to your house, not to report directly to the palace. You will wait until you are summoned, then send a servant to fetch the king. I'm done waiting. His head jerks in my direction. You there, find the... His ice-blue eyes lock on mine, and Alex stops short so suddenly that the guards behind him skid to a halt. For a moment, we're frozen just like that, staring at each other like we've been turned to stone. And then he breaks the silence. Galen, he says softly, the edge simply gone. There's so much emotion in his voice that it causes my heart to stumble, because I certainly wasn't expecting it. The disdain has vanished too. You're here. His eyes trace my dusty face, then my wildly misbraided hair, then my form. Are you well? My heart gives that traitorous skip again. I inhale to answer, but I'm not even sure what I'm going to say. I don't get a chance to find out because my little sister launches herself away from the wall. Nora is lean and wiry from all the work we did in the barn and the bakery, but she's also strong. She smacks Alex square across the face at least 3 times before he gets it together to grab her arm. Nora, he cries. She switches to punches with her left hand, and when he tries to deflect, she gets him right in the throat. Alec makes a pretty horrific sound and falls back a step. You traitor, she's yelling. You tried to kill the queen. We trusted you. Stop this. He deflects again, and she tries to knee him in the crotch. He barely dodges that one. You hurt my sister. She grabs hold of his armor and climbs him like a tree, then digs her fingernails into the shell of his ear and yanks. Alec yelps and tries to push her away, but she clings more tightly so he's only hurting himself. Nora, he snaps again. The guards exchange glances, as if they're unsure whether to intervene when an unarmed child in a sleeping shift is kicking a grown man's ass. Nora grabs hold of his hair with her other hand, twisting hard.
I know this move well from when we were younger and used to squabble over chores.
Callie Cal, she calls. Help me punch him!
I think you've got it, I say. Alec's eyes have gone cold, and they lock on mine.
Get her off of me, he growls, or I'll be forced to do it myself.
Any emotion I might have felt a moment ago is gone, iced over. I've already seen my sister die once, and I'm not keen to see it again. Nora, I say, stepping forward. Enough. But the Queen's sister sighs and lifts a hand, stopping me.
Oh, Alec,
Varen says, her tone exasperated like she's done with him.
You can't handle a little hair pulling?
She steps forward, plucks Nora off him like she's weightless, then sets her on the ground beside me.
Time to sheathe those claws, little cat.
Nora gasps, then stares up at her in wonder, her eyes wide.
Come find me later this week, Varen says with a wink. And I'll show you a few things you'll find more effective than tugging on his ear.
Nora's eyes go even wider.
Yes, Your Highness.
Alec steps up beside Varen, but he doesn't have eyes for me this time. He's leaning down, glaring right at my little sister. A few drops of blood run from where Nora has clawed at his face. His hair is a rumpled mess.
Yes, he says viciously. Take your lessons. Because the next time you come at me, little cat, I'll make sure you...
I punch him right in the face. He doesn't see it coming at all, so I have the satisfaction of seeing him stumble back.
Don't you threaten my sister, I say to him.
He spits blood at the ground, then straightens. For an instant, his eyes hold mine, and instead of rage, which I expect, I find something else in his expression. Something I can't quite figure out. Much like the tone in his voice when he said, "You're here. Are you well?" But Varen speaks, and the flicker of emotion is gone.
Alec, she says, if you insist on remaining here, I will arrange for you to be given a set of quarters where you will be confined until the Queen sees fit to visit you. If you bring down the wrath of every royal house over the matter of a few hours, then Liamara will have to handle it. He touches a finger to his lip, which is already swelling.
Fine. The guards begin to lead him away. Nora looks up at me.
That was amazing, she whispers.
Oh yes, truly amazing. I want to burn myself to ash right here in the hallway.
Do you think the sweet cakes are still warm? Nora continues.
I'm glad her priorities are in order. At least it gives me something else to focus on. I take her hand.
Let's go see.
When I turn, Varen is right there in front of me, and my breath catches.
Your Highness.
She smiles, but there's a hint of cunning to her expression. It's hard to believe that she and the Queen are sisters. Liamara is full of warmth and light, all curves and gentle hands and kind words. I haven't known her long, but I'm beginning to learn that she's very level-headed, approaching every interaction with rational thought. She prioritizes peace for her people. Varen is smaller, leaner, made of sharper edges. I've caught glimpses of her on the training fields, and she looks like she could fight a war before lunch and be ready for an evening ball by supper. When Liamara first offered me this position, she said that her sister would teach me to defend myself, but it hasn't been mentioned since then, and I haven't wanted to ask. Just like the king reminds me too much of what happened to my father, I often worry that the soldiers and training fields would remind me too much of what happened to my mother. Now, Varen is in front of me, and she throws a fist into her palm, then nods. You strike well, too, she says. When Nora comes to find me, you should join her. Chapter 12. Callan. The following day, when little Princess Cinna is taken for her lessons, servants deliver trunks of clothes for me and Nora. With wide eyes, we watch them sort through everything. breeches and tunics and vests, along with boots and belts and gloves. More clothes than we could wear in a week. They're working with such a cool efficiency that I don't want to disrupt it, but this can't all be for us. I'm sorry, I say carefully. What are these for? An older man who's hanging tunics in the wardrobe says,
By order from the Queen's sister. She says you can find her in the arena when you're dressed and ready.
Well then. I think of my mother and how she died on the battlefield. I have to rub a hand over her pendant again. That just reminds me of Alec telling me of the pendant's origins, and I yank my hand down.
Callan, you're here. Are you well?
His voice was so rough and startled. I wish I understood the emotion in his eyes. But there sure wasn't any misunderstanding the threat in his voice when Nora was clawing at him.
Get her off of me, or I'll be forced to do it myself.
My knuckles still ache from punching him, and I remember the wounded look on his face. I simultaneously regret it and wish I'd done it harder. I hate that I keep thinking about him. Nora all but attacks the clothes when the servants are gone. She presses a pair of calfskin breeches to her cheek.
Oh, Callie Cal, have you ever felt anything so soft?
She gasps and seizes a boot.
I hope they fit.
I think of every other piece of finery we've been offered since we first set foot in the palace. They'll fit. She's already peeling off her skirts.
Hurry, I think she's waiting. What do you think she'll teach us?
I have no idea. Varen is terrifying in her own way. She plucked Nora off Alec as if my sister was a little cat.
You strike well,
she said. I keep hearing the words in my head, turning them over and over like they could mean something different each time. I can't remember the last time anyone ever complimented me on any kind of physical prowess. My meat pies and sweet cakes, sure. Punching Alec in the face? That was more instinct.
Come on,
Nora urges as she throws a boot at me. I sigh and stand to unlace my skirts. I haven't worn trousers in years. Nora hasn't either. Even with barn chores, skirts were always more practical in the bakery. Easy to mend, easy to layer in the winter, easy to stitch pockets wherever I needed them. I've never longed for anything different. When we're dressed, Nora stands before a mirror, turning this way and that. She's chosen breeches the color of willow bark and a vest dyed a richer blue than I've ever seen. Black boots lace all the way to her knees.
I don't ever want to wear skirts again,
she sighs. I can't help staring at her. The boots make her legs look 10 miles long, and the vest reveals curves that I didn't realize were beginning to appear. Somewhere along the line, she's grown another few inches, too. I'm so used to her being, well, Nora, that I somehow forgot to notice that childhood was slipping away. I blink, and my thoughts replay the moment that soldier thrust a sword through her body. I'll never be able to forget the choking sound she made. Sudden emotion grips my throat, and I step forward and wrap my arms around her. Nora yips.
Callie Cal, what?
But my breath hitches, and she breaks off with a sigh. She hugs me back, pressing her face into my shoulder for longer than I expect. Eventually, she whispers,
It's your monthly time,
I jerk back. Clouds above, Nora!
Is it? Please tell me it is.
She sounds a bit too excited about the prospect of something that's not much of a joy.
I heard the Queen's ladies talking yesterday. I think they use cotton wrapped in silk. You have to tell me if it's true.
It's not my monthly time, I snap.
Oh.
She actually sounds disappointed. I roll my eyes. But I'll be sure to report back. She straightens and looks in the mirror again, then fidgets with the end of one of her braids, which hangs straight down her back.
Do you think you could help me pin them up?
She glances hopefully over her shoulder.
Like Varen does?
There's something about it that sounds so eager and wistful all at once, the way the princess wanted to learn to plait my hair. Just like that, Nora is a girl again. Sure, I say. And I do. The arena is nearly empty, which isn't a surprise, because the weather is temperate and any guards and soldiers are training out on the fields. The Queen's sister is there, though she's not waiting on us. Varen is engaged in a bout of swordplay with another soldier, and their blades flash and spin in the light. The soldier is a man, easily twice her age and double her size, but Varen is quick and efficient, and she holds him off as he bears down with a strength that clearly outmatches hers. Nora's eyes are wide.
He'll slice her in two.
I don't think so. It's been a long time, but I remember the way our mother used to talk about swordplay. Nora was too young to learn much of anything before she died, but Mother taught me how to hold a weapon. Her first lessons were all about cleverness and skill and speed. Strength and size were really the least important. Just as I have the thought, the man knocks the sword out of Varen's hand, and the impact sends her to the ground. When he advances, his sword is aimed for her throat. My sister gasps, but Varen rolls between his legs, then leaps onto his back. Her dagger finds his neck before I'm even aware she drew it from the sheath at her waist. It's my turn to suck in a breath, but he's chuckling, his hands up in surrender.
All right, Vare, you got me.
She pats him on the shoulder, then springs to the ground. You're getting old and slow, Salt.
Old just means I'm not dead yet.
His gaze falls on us by the arena railing, and he loses the smile.
Are these the girls the Queen brought back from Briarlock?
I'm not sure how to read the note in his voice. It's not friendly, but it's not antagonistic either. There's a heaviness to it that gives me pause. They are, says Varen. Callan and Nora, this is General Salt. She pauses, and a wicked note enters her voice. They attacked Lord Alec yesterday, so I thought maybe I'd help them with a little technique.
I wanted to claw his eyes out,
Nora volunteers. Varen smiles. Spend an hour with me, and I'll teach you how to peel the bones out of his fingers.
Ew,
says Nora, but she doesn't look horrified. She looks a little fascinated. Salt's eyes are on me, though, and he approaches the arena railing.
The Queen said we lost your mother during the first conflict in Emberfall. What was her name?
It's so unexpected that I'm shocked silent, so it's Nora who says,
Mama? Her name was Adeline.
Salt nods.
She was a captain. I remember.
That almost takes my breath away. After Dad died, there weren't too many people left in Briarlock who knew our mother. She spent so much time as a soldier that most of her friends were here, in the Crystal City, or dead on the battlefield around her. I have to clear my throat. Yes, I say. You knew her?
Not well, he says, but I knew her. She was in my brother's regiment. He would have known her better.
Salt pauses.
You look just like her.
Again, I don't know how to react. My thoughts were so tangled up with worries about Alec and nerves about the Queen's sister. I wasn't prepared to be confronted with memories of my mother. Maybe I should have been. In Briarlock, our lives were wrapped up in the bakery. Mother's career as a soldier was something she did somewhere else. At home, she was the baker's wife, curled up in the window with a saucy romance novel. She might have taught me to hold a sword, but she also taught me how to trace pictures in the frost on the windows, or how to milk the cow in the barn out back, or how to plait my hair so it would stay in place but wouldn't give me a headache. Here, I'm staring at a man who has memories of my mother that I'm not even a part of. Or at least, his brother does. Your brother, I say. Is he a general as well?
No. He died in the same battle.
He doesn't say this with any additional gravity, but I feel like I've made a misstep. I should have paid attention to his phrasing. The way he said,
She was in my brother's regiment. He would have known her better.
I'm sorry, I say.
So am I. That war took a lot from us all.
This conversation reminds me of another one I had, weeks ago, with Lord Alec. He lost his mother in that same battle, where hundreds of soldiers were killed by a magical monster, crafted by the same magic the king wields. And later, as part of the same conflict, his sister was killed. A twinge of sympathy for Alec tugs at my heart. I want to shove it away, but I can't. He may have done horrible things, but magic has done a lot of horrible things too. General Salt claps me on the shoulder.
I'll see if I can find anyone in the barracks who might have served with your mother. I'm sure you'd like to hear old stories.
There's a tightness in my throat, but I manage a weak smile. That's very kind, thank you. He nods, then looks to Varen.
I need to join Gray on the field so we can dismiss the recruits before dinner. He's had a lot of long nights. I'm sure he's ready.
He offers me and my sister a nod.
Enjoy your lessons.
Thank you, we say, but the first part of what he's said has lodged in my thoughts. Gray. The king. He's had a lot of long nights. So maybe the morning he found us chasing Cinna wasn't the only time he didn't go to bed. I wonder what's happening with the Truthbringers. Or maybe he and the Queen have finally questioned Alec, and now they have others to arrest and detain. The Queen's sister gestures to Nora. You first, she says. Nora climbs under the arena railing as if she'd been promised a pile of silver topped with sweet cakes.
Yes, Your Highness.
And here just Varen is fine, the princess smiles. Everything else takes too long in battle. As they begin talking about blocks and punches, I watch General Salt stride out of the arena and into the dimming sunlight. There was no tension in his voice when he mentioned the king, despite the fact that his brother died in the same war. No bitterness, no undercurrent of anger about being forced to serve under a man who bears the same magic that caused so much tragedy. If anything, there was a note of camaraderie, something akin to true friendship. It rattles my foundation. The way the king's comment about where to find sweet cakes left me feeling like I couldn't find the right footing. It's like Nora said. I expected the king to be ugly and twisted, cold, capricious, and cruel. He's not, and even the awareness feels like a betrayal. Varen and my sister grapple and punch and chase each other around the arena for an hour. Eventually, my sister is red-cheeked and breathing hard, and her braids are a little frayed, but the smile on her face is a mile wide, even though her knuckles look a little raw. She's staring up at Varen like she's found a new hero.
That was amazing,
she says between breaths. Come back tomorrow. We'll do a little more each day. Varen points back at the entrance to the palace. You need to get some water and some dinner. No need to wait on your sister. On your way, stop at the armory and tell Master Hitter that I said you need to be fitted with a weapons belt and some training blades. I think Nora might actually take flight.
Yes, Your Highness. Varen, thank you.
But her voice trails off because she's already sprinting away. Varen turns to me, and I'm ready to thank her as well, because her kindness to my sister was really quite endearing. I expect her attitude to be similar with me, encouraging yet firm. But her eyes meet mine, and there's a sharpness in her gaze. Explain your relationship with Lord Alec. She might as well have shot me with an arrow. I don't have a relationship with him. I hate him. I heard what he said to you, and I saw the way you punched him. Why did you hit him like that? My cheeks warm, and I wish they would stop. I'd hit him again if I could. She takes a step closer to me, until the only thing between us is the narrow arena fence. Her eyes, which were so warm for Nora, are coolly picking me apart. You still haven't answered my question.
I was defending my sister, I say.
Now I'm defending mine. Explain your relationship with him. That warmth on my cheeks goes nowhere.
I was stupid, I say. I fell for his lies.
I don't know if I like the idea of someone stupid looking after my niece. Fury swells in my chest, and my fingernails press into my palms so hard that I might be drawing blood.
Then perhaps you should address the Queen regarding her choice.
Varen's eyebrows go up, and she smiles, but nothing about it is reassuring. She takes a step back, gesturing for me to follow her. Come on. I hesitate, but there's a part of me that hopes I'll get a chance to punch her now, so I follow. I get my wish. Strike me, she says. The same way you struck Alec. Fine. I'll show her a good strike. I swing a fist. My hubris catches up with me. I should have considered the battle I witnessed when we walked in here. She blocks my arm and then shoves me in the shoulder, knocking me back a step. Again, she says. I swing again. Another easy block, but this time she smacks her palm against my jaw. It's harder than a slap, quick and sudden and stinging. I stumble back, a hand to my cheek. I don't think anyone has ever hit me in the face before. Varen is looking at me disdainfully. That's all it takes? Again. How is this teaching me anything? I demand. It's teaching me that if someone wants to kidnap the princess, all they must do is tap you on the cheek. I grit my teeth, take a step forward, and swing again. Another block. Another smack in the face. This one is harder. Stop it, I snarl. If you don't like it, figure out how to block, she says. Were you and Alec lovers? When I scowl, she keeps going. Did he put his hand between your legs and make you his little puppet? I don't know what to say, but my cheeks are suddenly on fire. She strides forward, and I can tell she's going to smack me again, so I dart forward and try to punch her. She dodges, and her fist ends up in my stomach. I see stars and fall to my knees. At first, I can't remember how to inhale, but then I do, and it's awful. Breath scrapes into my lungs, and I'm dry heaving in the dust of the arena. One hand is braced against the ground, and the other is clenched across my belly. I think I'm drooling in the dirt. Were you lovers? She asks again. I can't speak yet, so I shake my head vigorously. Alec looked at you like a lover. My heart stutters, and I hate it. No, I gasp. He didn't. Get up. If I get up, I'm going to kill you. She laughs as if that's truly amusing. You're welcome to try. I'm embarrassed and infuriated and terrified, but I launch myself off the ground with a shout of rage. My fury makes for a good ally, because she can't account for the full force of my weight. When I tackle her, she falls back to one knee. But I'm no fighter, and she is. Varen wrestles free, and I draw back a fist to punch her in the jaw. She's too good, too quick. She throws a strike right inside of mine. My shoulders hit the ground before I realize she's hit me square in the nose. My vision is full of spots, my eyes stinging with tears. I can taste blood. My body jolts like someone has kicked me in the belly, but I don't know which way is up, so I can't be sure. Nola Varen! A male voice snaps from a distance. I wonder if it's that general. Enough! I put a hand against the dirt floor, but my head is still spinning. I touch my lip, and when my fingers pull away, they're stained with red. I can't breathe through my nose at all. My breath hitches. Varen's voice calls to me, but it's from a distance, as if she's walking away. Come back tomorrow, she says, the same thing she said to my sister, but now her voice is taunting. We'll do a little more each day. She leaves me alone in the arena, surrounded by the weight of pressing silence. My entire body hurts, but my face is the worst. I don't want to touch it again, in case it's worse than I'm imagining. I get to my knees, but I brace a hand in the dirt. A drop of blood appears beside my fingers, then another, falling from my face. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying not to cry. Footsteps crunch through the dirt of the arena, and my eyes snap open to discover a pair of boots coming to a stop in front of me. Another drop of blood falls from my face to land on the toe. A hand backed by armor bracers appears in my vision. Take my hand.
Can you stand?
I'm too dazed to process this, but my body is responding, my hand weakly slipping into his. Just as I'm thinking his voice can't be General Salt, I'm strongly pulled to my feet. I find myself facing the king instead. A needle of ice pierces my spine as shame piles onto the rest of my emotions. Did he just watch that? Everything she said was so awful. Did he hear it? The king lifts a hand, reaching for my face, and I suck in a breath, thinking of his magic. I stumble back a step, and my hands are up before I realize it. His expression doesn't change, but he goes still.
I think your nose is broken. He gestures a little. Come here. Let me see.
That note of command is in his tone. I steel my spine and try to force my hands to lower, but it takes longer than it should. My eyes feel like they're in danger of spilling a new round of tears, but the king holds my gaze, and something about that is steadying. I don't want to cry in front of him, especially not if he heard Varen say all those things. After a moment, I step forward. His fingers land on my chin, and he tilts my face up gently. My heart is pounding wildly, but I feel no flare of magic, no indication of power.
Definitely broken, he says. A black eye, too. Possibly both.
I swallow. My eyes feel hot again, but I beg the tears not to fall. Maybe I deserve it.
No. That's why I stopped her.
His fingers haven't left my chin.
I can fix it.
He pauses.
Or not. I know you're afraid, Kellen.
Maybe it's the sound of my name, or maybe it's the acknowledgement of the emotion, but either way, that does it. My eyes spill over. I pull away and duck my head so he won't see the tears. Being afraid feels ungrateful. I'm sorry. I swipe at my cheek, and it hurts, and my breath shudders again.
Don't apologize for fear.
She was so kind to Nora, but she hates me. He scoffs.
She hates everyone.
The casual disdain in his tone is so unexpected that it startles a laugh out of me, but that hurts too, and I swallow a whimper. Your Majesty, I begin quietly. If you think I'm a risk to the princess, I don't have to be here.
If I thought you were a risk to the princess, you wouldn't be here.
Oh, right. I nod.
Varen's actions are born of fear as well, he continues. And possibly some self-doubt.
I look up at him in surprise. He lifts a shoulder in a shrug.
She was unable to protect the queen herself. For that matter, neither was I.
Without waiting for a response to that, he lifts a hand again.
Broken nose for weeks on end? Or have you found the courage for magic?
He's issuing a challenge, but he's leaving me with the choice. Under my vest, Mother's pendant is a heavy weight against my heart. I think of the way I pricked my finger with a knife, and wonder if this pendant has already given me the ability to heal myself. Maybe it did the same for my mother, or maybe it didn't. She didn't survive the battle. If she were standing in front of King Grey, I wish I knew what she would choose. I know what my father would have chosen, and that almost makes me falter. But I think of Nora's voice in the hallway this morning. Da was wrong. I straighten my back. Magic, I say, and I want my voice to be strong, but it's barely a whisper. I expect a word of acknowledgement, but the king says nothing. He touches a finger to the bridge of my nose, and at first there's a swell of pain that takes my breath away, but it's quickly gone, and the ache begins to ease.
When I first encountered soldiers from Sill Shallow, he says into my silence, they were burning a farmhouse in Emberfall.
His finger traces along my cheekbone, pulling any pain out of my eye socket.
A young widow lived there with her 3 children, and they were planning to execute them all, with the exception of the girl, who was about 7 years old. They were going to keep her. His eyes flick to mine, as if to see if I understand. I do. I frown. I was with Prince Wren and Princess Harper, the king continues. We killed the men and took the widow and her children to safety. He pauses. The next time I encountered soldiers from Sill Shallow, a small contingent of men attempted to burn down an inn with the occupants inside, under the orders from Caris Lurin, your former queen. We were able to hold the inn and chase them off. My third encounter was a full invasion by the Sill Shallow army, sent with the intent to burn and destroy. I fought back. We all fought back. His eyes don't leave mine. Just as anyone would defend themselves if their home were under attack. His hand drops away, but I'm staring at him. I knew the king was from Emberfall, so it's weird that I've never considered this, but I don't think I've ever heard one single story of the war from that side. I've only thought of my mother and so many others dying at the hands of that monster. I don't want to think about my mother being among officers who ordered soldiers to raze farmhouses and burn down inns. Less than 6 months later, the king says, I was allied with Liamara, and I was meant to lead soldiers that I once faced in battle. That was not an easy transition for any of us. But despite what I'd seen with my own eyes, I quickly learned that many of the stories I had heard about Sill Shallow were simply that. Stories. And there were just as many horrible stories about Emberfall on this side of the border. We've all done terrible things, Callan. Magic has done terrible things. But not every story you've heard is true. He hesitates. There was a time when I feared it every bit as much as you do right now. I'm not sure if I can believe that, but I nod. Yes, Your Majesty. He gestures behind me. Go. I'm sure you're hungry for dinner, too. I nod quickly, then swipe at my cheeks again, surprised when there's no pain at all. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, one more thing. When you punch, elbow down, not so wide. You leave yourself open. He reaches out and takes hold of my left wrist, lifting it in front of my face, tapping my forearm lightly with his fist, mimicking a punch. And block. That makes me blush. She'll break my nose again either way. Jacob works with the newest recruits at dawn. You could join them in the morning when Senna is at her morning lessons. Jacob. The last time I met Lord Jacob, I was passionately declaring that Alec was in Briarlock to visit me. Jacob helped Jax, and he offered to help me too. But I threw money in his face and shouted that I didn't trust him because I'd been fooled by Alec. Maybe he'll want a chance to break my nose too. I swallow thickly. I made so many mistakes. I didn't come here to be a soldier, but I'm still smarting from what Varen said about the princess being at risk in my care. They were all at risk because of choices that Jax and I made. Will she ever stop hating me? I say quietly. Maybe, he says. Call her bluff. I blink at that. What? Don't let her scare you off. You defended the royal family in battle. You stepped in front of a crossbow to protect the queen. You and your sister risked yourselves to protect my daughter, yes? His voice is intense, and I nod. Yes. You're brave and capable, or you wouldn't be here. His eyes spark with challenge again. Show up tomorrow and prove it. Chapter 13. Callan. I show up every day. Once in the morning with Lord Jacob, and once in the afternoon with Varen. My mornings are full of drills, repetitive motions that teach me to block and punch and avoid contact. I expected Jacob to be as cold and aggressive as Varen, but he's not. He treats me with the same passive regard as the rest of the recruits,
which is to say he barely talks to me at all. I don't mind, though. I can see why my mother would have liked this, how every movement is structured and planned, leaving no room for uncertainty. I've never wanted to be a soldier, but there's something settling about the drills, the routine, the way I don't need to think, I just need to do. My afternoons with Varen, by contrast, are chaotic and full of pain. Each day, she breaks my nose, or a rib, or a finger. Sometimes all three. Once she dislocates my shoulder, and it's the most painful thing I've ever experienced, and I spend 3 minutes sobbing into the arena dirt that I'm going to kill her. She never stops until the king calls a halt to her abuse and heals whatever she's done. I'm not a fan of this pattern. At least I don't have to go to bed with broken bones or torn ligaments. The king is swift to heal the damages she causes. But sometimes I don't tell him about all of it. Sometimes I ignore a bruise or an ache or a twist in my gut, and I lie in bed at night and wonder if the magic in my mother's pendant still works. It always does. It's slightly addictive, having this secret that no one knows, this power that undoes the damage in the arena. It's a little flicker in my gut that tells me I can endure it again and again, like a gift from my mother. Is this something she did too? Endured hard training to achieve her rank, secretly healing her injuries so she could come back sharper and stronger? The idea that my mother and I might have a shared bond through this secret magic always lights me with a tiny glow. I've needed the glow, because for days I've wondered if Queen Liamara was secretly encouraging her sister's abusive methods. I worried that she harbored all the same doubts that Varen voices every time she's slamming me into the dirt. It made for a few uncomfortable encounters where I kept my eyes down and did my best to keep Cinna engaged with her dolls or her games. But then I'll remember what the king said. If I thought you were a risk to the princess, you wouldn't be here. Surely the queen is the same. Why would they let me care for Cinna just to torment me about it? I'm even more reassured when the queen touches a hand to my cheek one morning. Callan, you've looked so troubled these past few days. I must apologize that I've been so distracted. Am I asking too much of you? You must tell me if Cinna isn't allowing you to get enough rest. Clearly, Varen hasn't told her what she's doing. It leaves me feeling like this is all part of a test. Like Varen is waiting for me to complain. So I don't. After a week, I finally earn a reprieve. I show up to a nearly deserted arena to learn that Varen has been called away by other duties. As the last of the soldiers clear out for the dinner hour, I stand in the dust and deliberate what to do. A part of me wants to go find some dinner for myself, but I worry that even this is a test, like someone would report to her that I'm lacking in dedication. Though, honestly, maybe I am. There's a part of me that wants to abandon this all entirely, to leave Nora to the fun she's having. But then I'll think of the way Varen says things like, "Your mother would be so disappointed," and I can't quite bring myself to quit. So, in Varen's absence, I practice what I have learned. Simple blocks and thrusts and punches that don't really seem to make any difference when Varen is pummeling me. The arena is so quiet, and I cast a glance at the fields. A few lingering soldiers are out there, and I wonder if the king is among them, and what he'd think of me working in here alone. Eventually, the soldiers move off before I can recognize any of them. Until this moment, I didn't consider that if Queen Liamara doesn't know what Varen is doing, then the king must not have mentioned it either. But why? I try to work that through as I begin the endurance drills that Jacob makes the recruits do every morning. Now that my thoughts have a thread to follow, they want to chase it. The more I think about it, the more I'm beginning to wonder if the king is mentioning much of anything to the queen at all. That morning Nora and I saw Lord Alec in the hallway, the king was already awake and dressed, and I assumed that meant he'd been handling things overnight. But now that I'm training with the recruits in the morning, I see him at dawn often. never coming from the chambers he shares with the Queen. Breakfast is laid out each morning, but I have yet to see them eat together. When I first arrived, I assumed that was due to the King's early duties on the training fields, but now I wonder if there's something else. I consider the way the Queen touched my cheek when she said I looked tired. I must apologize that I've been so distracted. In thinking back, she's the one who looks tired. Or maybe sad. But of course, I'm not in a position to ask about her personal affairs. I do know she was expecting a baby before she was kidnapped by the Truthbringers. But now she's not. An official statement declared that the Queen lost the baby during the attack, and I've heard enough whispered outrage in the palace halls to know it's believed. The Truthbringers were supposed to target the king and his magic, and to think that they harmed the Queen and caused a miscarriage is a bit unthinkable. But I protected the Queen when she was held captive in my barn. I remember her voice when she said, "There is no baby anymore." It might be the story they've given the people, but I don't think she lost the baby in the attack. She was dirty and bruised and anxious, but it didn't feel like something that had just happened. The way she said it was so final, like something she'd accepted. It didn't feel immediate. As much as I hate Alec, there's one thing he said that keeps sticking in my brain, rolling around with my thoughts about the Queen's loss. There are rumors that the king can't control his magic, that he's injured the Queen somehow, but they're hiding it. I wish I could go back to that night and ask him the right questions. I'm soaked in sweat now, and I've lost track of my laps around the arena. No one is left on the fields outside, and the torches hung from the wall are beginning to dim. I'm surprised to find that I enjoyed the physical activity. If anything, it helped shake the lingering worries out of my head. If this was a test, I'm not sure I care anymore. I'll finish this round and go find Nora. A man speaks from the shadows as I pass the far corner.
I had no idea you were so dedicated.
I'm so deep in my thoughts that shock nearly sends me sprawling, and I stumble to a stop. Lord Alec stands by the railing, dressed in shades of gray and purple, his jacket buttoned tightly across his chest. He's surely not dressed like someone who escaped from prison, but I doubt he's supposed to be here. I'm breathing hard, and my heart is still pounding from the run. My eyes flick to the doorway that leads into the palace, then to the distant armory, and finally to the wide opening that leads onto the training field. All deserted. Of course, there are no guards around. No one needs to guard me. Should I shout for help? My mouth has gone dry.
Did I frighten you?
He says flatly.
You seem concerned.
Irritation replaces my sudden panic. What are you doing here?
Fabrics and textiles are regularly delivered to the palace. Who exactly do you think oversees that?
You're supposed to be in prison. He raises an eyebrow.
For what?
Clouds above. He's such an ass. For treason. His gaze darkens.
Despite your own accusations and your sister's charming demonstration in the hallway, there is absolutely no proof that I have engaged in treason.
You know what you did.
What did I do? He says. I was held in Emberfall during the attack in Briarlock. I was at the king's side during the first events of the Royal Challenge. If I wanted to attack him, I had ample opportunity. I didn't have to do it from afar.
He wanted to kill the king. I know he did. He told me himself. I inhale to say that, but Alec ducks under the arena railing to face me.
This attack was on the Queen. I had no part in that.
My mouth clamps shut again. He's a liar. He must be. He's been a liar since the very beginning. But this point doesn't feel like a lie. His loyalty to the Queen has always been clear. Even when he was plotting against King Grey, it was to protect Queen Liamara. I don't want anything he says to be true. I turn away, striding for the armory so I can put up my training weapons. You shouldn't be here.
Callan.
He jogs after me and catches my arm. I whirl, my fist ready. He's better prepared than he was in the hallway, so he blocks effectively, but I must have learned something from my lessons, because I follow up with another strike from my left hand, and I almost get him. We tussle for a moment before he catches my wrist. I'm glaring at him, and he's glaring right back.
"There," he says. "Where's that spirit when you're fighting Nola Varen?"
You don't know anything about my spirit.
I know you've let her drive you into the arena floor as if you deserve it. I know I've watched the king, the disdain in his voice is clear, heal your injuries while you whimpered. You've hardly defended yourself.
Rage swells in my chest. You've been watching me? I demand.
I just told you that I have reasons for visiting the palace.
He pauses, staring down at me.
I can't help it if I find the arena entertaining when I do.
I set my jaw. I don't want to be talking to him. You're a traitor and a liar. Let me go. To my surprise, he does, and we stand there facing each other. I don't know what else to say to him. He manipulated me. He used me. He threatened my sister. He lies about everything and somehow makes it all sound so convincing, because even now there are flickers in my heart that desperately want to believe him. Alec watches my expression, then sighs.
I never lied to you, Callan.
His voice lowers a bit.
Never once.
I heard his voice like that once before, and I almost soften. I have to steel my spine. Go away. You have no business with me.
I have business in the palace, though. Often, in fact.
He takes a step forward, and I refuse to yield ground. It puts him very close, until I can see the blue of his eyes in the dimness of the arena. His voice lowers further.
That's how I've heard the terrible things Varen says to you.
That gets me. I swallow and glance away. Alec touches a finger to my chin and drags my gaze back.
You did not kidnap the queen. You did not endanger the princess. You did not even lure the Truthbringers to Briarlock. You protected the queen while guards and soldiers in the palace held her prisoner. Where was Varen then, It seems convenient that she publicly humiliates you, when it's obvious that someone with power and access had to be conspiring against the entire royal family.
He pauses, his eyes blazing into mine.
Speaking of power and access, where is Varen tonight? Her own thoughts about the king have never been much of a mystery.
I suck in a breath, but he lets me go. Varen is the queen's sister. She has more power and access than almost anyone. All of a sudden, I don't know what to say. I keep hearing the king's voice in my head, the way he said,
"She hates everyone."
Alec nods and takes a step back.
Someone did conspire against the queen, Callan. But it wasn't me, and it wasn't you. It was someone here. Keep that in mind when you're inhaling arena dirt and begging her to stop.
I can't listen to this. I can't be in his presence 1 minute longer. He always twists up my thoughts and makes me feel like I don't understand anything at all. I scowl and turn away, but this time he doesn't come after me. You're just trying to turn me against them, I call as I duck under the arena railing. Just like you turned me against Jax. It won't work this time. I don't bother with the armory. I leave the weapons and armor on and shove through the doorway and into the palace hallway. Dinner must be in full swing, because the scent of roasted poultry and honeyed vegetables is overpowering. The sound of rattling dishes and cutlery from the kitchen echoes loudly. I half expect Alec to be right behind me, but the door at my back stays closed. He probably thinks I'll keep his visit a secret. He probably thinks I won't say a word to anyone, that he took his traitorous blue eyes and looked into my soul, and now I'll go to bed dreaming of him, waiting for his next appearance so I can help him bring down all of Sill Shallow. But I was already stupid once. I'm not eager to do it again. I square my shoulders and set off to find the queen. Chapter 14. Callan. Queen Liamara is often busy, which is never a surprise. Her attention is in high demand, whether from advisors or courtiers or generals, or even her citizens. It's part of the reason it took me so many days to realize that she doesn't seem to be spending very much time with King Gray. She's always with someone else. I suddenly wonder if that's on purpose. I shoved these thoughts out of my head. It's the worst kind of idle gossip. I'd pinch Nora's arm if she breathed one word of it to me. Tonight, when I head for her strategy room, the guards inform me that the Queen has retired early. I sigh and make a mental note to discuss Alec with her in the morning, only to find the Queen in the princess's sitting rooms. She's playing a game of wolf and stone with Nora and little Cinna, a brightly colored array of painted tiles spread across the table between them. They haven't seen me yet, and I'm struck by the image of my sister, still in her vest and trousers, sitting with the Queen, playing a children's game. A far cry from the girl in patched skirts who didn't want to fetch eggs from the barn a few weeks ago.
Careful, she's saying to Cinna. You don't want to give away what's under all your tiles. Keep some of your wolves hidden. But the wolves are so pretty.
Cinna turns over a tile, and she's right. The game pieces are fit for a princess, each tile made from polished stone, unlike the old wooden version I used to play with Jax, and later with Nora. On the tile in front of Cinna, the wolf's eyes are set with blue jewels, the fur painted in shades of violet and gray that might not be realistic, but is rather lovely. The Queen smiles. I've always loved the wolves, too. Cinna reaches out and starts turning over others.
Can I have all the wolves, Mama? No, silly, says Nora. Then we can't play.
She patiently starts turning them all back over. Cinna giggles and fights to flip them back, and my sister playfully races to keep them all in order. Half the tiles scatter onto the floor. Well, the Queen says, I suppose we can't. Oh, Callan, would you like to play? She looks up at me, and after the gentleness in her voice, I'm startled at the tension that seems to cling to her eyes. Her hair is usually plaited down over one shoulder, but it's loose today, a long cascade of vibrant red that hangs down her back. She's in the belted regal robes that she wears to meet with her advisors, but there's something about her stature that just seems disquieted. I can't quite put my finger on it. She doesn't look worried. She looks unsettled. Nora and the princess have fallen to their knees, giggling as the tiles clack together in their scrambling, making a colorful mess. I'm not entirely sure anyone is still playing, I say.
Let's put all the animals together, Cinna says, picking through the tiles. I'll start with the birds, Nora says, easily changing tactics to accommodate the princess. She shifts to sit cross-legged. I like the jewels on their wings. The Queen watches them for a moment, and some of the tension slips out of her eyes. She reaches out to give one of Nora's braids a gentle tug. Cinna is never going to have a better playmate than Princess Nora. As soon as she says the words, she stops short, and her breath catches. It takes me a moment to understand why, and it's a moment too long. Sudden emotion slams into the room, washing over all of us. The Queen obviously didn't mean to consider the baby she lost, but once the words are out of her mouth, they have an impact. Nora looks up and offers her a smile, but it looks a little watery. Without warning, she rises up on her knees and all but throws herself at the Queen to give her a hug. Nora, I cry. Oh, Callan, it's all right, says the Queen, as if I'm the one being ridiculous, and it's completely appropriate for my sister to fling herself at royalty. She holds Nora tightly for a moment, and another pulse of emotion flickers through the room, so powerful that it almost takes my breath away. It's not just my sister's acknowledgement of her pain. It's Queen Liamara's grief over what she's lost, and relief over what she's found. Then it's gone, and Nora swipes at her eyes and goes back to the tiles like nothing happened. The Queen swipes at her eyes too, and I look away so it's not obvious. She says, I'll call for some tea.
Callan, would you like some? You were in the training arena late. Did you even have dinner?
Oh, no,
She waves a hand. Come sit with me while they play. I'll send for food instead. I haven't eaten yet either.
I open my mouth to decline, but her eyes are a little red-rimmed, and I almost feel like I'm intruding. But I consider that the Queen was sitting down to play a children's game. I consider that she just let my sister clutch at her, how the feeling of anguish was so potent in the room. I consider that she should be dining with the king, but she's not. I wanted to talk to her about Alec, about his potential threats, but just now, that moment in the arena feels so far away. I don't know what's happening, but I know she doesn't want to be alone. I look into her tired eyes and nod. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dinner would be lovely. The food in the palace is always quite decadent, everything brushed with butter or laced with honey, the pastries flaking so perfectly that I sometimes long to linger in the kitchen to learn how they do it, though I have no idea if I'll ever return to my little bakery in Briarlock. Tonight, we're served tiny glistening onion tarts alongside roasted chicken that's been drizzled with an orange syrup, a combination that I never would have considered, but smells so good I can't believe I almost declined dinner. Servants offered to stay, but the Queen waved them off, so we're alone again with the younger girls. Cinna has moved on to practicing braiding her doll's hair, while Nora plats hers, and they're sitting in the window of the next room, chattering like they've known each other for years. The Queen slices through a piece of chicken. Nora is very patient with her. I think she's just happy to find someone who talks as much as she does. I realize how that sounds, and I quickly add,
Callan, you must stop worrying so much.
Big sisters always worry.
A smile breaks through the tension in her expression, followed by a light laugh. True enough. She picks up a bottle of wine and begins to pour. The red liquid swirls to fill both glasses, and my eyes widen. She meets my gaze across the table and stops before she sets the bottle down. More? I have to shake myself.
No, Your Majesty.
She picks up her glass, then gestures for me to do the same. When I do, she taps hers against mine, and the clink of the crystal sings through the room. To big sisters, she says, followed by a hearty sip. So I guess we're drinking. I'm drinking with the Queen. I echo her words and take a sip. But then she takes another, longer swallow, and for a moment I think she's going to drain the glass. But she doesn't.
Forgive me,
I venture quietly, with a glance toward the girls, who are luckily oblivious. Are you all right? The Queen meets my eyes, then nods, then sighs. It's a fair question. She doesn't say anything more than that, which feels very deliberate. You looked a bit harried when you arrived after your lesson with Nola Varen. Are you all right? I hesitate, wondering if that's a loaded question, especially since Varen wasn't even there today. It makes me think of what Alec implied. Liamara picks up on my hesitation and adds, My sister can be too aggressive. If Varen is being overly harsh, tell me. Varen has broken my nose at least 5 times now, but I don't say that.
No, it's fine.
I hesitate again, but I was coming to tell her about Lord Alec anyway. I might as well jump in. Lord Alec came to the arena. I bite at my lip. He took me by surprise. I thought he was being held for treason. The Queen frowns. No. Varen said she discussed Lord Alec with you. His feelings about my husband's magic are no secret, but we have absolutely no evidence to prove that he was conspiring against us. He truly was by Grey's side throughout the royal challenge. Even you yourself said that you believed that the king was Alec's target, not me. Is that still what you believe? I feel hot and cold all over. There are too many things in that statement to figure out. Varen did discuss Alec with me, but she didn't say he was freed.
Is this another one of her tests? Did I pass or did I fail by mentioning this to the Queen? And why did the Queen hesitate over the word magic? Or was she hesitating over husband? Or both? What does that mean? Maybe I look troubled because the Queen takes another sip and says, "You can tell me your thoughts. You don't have to figure everything out on your own." She's right. This is the whole reason I came looking for her to begin with. I want to gulp my own wine. It's hard to talk about Alec, I admit, because I feel like such a fool for trusting him. The Queen is quiet for a moment, and the only sound is the distant giggles of the girls in the next room. Liamara glances at them, and then back at me. When I first became Queen, Alec's older sister was one of my advisors. Eliamaya. Their mother had been a general in the army, but like your mother, like so many others, she died in the early battles with Emberfall and that creature. But after I agreed to ally with King Grey, we attempted to stop the war with Emberfall. I thought all of my people were loyal, but Eliamaya was caught selling information to the other side. She'd sold a weapon of Aishalassan's steel to Prince Ren to be used against Grey. The Queen pauses. She was later killed in battle as well. Alec told me about his mother when we first met, I say quietly, and about his sister. I frown, remembering the echo of loss in his voice when we spoke in the bakery that night. Did he play me for a fool right from that moment? It was one of the first things we bonded over. The Queen reaches out and puts a hand over mine. His grief is genuine, Callan. He lost his sister and his mother. Empathy doesn't make you a fool. I stare back at her. Aren't you worried that he might plot against you again? She draws back her hand. In truth, I've been worried that I haven't been examining the actions of my people as clearly as I should be. I don't know what that means. I don't know what to say. She picks up her glass and swirls the contents, but doesn't take another sip. I know my people are afraid, and they've been afraid for a while. Perhaps I haven't been listening. She pauses. When Eliamaya was killed, it was long believed that she was a traitor to Silshallow because she gave Emberfall's prince the means to kill Grey. But Alec has always steadfastly maintained that his sister was not a traitor, that her actions were taken out of loyalty to Silshallow, out of loyalty to me. I can't stop staring at her. The Queen finally drains the glass. Alec is not subtle about his distaste for Grey standing at my side, and he rather openly hates Tycho for being a part of the battle that killed Eliamaya. He hates Emberfall, and he hates magic, and I suppose I can't blame him for either. Magic has caused a lot of harm. The weight in her voice is potent. I swallow. I had my own reasons for hating Emberfall and hating magic. I think of the pendant that hangs over my heart, and it takes everything I have to keep from touching it. I wonder what the Queen would think if she knew that magic flows through my veins now, too. I'm afraid of the answer, so I don't ask. Instead, I say, he's always said that to me, too, that he was loyal to you. She nods. He's never wavered on that, Callan, so I don't think you were a fool. And holding him for treason without any scrap of proof would not be viewed well by my royal houses. He has too many allies. This fear of magic has grown too quickly. There are already rumors of Scraver attacks near the border, but I suspect that's more deceit on the part of the Truthbringers, who were upset that their plan was thwarted. I gasp, remembering the Scravers who arrived to help us in battle. One helped heal Nora's wounds when she was nearly killed. There have been attacks? She winces. I don't know if they're real. The Truthbringers tend to blame magic for everything. Spreading rumors that dangerous Scravers have returned to Silshallow would be one way to keep those fears alive, especially since they also claim that the king uses his magic to silence his opposers. After what happened in Briarlock,
The king has been interrogating citizens known to be associated with the Truthbringers, but the outcry against his actions is growing loud. Locking up Alec would make him a martyr, and I'm still not fully convinced that he was part of this uprising. His loyalty seems steadfast. Does that make me a fool? No, I would never— Callan, she smiles. Drink your wine. I take another gulp. Then she adds, Tell me what he said. What? You said he came to you in the arena tonight. Tell me what he said. I frown. He might be trying to trick me again. Maybe he is, but I'd like to know what he's saying. I take a long, slow breath. This feels like standing at the edge of a cliff. It's one thing for Alec to trick me. I don't want to help him trick the Queen. I bite at my lip. He said he never lied, and that he had ample opportunity to attack the king, and there was no reason for him to be held in Emberfall. I pause. He says he had no involvement in what happened in Briarlock, and he implied that someone was working against him and you. Does he know who? No. Well, he didn't tell me. I hesitate. The Queen's eyes narrow. Out with it? I wince. Alec is so diabolical. He implicated your sister. Nola Varen? Yes. She pours herself another glass of wine. I nearly fall out of my chair at the casual way she says, Then she adds, Do you think he would tell you more? Now I want to drain my glass. More? If I arranged a private meeting, do you think Lord Alec would speak freely about his suspicions? Or do you think he would be wary? I have absolutely no idea. He is clearly drawn to you if he sought you out in the arena. Her voice softens. And if he spoke to you about his sister and mother, if he bonded with you, as you said, I don't think that was a trick. He may have manipulated you in some ways, but I do think it's possible he felt a genuine connection. Would you be willing to see what else he would say? I almost can't believe we're having this conversation. It has gone nowhere I thought it would. I'm not a spy, Your Majesty. He knows I hate him. I don't think I could convince him that I was there out of genuine interest. You misunderstand. I don't need you to be a spy. I don't want you to be a spy. The Queen shifts her weight and leans in against the table. Callan, I need to protect my daughter. I cannot be at war with all of my people. If you are willing to speak with Alec, and if he is willing to be open with you, then I would ask you to listen. I brace myself, and I cast a glance at the girls, then drop my voice. But what if he just blames your sister? Or what if he says that the king is a threat to you? What if he says that's why he wants him dead? She frowns, and a bit of that pain from earlier flickers in her eyes. But maybe she's bracing herself too, because her voice is strong and clear. Then I would like for you to convince Lord Alec that his queen is ready to hear everything he has to say.
Chapter 15. Tycho. I set a hard pace out of Iron Rose, my heart full of bitterness. I hate that I'm leaving Jack's. I hate that I'm wearing this gold and red uniform. And I honestly hate that I have a soldier by my side. Overhead, the sky hangs heavy with clouds that promise rain before nightfall, bringing a chill to the air. After we met in the arena this morning, Prince Wren gave me strict orders to take shelter before dusk each day, and to not ride out until full light, which will probably stretch my 4-day ride into 5. It's one more point of bitterness on top of so many others, and I let Mercy have her head for a full-out gallop so I don't have to talk. To my surprise, Malin rides flank and doesn't complain, matching my pace effortlessly, as if we've trained with each other for years instead of meeting a week ago. I really shouldn't be agitated, because he seems to be a fine soldier, and I know he was kind to Jax during our journey. He's experienced, too, with 2 narrow stripes on his shoulder, which makes him a second lieutenant. It's not his fault that he came up through the army on this side of the border while I fought on the other. But I hate these colors, and I hate this uniform, and I hate everything about this journey. Oh, and now it's raining. I sigh. At first it's a gentle rain, easily ignored, but it quickly turns to a downpour, which means we need to find shelter. I travel light, but we have a ways to go, and I won't have wet tack and saddle blankets rubbing sores into the horses if I can help it. We find a small tavern that doesn't have a stable, but it does have a low overhang where we can tether the animals. I tell Malin we should strip the gear so it can dry while we wait out the storm. He gives me a brisk nod.
Yes, sir.
We haven't said much to each other since leaving Iron Rose, but that's my fault. I glance at him over Mercy's withers as I unbuckle her breastplate. I'm not an officer, Lieutenant. You don't have to defer to me.
I do.
He looks right back at me, his hands on his horse's bridle.
Prince Wren gave me written orders. Until I am given a new assignment by King Grey himself, I am to report directly to you.
Oh. A small part of me is startled, because that's truly unexpected. I'm also a bit honored. Honestly, though, I'm still too irritated to appreciate it fully. Fine, I say. At ease, then. Malin hesitates, and his expression turns wry.
Yes, my lord.
Well, that's not really better. I sigh. Tycho is fine. Malin smiles as if he's amused by this, but he nods. I glance at the sky. Dark clouds stretch on for miles, moving in from the south, which means we might need to wait this out for hours, if not overnight. We'll get an early dinner. If the weather breaks, we'll see if we can cover more ground before dark. He shakes out his saddle blanket and hangs it over a post.
If the rain doesn't let up, we could ride through and change out the gear at the army outpost south of Wildthorn Valley.
I shake my head. We'll wait it out. He glances over and inhales like he's going to argue, but he must see in my face that on this point, I'm firm. He shuts his mouth and gives me a brisk nod again. It's a solid suggestion, and one I'd expect from a soldier, but the army outposts are generally situated outside bigger towns. That means a lot of people, a lot of merchants, and a lot of back alley dealings. Scravers aren't the only thing I worry about when I ride courier. I don't follow the same paths or stay in the same inns every time, and I have safe houses in remote areas. I could make better time by swapping for a fresh horse each day, but I've heard of former couriers who were given poisoned mounts who fell ill later, leaving their rider vulnerable. So now it's me and Mercy, and we're careful about where we stop. Then again, no one would take me for the king's courier dressed like this. I wouldn't even be seen as a member of the nobility. That's proven as soon as we walk into the tavern, because the barkeep gives us a narrow glance, then grunts.
Coins first. Soldiers or not, no one's pouring free ale.
Malin scoffs.
Don't worry, old man. We'll pay.
Then he looks at me and drops his voice, but not very much. A teasing light sparks in his eye.
You've got money, right? If not, I think we can take him.
The barkeep grunts again. In spite of everything, that makes me smile. I can pay. I pull some coppers from my pouch and toss them on the counter. Dinner for us both. My clothes are damp, so I add, we'll sit by the fire. The tavern isn't crowded, and no one pays passing soldiers much attention. Once we're seated, Malin pushes damp hair back from his forehead, then swipes his hands on his knees. His sharp features are keen as he takes in the room. He can't be much older than I am, 22 or 23 at most. I consider how he teased the barkeep, or his wry look when he said, "My lord." It reminds me of how he tricked Sephran into using the wrong words to say farewell to Jax. I can't decide if he's lighthearted or if he's just going to be a pain in the ass. Then again, he's got 2 stripes on his shoulder, and he wouldn't have earned those if he weren't dependable. The barkeep delivers 2 steins of ale to our table, and when I thank him, I realize that minutes have passed and neither of us has said a word. Malin must notice this at the same time, because he gives me a sidelong glance, then unbuckles a pouch on his belt and withdraws a small deck of cards wound up in a strip of leather. He doesn't even ask if I want to play. He just shuffles and starts dealing. Maybe I'm the one being a pain in the ass. I ruefully pick up my hand. I'm used to making this ride alone, I say, and I didn't expect to be sent back so quickly. I'm sorry I make a poor conversation partner. He shrugs, then smiles, then fishes a coin out of his pocket and flips it onto the table, a clear invitation to bet. I can take your money whether you talk or not. Definitely lighthearted. Maybe this journey won't be too terrible. I fish a handful of coins out of my pouch. As you say. He's good at cards, which isn't a surprise. Most soldiers are. He's quick and cunning with his plays, and he does collect a few of my coins before I have the opportunity to win a few back. We relax into the rhythm of the game as the barkeep brings platters of food and the rain beats against the tavern windows. Eventually, the game, or the ale, or his easy manner steals most of my irritation because I say, "You didn't mind being sent away from your regiment so soon?" "Mine? No." He hesitates, surveying his cards, then tosses a coin on the table. "Everyone else was jealous. I thought Cutter was going to fight me for the chance." "Really?" "King Grey spends little time in Emberfall," he says, "and you report directly to him. A chance to serve under the king, even for a short while, isn't one to be missed." Fascinating, though maybe it shouldn't be. I've always had access to Grey, and even as a soldier, I trained with him directly. The entire Sill Shallow army has, for years. I never considered that soldiers here might see that differently. With that awareness, I fixate on the first part of what he said, about how Grey doesn't spend much time here. Weeks ago, Jacob and I stopped at an inn when we were traveling, and I overheard some farmers grousing about the king and his magic, complaining that Grey spent too much time in Sill Shallow. I didn't pay it much mind, but it's different to hear it from a soldier, and to hear it like this. I'm so used to worrying about the Truthbringers actively plotting against the throne, but if I've learned anything in the last few years, it's that discontent and uncertainty shouldn't be left to simmer either. "If you want to earn another stripe on your shoulder," I say, "I wouldn't tell the king to eat horse shit." Malin grins. "That was just for Seth. He takes himself too seriously." "You're friends?" He nods. "Since we were recruits." It reminds me of Jax's camaraderie with them, the way I was jealous. Sitting here with Malin, though, I'm realizing I wasn't jealous in a romantic way. I was jealous of the easy rapport, the budding friendship. My heart gives a kick, and I have to adjust my cards before anything can show on my face. The rain pours down outside. Thunder cracks hard, rattling the windows, and I sigh. We're at least 2 hours from my nearest safe house, so we're going to have to find an inn. I can already tell. The door to the tavern bursts open, and a woman shouts through the doorway, "Help! Oh, help!" She's short and stocky and soaked from the rain, her gray hair hanging in drenched clumps along her back. Blood streaks the front of her dress, and she chokes on a sob. "Someone, please help me! The monster has returned! My husband, oh, please, I can't drag him any farther." I'm already on my feet, and so is Malin. Another pair of men who were by the bar have approached, too. "Where?" I say. She's breathless and sobbing. "He was working in the fields. There's so much blood. Please. Where? I demand. She points. Down the hill. I couldn't drag him any. Help her, I say to the men. I look at Malin. We need our bows. We fetch our gear from under the overhang, then stride into the downpour. Rain soaks through my armor almost instantly, chilling my skin. It's unnaturally cold, so I blink water out of my eyes and knock an arrow, flicking my gaze between the road and the sky. There are too many trees, too many places for something to hide. At my side, Malin does the same, sweeping his aim in opposing directions so we cover the most angles. Do you think it's true? He says. Do you think the monster has returned to Emberfall? No. I remember the monster from when I was a boy. The monster that I later learned was the cursed form Prince Wren was forced to become every season, until Princess Harper helped him break the enchantment. That monster is long gone. I consider the streaks of blood across the woman's dress and the freezing rain, despite the fact that it's nearly summer. I think it's a Scraver. Just as I say the words, an inhuman screech cuts through the rain, sharp enough to make me flinch. A gray shape soars out of a tree. I don't think. I shoot. 1, 2, 3 arrows fly off my bow. Malin is doing the same. The Scraver dodges, knocking each arrow out of the air, then dives right for us. Silver hell. I shove Malin out of the way, taking the impact fully. Scravers don't weigh as much as a human, but they make up for it in strength and claws. I'm ready for it this time, so when it tackles me to the ground, we roll. The Scraver ends up on top of me, and I'm glad for the armor, because claws are already scrabbling for any bit of vulnerable skin it can find. Shrieking right in my face. I cringe away, trying to dodge, but the rain has made everything slick. I can't get to my blades in time. Those fangs are going to tear out my throat before I can get a hand on the hilt of my dagger. Malin shoots it in the head, then in the side of its chest. The Scraver collapses on top of me, blocking my vision. I can feel its chest heaving against me, but those were killing shots, and it won't last long. Malin kicks the Scraver off me, and the creature flops to the ground, wings twitching in the rain. An arrow protrudes from its temple, the other deeply embedded in its chest. Then it stops moving altogether. My heart is still pounding, my breath wild in my ears. Rain finds the claw marks in my skin, and it stings. I long to call for magic to close the wounds, but Malin is right there, and Wren was very strict. Malin isn't breathing hard, but he stares down at me for a moment, then puts out a hand. I take it, pulling myself to my feet, and we look down at the creature. Sometimes they're clothed, but this one isn't, and he's clearly male. His skin is light gray, but there are streaks of blue along his jaw and arms, matching the blue feathers that line the underside of his wings. If he hadn't just been trying to kill me, I might think he was kind of striking. He's not wearing any weapons either, but they rarely carry any. With those claws and teeth, they hardly need them. I wonder if this is one of the Scravers that helped us during the battle against the Truthbringers a week ago. But I don't think so. He's sure not going to tell me. I cast a glance up at the sky, looking to see if more are going to attack, but the rain is warmer now, more seasonal. There's no magic in the air. Should we see if we can find our husband? Says Malin, and his voice is a little hollow. I nod. We keep arrows knocked, but no other Scravers appear. It doesn't take us long to find a body at the bottom of the hill. Sparks and stars flare in my blood, because I won't avoid magic if I can save his life. But the man is already dead, and probably was dead before she started dragging him in her grief and terror. Claws tore him apart from neck to thigh. His skin is ashen, viscera spilling from the deepest wounds in his abdomen. Blood forms a long, terrible streak in the mud, dissolving into the earth from the rain. I shove wet hair back from my face. We're going to have to tell her. Jax was right. I hate soldiering. I string the bow over my shoulder and sigh, heading back up the hill. Why do you think it attacked him? says Malin. I don't know, I say, because I don't. That man wasn't a magesmith, which means the Scravers might be attacking indiscriminately. And this attack happened in the middle of the day. Ren's order to stay off the road at night might not even matter. It barely kept us safe now. A lot of the soldiers wondered if those Scravers followed Jax from Briarlock, Malin says, and there's no malice in his voice, but I bristle anyway. The Scravers have nothing to do with Jax, I say. They helped the king. But they're attacking now. I look up at the sky, wishing I had a way to summon Nakis so I could ask him why this is happening. Then again, maybe he's behind it. Maybe summoning him would be the wrong choice altogether. The rain continues to pour down. I need to make a decision here. I don't want to disobey direct orders, especially not from Ren. I already have enough discord with Grey, and I'd rather not find it on both sides of the border. Whatever is happening, I might have caused it by letting Nakis out of a cage months ago. But this is the second attack in as many days. The king needs to know. Soon. We'll make sure the woman has someone to look after her, I say. Then we'll ride for the safe house on the north side of the valley. We'll head out at dawn and try to make Wilmington by nightfall tomorrow. The north side of the valley is a 4 or 5 hour ride in good weather, so that will put us in well after dark, and Wilmington will mean a hard ride through twilight tomorrow, too. Malin said Ren gave him written directives to follow my command, but I'm sure the prince also gave him the same orders he gave me. Daylight travel only. No unnecessary risks. This will require a lot of risk. But like before, Malin gives me a nod. Yes, sir. I'll saddle the horses.
Chapter 16. Callan. I'm alone in a carriage, belted into the finest clothes I could find in my wardrobe, and I'm rattling over the cobblestone streets of the Crystal City on the way to visit Alec. I wish I had weapons and armor. I feel like I need them. Really, I wish I had my patched skirts and a cast-iron skillet from my bakery. Sometimes I can close my eyes and imagine myself back there. Usually it's when Varen is finding a new spot to leave a bruise, but just now I wish I could reverse time to that moment when Jax first dropped coins onto my table so I could tell him to give them back. But my chest clenches. Nothing was easier then. No one knows the real reason I'm going to see Alec. I didn't even tell Nora, and guilt is pricking at my chest. Officially, I'm only visiting his royal house, where I've been tasked with selecting fabrics for a winter wardrobe for Princess Cinna. When I first asked the Queen if anyone would find it suspicious that Lord Alec wasn't bringing fabric samples to the palace, she said that obviously I would want to see the latest weaves and dyes on the loom, not something available now. The funniest thing is that the Queen said this so offhandedly, as if anything else would even be in question. As if I've ever had the luxury of selecting new fabric, much less choosing before it's even come off a loom. I know she wants the best for all her people, but comments like this sometimes remind me just how different our lives are. I peek through the carriage window. Dawn sunlight sparkles on the storefronts as we pass through the city, though there's a haze in the air that warns of rain to come. The city seems vast compared to Briarlock, which was so tiny that I knew every dusty street by the time I was 8. Here, the city sprawls for miles and miles that I can see from the palace windows, shops and taverns and vendors, and so many glistening paths and alleys that I could never learn them all. I sit back against the cushion and let the scenery fly by. I wish I'd brought Nora. Her chattering is endless, but I could use a distraction. The Queen said she didn't need me to be a spy, but I feel like one all the same. The carriage eventually rattles to a stop. Gray marble steps are all I can see through the tiny window, but then a footman swings open the carriage door. I jerk back as if he's going to physically haul me out, but of course he doesn't. He steps back to stand at attention. "Lady Callan," he announces. I will never get used to that. I want to hide in the carriage for another 5 minutes. I smooth my damp hands on my robes. Maybe I really can just go look at fabrics and looms. But that feels cowardly. I grit my teeth and shift forward, just as a pair of perfectly laced and polished black boots descend the staircase. I know it's Alec before I hear his voice.
"Come now, Lady Callan," he says, the slightest emphasis on the word lady. "There's no need to hide in the carriage."
"I'm not hiding," I say. But I absolutely am. He reaches the bottom of the staircase just as I spur myself to step out of the vehicle, and suddenly we're standing in the early morning haze together. No matter when I see him, he always looks very fine, very elegant. I know he's a well-trained swordsman, but I have a hard time imagining him on a battlefield, just because he might get dirty. This morning, he's in a jacket of deep blue indigo, with an intricate pattern of light blue embroidery around each button, and calfskin trousers that fit him so well they might have been stitched onto his body. I kind of want to punch him in the throat.
"Perfectly presentable,"
he says, his eyes warm as they hold mine.
"More so, really."
I stare right back at him boldly. "Please don't pretend to flatter me, my lord. I'm only here to look at fabrics for Princess Cinna." He smiles, and it's cunning.
"I don't pretend anything with you, Callan."
He turns, extending a hand toward the staircase.
"Shall we? I assumed you wouldn't have time for breakfast, so I've had some food prepared."
He's right, though it's more that I was too nervous to eat. But I almost falter, because this kind of generosity was unexpected. Then I get a good look at where we're going, and all the breath rushes out of my lungs. The building at the top of the steps is massive, gray and white stone stretching in all directions, with marble accents and archways everywhere. Purple flowers burst from every windowsill, and it seems there are hundreds. Many of the windows have tiny stained glass figures in the center, meticulous designs depicting flowers or horses or armored warriors. At each doorway, liveried guards stand at attention, and a packed dirt road seems to lead through a narrow courtyard to my right, where I spy shadows that indicate more outbuildings just like this one. Lord Alec clears his throat, and I realize I'm staring, my mouth practically hanging open. I snap it shut. "Sorry."
"Shall I give you a tour?"
I can't tell if he's serious or if he's teasing me, but knowing him, it's the latter. Something in my belly clenches tight. To think he was visiting my run-down farm in Briarlock. How it must have looked to him. What he must have thought. I was such a fool. I have to swallow, and it's a battle to keep a frown off my face. My thoughts have cooled altogether. "No, thank you. Breakfast will be fine." I don't know what he hears in my tone, but he studies me for a moment, as if he realizes that our spiteful banter is over, and he's not quite sure why.
"As you say, this way."
Similarly to the palace, he has footmen and servants, people who open doors and draw out chairs and pour me a cup of tea before I even have time to think about wanting some. Everything is finely detailed in ways I would never expect, little whispers of wealth and means around every corner. Tiny stitching along the edge of each napkin, forming a perfect design that matches the mile-long tablecloth, all of which must have been embroidered by hand. Painted designs on each individual teacup, little accents of purple and gray beside the filigree. Even the stained glass that adorns this window, a flowering tree in this room, has tiny gems set into the glass that spark the light in new directions. In the palace, I expected extravagance. The king and queen live there. Of course, they're surrounded by finery. But this is a home. Alec left all this to ride through Briarlock, where he saw a poor blacksmith and his best friend, the girl who owned the broken-down bakery. Once he saw how we lived, he knew we were desperate, and he used us against the king. My chest tightens, and for a terrifying moment, I want to rip off these fine clothes and demand that he take me back so I can forget all of this. No, I want to pour this steaming pot of tea right in his lap. Where's Nora to grab his ear when I need her?
"Callan,"
I take a glistening roll from a basket and break it in half. What? I say flatly.
What did I do between the carriage and this table?
I take a small pat of butter and envision jabbing the butter knife right into his eye. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, my lord. He leans in against the table.
I still don't understand how you can be so bold with me, yet cower from Varen in the arena.
I don't cower, I snap.
You're proving my point. Are you going to stab that bread?
I'm about to stab you.
If you wanted to fight, you should have shown up in armor. Shall I have some brought?
I make a frustrated sound and throw the buttered roll at him. Don't you understand that's exactly the problem? He's too agile, and he snatches the bread out of the air, but not before it splatters a streak of butter across the front of his jacket. Alec sets the roll on a plate, then wipes his hands on a napkin. When he looks down at his clothes, he sighs and stands. As he begins unbuttoning the jacket, he says,
If you want me to undress, there are more intriguing ways to achieve it.
I flush immediately. We will not be doing that. His jacket has about 1,000,000 buttons, and he's only halfway down his chest, revealing a cream-colored shirt.
Explain what you meant about the problem.
I hate that I can't stop looking at his hands, the way his nimble fingers are working the buttons. It's reminding me of the way those fingers felt against me. I wish I could turn my brain off. I frown at my teacup. You said you could call for armor if we wanted to fight.
I can, shall we?
Would you stop? Don't you understand that most people can't just call for things?
Yes.
He's 3/4 of the way down his chest now.
What does that have to do with anything?
It means that I resent you for what you did, Alec. You saw who we were, and you saw how we lived, and you took advantage. I throw the words like a weapon, and I expect them to cause pain when they land, but he doesn't react. Eventually, he reaches the last button of his jacket, and he shrugs free to lay it over the back of a chair. His servants have been so efficient that I'm shocked when no one appears to whisk it away. But Alec turns back his shirt sleeves, then eases into his chair once more.
On the other side of the mountain, he says, they believe in fate.
Clouds above, he is infuriating. I clench my fists. So you're not even going to respond to my...
I am, he says. Be patient.
I snap my mouth shut.
I've always found it a bit fascinating, he says. This idea that something else is in control. If you ask me, that belief lends itself a little too neatly to political scheming. If someone believes that fate saw fit to reward one person with power and riches, it would stand to reason that fate saw fit to punish others with loss or sickness or poverty. The people in Emberfall believe fate granted their king the throne. What do they believe about the man he took it from?
He pauses.
What do they believe about the people who suffered in their cursed country for years? Was fate punishing them? Does the king feel more righteous about his magic that can cause so much harm? When you believe in something like fate, you could easily start to assume that your own good fortune is earned and someone else's bad fortune is deserved. He pauses. But really, Callan, sometimes it's all just happenstance.
I'm frowning, studying him, because I have no idea what this has to do with my question to him. He picks up another roll and breaks it in two, then begins to butter it.
You're right. I did see how you and Nora lived. Or were you referring to you and Jax? Either way, it doesn't matter. You keep accusing me of taking advantage, but as you may recall, I did my best to improve your situation. I sent customers to your bakery, I brought you and your sister new clothes, I repaired your barn, because I don't believe in fate. I'm no more to blame for my birthright than you are. I was born here, you were born there. Neither of us had anything to do with either outcome.
He sets the buttered roll on a plate and slides it in front of me.
Here. You didn't get to eat your bread.
I have no idea what to say. I hate how he twists up all my thoughts and makes me doubt myself. But I remember the scars on Jack's neck, the way he was afraid of Alec. You hurt Jax, I say. Don't even try to deny it. You can't paint yourself as some kind of benevolent figure.
That's your complaint? Your proof? His eyes flash. I would have been just as generous with Jax if he hadn't schemed and manipulated from the very instant Lady Carol approached him. I would have been more trusting if he weren't spending hours with the King's courier after we paid for his silence. I've told you before, if Jax doesn't like dangerous games, he shouldn't play.
We were desperate, I cry, and to my horror, my voice breaks. Don't you understand? We were going to lose our homes.
We were also desperate,
he snaps. He slams a hand on the table and I jump.
It's life or death for us too, Callan. Just what do you think the punishment for treason is?
I'm frozen in place, staring at him. I've never seen his anger like this, but there's something very honest about it. Very true. His blue eyes are like icy fire, and I don't know what to say.
It's different, I finally rasp out.
No, it's not. Why is your desperation worth more? Why is it all right for Jax to demand 50 silvers for holding a note for 3 days? 50! All while reminding me that the King's courier had been in Briarlock, threatening us with discovery. That's not what Jax was doing. It's exactly what he was doing.
I swallow. It's not. Not really. But maybe we're splitting hairs too finely. Jax wasn't deliberately threatening Alec and Lady Carol, but he was trying to get too much silver out of them. I remember worrying he was pushing too hard, that he was going to end up with a sword in his gut. He kept telling me he had nothing to lose. And in his case, that was sadly true. I had my sister, but Jax had only a drunk, abusive father who probably would have put him in the ground if he could earn a coin for it. He wasn't trying to threaten you, I say to Alec, but my hands are shaking now. Everything is turned around. He was just trying to help me. Me and Nora. Alec's eyes are still frozen over, ice cold.
You think I live a life of callous privilege, with no regard for anyone else, despite the fact that I've tried to prove otherwise countless times.
His gaze darkens.
I paid what Jax demanded because I could afford it, and it was obvious that he was desperate. But I've told you before that I don't like when people work for nothing more than silver. It makes them far too easy to be swayed by the highest bidder. Jax was playing both sides, and the risks were too great. I cut my losses as soon as I saw an opportunity.
I freeze, remembering. You mean the night you came to my bakery? Alec barely knew me then. I remember how he showed up with blood-stained parchment. I drew a knife because I thought he was going to kill me, but he didn't.
Yes, it would have been simpler to kill him. Easier. You certainly know I had the means, and I rather doubt anyone would have much cared. But I didn't, because Jax is no more to blame for his birthright and upbringing than I am for mine.
I have to swallow. I hate how he takes everything I feel certain about and he turns it on its head. But he's right. I didn't think about it being life or death for him, too. I inhale to tell him so, but then I consider everything else he did in Briarlock. But you fixed my barn, I say. That's where you trapped the queen.
I did nothing to the queen, he snaps.
I swallow. Fine, where they trapped the queen.
As a matter of convenience, I'm sure. I didn't need to turn your barn into a prison.
Somehow we've gotten closer to the true reason for my visit, without my even intending it. This is why Queen Liamara sent me, to hear his warnings and to learn what may be truths. I just don't know if I can trust him. Everything he said sounds so logical, so possible. Maybe that makes me the biggest fool of all. Alec sighs.
Let me give you a different story, he says. A different course of events.
I look up. All right.
Imagine if Lady Lady Carol, had arrived at Jax's forge and offered him 10 silvers to hold a note for another traveler who would arrive later that day. And instead of being flippant and rude and demanding twice as much, Jax accepts this very generous offer and holds the note. When I arrive hours later, instead of finding you both in conversation with the king's courier, his voice tightens, I find Jax right where he's supposed to be, right where he was paid to be, waiting in the forge. He gives me the note, I give him the coins he's due, and probably a little more because I'm reassured by his commitment to his duty, and I want to show that loyalty will be rewarded. Imagine how the following weeks would have gone. I inhale sharply, and he holds up a finger. Imagine it, he says. Truly, before you debate with me. I let out that breath. Lady Carol was rude to him, I say. From my understanding, he was short and surly from the moment she appeared at the forge. Alec gives me a look. I've met Jax on several occasions, and I have no reason to doubt her accounting. Oh, Jax. It doesn't make her behavior acceptable, but he probably was short and surly. His entire life was miserable, I say quietly. His father... I stop short, because this isn't my story to tell, and I don't want to talk about Jax behind his back. His father is dead anyway. You don't understand, but I do understand. And it doesn't matter if he had a reason for being rude. We all make choices for reasons that others don't comprehend. My point is that you can continue to paint me as cruel and vicious and call me a liar when I've been honest with you since the first minute I met you. And you truly had nothing to do with the attack on Queen Liamara and Princess Cinna? Nothing at all. I wait, but that's all he says. I drop my voice and say, You know why I'm really here, Alec. To look at fabric samples? I glare at him. He stares back at me implacably. You know that's not really why, I say. Oh, I've deliberated over your motive since I first got word of your visit. But when you arrived, you rather clearly declared that you resent me. You still do. I can see it in your eyes. I'm wondering why you think I should trust you. I snap back in my chair. He studies me for a long moment, then stands to pour wine into 2 of the goblets on the table. It's early in the morning, so I don't reach for mine, but he sits and takes a sip from his. See, he says. Much like Jax, you can't say whatever you want and then be upset when faced with the consequences of your actions. The Queen thought you might talk to me. I am talking to you. I cast a furtive glance at the doorway. About the Truthbringers. Why do you keep whispering? I want to kick him in the shins. Are you really not going to talk to me about anything that matters? I'm going to show you some very fine fabrics that will delight the princess. Frustration swells in my chest. But the Queen? The Queen will have to learn that these baseless accusations of treason have delayed my shipments and damaged my relationships among the royal houses. Perhaps allowing the king to treat her most upstanding citizens with suspicion and mistrust was a poor decision on her part. The Queen is allowing the king to find out who kidnapped his family, I say tightly. Alex shrugs. Well, it wasn't me. Perhaps sending her daughter's spiteful nanny to negotiate for information was not the best choice. My frustration turns into rage. I'm not spiteful, and you're the one who... Callan, I'm going to have to insist that you eat breakfast at some point. I simply do not have all day. I pick up the roll and tear a piece with my teeth. I should have had you call for weapons, because now I'm ready to fight. Indeed? He raises his voice to call for a servant. I was 100% kidding. Wait, Alec, no, I was... He leans in, and the look in his eyes stops the words on my tongue. It's challenging and frightening and exhilarating all at once. He touches a finger to my chin and holds my gaze. Weapons, you say? Let's go. Chapter 17. Callan. Alec has a full armory and training area that rivals what's in the palace, because of course he does. Choose whatever you like, he says, indicating a wall full of swords and crossbows and knives. I run a finger over a glistening blade, but I don't take it off the wall.
I thought you were busy.
I'm never too busy for a good fight. That's probably true. There's an edge to his voice that tells me he's going to enjoy it, too. Varen made me feel like a fool, and then she tortured and humiliated me in the arena. Now he's going to do the exact same thing in the exact same order. I wish I'd never come here. My mother probably would be disappointed in me. The instant I have the thought, tears prick behind my eyes, and I blink them away. Come now, Alec prods. Make your selection. Surely you could use the practice. Well, that's the truth. I feel like such a failure in so many ways. I swallow past a lump in my throat. Just show me the fabrics for Cinna. Do you have anything with butterflies? His eyebrows flicker into a frown. Or shades of green? I add, trying to keep any tremor out of my voice. She seems rather keen on frogs right now, and perhaps we could have a seamstress embroider a few lily pads. Callan. He studies me, his eyes searching my face. It's life or death for us, too. There are just too many sides here, and as usual, I have no idea who's right. I bite the edge of my tongue because I don't dare cry in front of him. He's the worst kind of person to bear any vulnerability in front of. Tell me what you really want, he says, and his voice is so soft that it draws my gaze up. The arena is full of dim sunlight that filters down from the windows overhead, and he's looking at me the way he did on that morning he arrived, when he looked concerned, when he looked like he cared. I don't want to trust any of this. I pull my hand away from the weapons. I don't want to fight, I say, and my voice sounds hollow. I lift my chin. It's bad enough that Varen humiliates me. I don't need you to do it too. He's quiet for a moment. You truly do think so little of me, don't you? He sounds wounded, and I have to swallow again because I still can't tell if he's being manipulative or if he's being genuine. How about this? I'll tell your story from my side. He folds his arms. Go ahead. Jax and I had nothing. We were both in danger of losing our homes. I can't look at him while I say all this. I trace my finger over the filigreed handle of a dagger. I didn't know what would happen to Nora if I were thrown in a debtor's prison, and I didn't want to enlist in the army for the exact same reason. So when Lady Carol showed up with silver, Jax asked for twice as much so he could give half to me. Alex says nothing, and I refuse to look at him now, because I won't be able to continue. I run my finger over the engraved flat side of a sword blade. His father was terrible. Terrible. Jax would work himself into the ground, and his father would spend every coin they earned on gambling and drinking. The day Jax demanded so much from you was because his father stole the little he'd managed to hide. And maybe he shouldn't have been spending so much time with Lord Tycho, but he didn't say a word about you or your notes. I know he didn't. My voice breaks. He wasn't greedy. He knew he was asking too much, but he was risking himself for me because he was my best friend. Alec catches my wrist, and I gasp. That one is very sharp, he says, and I realize my finger was about to find the edge of the blade. But he doesn't let go, and I don't pull away. His fingers are warm against my wrist, and I can feel the strength in his hand. I keep my eyes fixed on the wall of weapons, and the silence swells between us. I can't undo what happened with Jax, he finally says, and I wouldn't even if I could. Too much was at stake. Too much was at stake for us, too. I know. His thumb runs along the inside of my wrist, and he moves a little closer. Did you really think my intent in bringing you here was to humiliate you? My voice won't work, but I nod. Why? He says, and the word is so simple and innocent that I have to look at him.
His expression is earnest, his eyes a little wide, as if he wants a genuine answer. But I don't have an answer. Everything has gotten so tangled up and turned around, and I truly have no idea what to say to him. Because I keep expecting you to be cruel, I finally say, and my breath catches again. And then you're not.
No, he says gently. I'm not.
The way he says that reminds me of my conversation with the Queen.
Empathy doesn't make you a fool.
How much of it was real? I say suddenly.
How much of what was real?
Us. You and me. I glance at his hand on my wrist, and I feel heat bloom on my cheeks. This?
All of it.
He says it boldly, without hesitation, and he hasn't stopped running his thumb along my skin. The movement is entrancing, stealing my thoughts. A bit of heat flickers in his eyes now, impossible to ignore. It's sparking warmth in my heart, in my belly. But he's tricked me before, and he could trick me again. So I say, prove it.
Fine.
He takes hold of my waist and presses his mouth to mine. When I gasp, he swallows the sound, his tongue brushing my lips. I don't know if I was expecting an explanation or a story or a line of pretty lies, but his movement is so swift and gentle that I'm melting into him without realizing it. His hands are so secure, holding me against him. That's what gets me. The holding. His hand splays against my back, supporting me, and I'm reminded of the night he came to the bakery, the way he held me then, too. How badly I wanted to be held, cherished, kept safe. And that's exactly what he did. It's exactly what he's doing now. Alec draws back a little, his chest rising and falling quickly against mine.
Enough proof?
He whispers. Oh, I want it to be. I want it all to be real, because there's something so comforting about being in the circle of his arms. But I have to shake my head.
Prove it with words, I whisper.
He laughs a little ruefully and lets me go.
You really are something, Callan.
I don't know what that means. I do know I'm already missing his warmth, and he looks a bit wounded again. But I force steel into my spine and look at him. Can you?
Actually, yes. So can you. Tell me the point at which I needed to seduce you to gain your cooperation.
I inhale, then stop. Alec folds his arms.
I paid you to hold a message, the same as Jack's. I repaired your barn, sent customers your way, had clothes delivered, all without one moment of romantic intrigue between us. You spoke up for me to Lord Jacob of your own accord, and in fact, you jumped between our blades to stop a fight. He pauses. Even the night we spent together, I had nothing to gain. If I recall correctly, I put myself at risk by sharing quite a bit about my motives.
All true. He moves closer, and his voice drops.
Even now, what do I have to gain?
Also true. If I were a spy, I could probably use this. I could seduce him, trick him into revealing everything he knows. But I'm not a spy. The Queen even said she didn't need me to be. That thought is striking. Is everyone else being earnest, while I'm the one who's all wrapped up in hidden motivations and secret intrigues? Have I been making everything more complicated than it needs to be? I smooth down the skirts of my robes, but it's really just an excuse to look away from him. I didn't come here for this.
I know.
I give him a look. I didn't really come here to look at fabric either.
I know that too. He pauses. I asked once before, and I'll ask again. Tell me what it is you do want, Callan.
The Queen didn't send me to negotiate for information. She sent me to deliver a message. She wants you to know that she's willing to hear everything you have to say. His blue eyes widen in surprise, then narrow. He sets his jaw and says nothing. I might as well have built a sudden wall between us. I know you don't have any reason to believe me, I say. But I've spent so much time thinking you were manipulating me, and I don't want you to think I'm doing the same thing to you. He regards me for a moment, then turns.
All right, let's go look at the looms for Princess Cinna. Frogs, you said? I frown.
Alec, then I scowl. My lord. I reach out to catch his hand. He catches mine instead.
Alec, he insists, his thumb brushing over mine. Walk with me. I'll talk.
So I walk. He doesn't let go of my hand, and he leads me out of the arena.
The Queen can summon me at any time, he says, musing. She could have said this right to my face. Why did she send you?
That's a good question. Maybe she thought you'd be more willing to talk to me.
Or maybe there are people in the palace who wouldn't allow us to speak privately, he says, still musing. But that feels like a prompt.
I don't know, I say.
If you expect information from me, you must be willing to share your own.
He pauses, his voice turning grave.
And I genuinely do worry for our queen. I've already mentioned my suspicion of Nola Varen.
I don't think the queen suspects her own sister. As I say the words, however, I remember the queen not having much of a reaction when I mentioned Alec's accusation. I consider how Varen didn't tell the queen about the way she was treating me either. Alec is studying me.
Varen was once the favored daughter. She was expected to claim the throne.
She was? He nods.
I know you weren't at court, but surely you knew Queen Karis Lurin ruled ruthlessly and encouraged brutality on the battlefield. No one expected Liamara to take her place.
My eyes are wide. I didn't know that. Though I suppose it makes sense, considering how many times Varen has broken my bones. I think back to the morning in the arena when Gray used his magic to fix my face, telling me about Karis Lurin's soldiers and their brutality in Emberfall. I didn't want to consider my mother being a part of that, but with this new information, I wonder if she would have been just like Varen. Alec shrugs a little.
Varen is close with the army, too. She could have easily made sure no one prevented the queen from leaving that day, or made sure that ineffective guards would allow the kidnapping to happen.
I turn that around in my head for a while, and there's a part of me that wants to rush back to the palace. Nora has gotten to a point where she's practically idolizing Varen, and I hate the idea of my sister spending time with someone who could be conspiring against the queen. But I can't quite make it work. She has full access to the king and queen, I say. Why kidnap Queen Liamara? There would be no need to hide them in Briarlock to lure the king out. Alec sighs.
True. Perhaps that's a dead end. I still believe the king's magic harmed Queen Liamara in some way. Several of us are wondering how deep the wound goes, especially since she has been so withdrawn from the people.
His voice takes on a thread of anger.
Is Gray keeping her separated from those who would be an ally?
No, I say in surprise. Part of this conversation feels like a betrayal, and I'm surprised to find myself wanting to defend the king. Honestly, the king and queen are barely speaking, so he wouldn't even know who she was.
Barely speaking?
He stops short and turns to face me. The sudden intrigue in his voice makes me wonder if I've said more than I should. But it's not like anyone else in the palace can't see the way the king and queen are never in the same room together. I hesitate, then nod. Alec sighs, and I hear frustration in the sound.
Tell the queen that I could offer her sanctuary. I don't care about his magic.
I put a hand to the pendant under my robes. I can't help it.
You too, he says. I have artifacts here. You would be protected.
That makes me look up. You do? He smiles ruefully.
Your turn.
I genuinely don't think she's looking to escape, I say. She wants to hear from her people, you in particular. She said you've always been loyal. He's quiet for a moment, and I can tell those words affect him.
If she didn't summon me herself, and she gave you a false reason to come here, then she's hiding her motives from the king. Are they still sharing a bed?
I flush, especially since I can name several occasions when it was clear the king hadn't been in the queen's chambers. That feels so private, so intimate. That's not my business, I finally say.
And that's answer enough.
He doesn't sound victorious about figuring it out.
Behind closed doors, are they at odds?
Not that I've seen, but then I'm not behind those closed doors. I think of the Queen's sorrow, the way my sister leapt up to give her a hug. Maybe it's about more than just the baby she lost.
You're frowning,
he says. Because she's sad, I say quietly. The Queen seems so sad. That affects him too. I expect his eyes to light with frustration or anger, or maybe even calculation, but he looks just as sad as I feel. Despite all his stories, his explanations, that is what finally makes me believe him. I pull him to a stop. You really care?
I do, he says. My loyalty isn't an act. My mother died to protect Silshallow. So did my sister. Magic was banished years ago, and now it's sitting on a throne. If the Queen needs my help, I'll give it.
And everything you did in Briarlock, none of that was about attacking the Queen?
No. I still haven't been able to determine who was behind it. Lady Clarinus is gone. There have been no messages at any of my usual merchants. The Truthbringers have fractured, and there are those, like me, who still want to protect the Queen.
A bit of anger slips into his tone.
And others who simply want to eradicate magic, no matter what the cost, even if it means destroying the entire royal family. And your turn.
He shifts to start walking again. I scowl, then search my thoughts for something to share. The Queen said there are rumors of Scraver attacks since what happened in Briarlock. He nods, and he doesn't seem surprised.
I have spies on both sides of the border. I've heard these rumors. No doubt the king is sending his minions to wreak havoc and instill fear.
Spies on both sides of the border. I tuck that bit of information away to examine later. I don't think so, I say. That gets his attention.
Why?
I frown and shake my head. I was there, during the battle in Briarlock. He didn't summon them. I remember a Scraver leaning over Nora, lending magic to help heal her wounds. The same secret magic I have in my veins, thanks to this pendant, just like the Queen gained from her rings. The king wasn't using them. He wasn't commanding them. They came to help.
They came to help, and now they're attacking?
I falter. I don't know for sure, but that's what I've heard. He scoffs.
Rumors always carry a shred of fact, Callan. A generation ago, Scravers were treaty-bound to stay in the ice forests of Aishalasa, and the Magesmiths went there with them. If Scravers are attacking our people, they're either working with the king, or they're breaking the treaty. Either way, it means nothing good for the people of Silshallow. Magic was banished once, with good cause, and it should be banished again.
Magic. I touch that pendant again. Then we turn a corner, and he leads me through a set of heavy doors into a wide room humming with activity.
I'll show you the newest fabrics for the princess, he says,
speaking loudly over the rhythmic noise of the looms.
I have some artisans who've done some incredible work with silver thread. This way.
I suppose our discussion of intrigue is over, but then Alec leans close.
Tell the Queen what I've said.
He pauses.
Including my thoughts about Varen.
I gasp and look up at him. His voice is still quiet, his eyes blazing into mine.
I told you Varen was intended to take the throne, but Liamara took it, he says. And she might hide it well, but Nola Varen doesn't like our king any more than I do.
Varen is the Queen's sister, I say. I'm thinking of my sister. We might have our moments, but I can't imagine Nora plotting against me. Maybe the Queen can't imagine it either. Maybe that's how she was kidnapped at all. Alec lifts his voice and straightens.
Once you pick the loom work you like best, you can return in 3 days, and we should have some fabrics ready.
It's such an abrupt shift that I nearly stumble over my words. Yes, my lord.
3 days, Kellen, he says pointedly, and now I understand. After you speak with the Queen, let her know that's when you'll need to come back.
Chapter 18. Tycho. It rains on and off for days. I've made courier runs in bad weather before, and Mercy is as steady as ever, but the near-constant downpour makes the journey slow and miserable. We haven't seen any more scravers ourselves, but as we've gotten closer to the Sill-Shallow border, we've heard tavern stories of attacks by winged beasts, which isn't promising. It's cooler this far north, especially in the mountain valleys. In sunny weather, it's pleasant, but the rain makes it hell. I've been shivering under my armor for the last day and a half, but Malin hasn't complained, so I don't either. Some of his easy nature slipped away as the long hours and driving rain wore on us both, so now he's as quiet as I am. But it's the only sign of strain. He's proven to be sharp and reliable, waking early without being called, caring for both horses without being asked, doing menial tasks like rubbing down tack or sharpening blades or fetching buckets of water. When I suggested sparring in the mornings while the horses are eating, I expected grudging acceptance because we're both tired. But on the first morning, he was armed and ready before I was. When the rain finally lets up, we're nearing my last safe house on Ember Falls' side of the mountains, and I'm ready for a bed and a hot meal. We're less than half a day's ride from the Crystal Palace, but that's if we could go at a good clip. The mud has been keeping us at a walk, and it's late. Even the horses have lost their spirit. But when we get to the safe house, we discover that it's burned to the ground. All that remains standing is the stone chimney. For a long minute, I stare at the pile of charred lumber in disbelief. There's no sign of anyone, and everything left is soaked from the rain. Malin looks at me. "When was the last time you were here?" I think back. It's been a while. The location is remote, set well off the road in the middle of the woods. Nothing anyone would stumble upon accidentally. A few weeks at least. I inhale, and there's only a faint lingering odor of burnt wood. Then again, it could have happened yesterday, and the rain could have washed it all away. Malin sniffs, obviously thinking the same thing. "There's no way to know how long ago it happened, but it doesn't seem very recent." He clucks to his horse and starts forward. Wait, I've been so worried about scravers that I began to forget that truthbringers still want to kill the king. I have no idea if this is related, but I don't like the idea of someone burning down my safe house. It could have been done weeks ago, or it could have been done by someone who didn't want me to stop here now. I swing down from Mercy's back. Once my feet hit the ground, I send magic into the earth, letting it stretch out and away from me. This is seeking magic, nothing Malin will see, and I turn in a circle, looking with my eyes while I feel with my power for anything. Any people, any predators, anything that might mean us harm. Nothing. No tracks here either. I look up. "Ride a loop. See if you see anything." I pull my bow free, then swing back on to Mercy. He nods. I look at the sky again. It's nearly dusk. Something about this feels deliberate in a way I don't like. The last time I was due to stop here was the first night I spent with Jax. I haven't been back since then. Could this have been planned before the attack on the king? A way to prevent him from having anywhere safe to stop before heading to save the queen? Or could this simply be a tragic accident, completely unrelated to me and the royal family? Malin returns to my side. "No tracks," he says. "Though they could have been washed away." Underneath me, Mercy heaves a sigh and paws at the ground. I run a hand through my damp hair. I'm too tired for this. "We need to find shelter for the night." How far are we from the guard station at the mountain pass? Can we take shelter there? Under an hour, I say. But I consider how many soldiers and guards from Sill Shallow were found to be working with the Truthbringers. Men and women I knew personally were among the traitors. Anyone on duty at the guard station knows about this safe house. If they were plotting against the king, they would have been in a perfect position to destroy the place without anyone knowing. If someone is planning to ambush me, they'd expect me to head right for the guard station. Either way, I don't like it. But then I look at Malin and his gold and red livery and realize that if someone has been waiting to trap me, I might have already ridden right past them. I always travel alone. I'm always in black, trimmed with green, my armor emblazoned with the crests of both countries. Wren's disguise might fool more than just Scravers. Right now, we just look like two soldiers from Emberfall. We have to go through the mountain pass, I say, but we're not going to stop at the guard station. I swing down from Mercy's back again, but this time I pick up a handful of wet dirt, roughing it between my hands. I run it through my damp hair, dulling the blonde. Now that Sill Shallow and Emberfall are at peace, the lookouts mostly just wave riders through from a parapet. No one should get close enough to see me closely. Even still, I add, trade horses with me. Malin does me the courtesy of not looking like I'm crazy. He actually does one better. Once he's on the ground, he roughs up a handful of dirt himself and rubs it into the stripe down the front of Mercy's face. He sees me looking at him. I heard what happened when they attacked the king, he says. I wouldn't trust any of them right now either. I take up the reins of his horse. Ride point, I say. I'll take second. He nods. If they stop us, what story do you want me to give them? That's a good question. Two soldiers traveling together isn't common, and it's late. We have no written orders to provide. As the king's courier, I wouldn't need them. But if I don't trust them enough to reveal my identity... When we get close, I say roughly, bind my hands. If they ask your business, tell them I was suspected to be working with the Truthbringers. Say your general ordered you to deliver me to the king. They shouldn't question it. What if they recognize you? It's a chance I'll have to take. My heart twists anyway. There are already rumors to that effect, so the plan will work either way. There are... I gave you a story, Lieutenant. His mouth forms a line. Yes, sir. I swing aboard his horse. Good. Let's go. Half a mile out from the guard station, we stop under a copse of trees and Malin binds my wrists behind my back with a length of thin leather. This was my idea, and I didn't think it would bother me, but much like the gold and red livery I'm wearing, it does. Malin tethers my horse's rein to the pommel of Mercy's saddle, and he leads at a walk. My shoulders are tight, my hands working at the bindings subconsciously. I may as well be a real captive. We're nearing full dark, and it's reminding me of the other times I've been trapped with no way to escape. The animal keeps prancing, picking up on my tension. I need to shove the memories away. My breathing feels tight and strained, and I realize stars are flaring in my vision. Magic. It's responding to my panic. I hate this. I need to focus. I look at the sky, the trees. I try to center myself the way I've done before. I'm not a child. I'm not in danger. Malin isn't my enemy. Maybe I should just order him to untie me. Surely the guard station isn't too much of a risk. But it is. I can feel it in my gut. And asking him to untie me would be cowardly. It would invite questions I don't want to answer. And we're fine. I'm fine. This is silly. But there's a wicked, primal part of my brain that won't stop whispering. Maybe he wouldn't untie you, even if you ask. You're at his mercy. Maybe he's been waiting to... I choke these thoughts to a stop. The stars in my vision haven't gone anywhere. I take another breath, but it feels thin, like it doesn't fill my lungs. The horse sidesteps, tugging at the rein. I should murmur a soft word, but my jaw is frozen. So this one time, Malin says out of nowhere, we were marching from Wilmington to Silver Moon. It's a 3-day walk, you know. He shrugs, and his voice is casual, like we've been in the midst of conversation for miles. It's so startling and out of place that he might as well be speaking another language. I glance over, trying to understand what he's talking about. He keeps going. We weren't new recruits. Less than a year in, though. Back then, Sephron was a bit precious about his uniform, his gear. The rest of us could be in the same clothes for a week and we wouldn't care. But any time we'd camp by a stream, there'd be Seph, washing his things. I truly have no idea why he's telling me any of this, but my thoughts have abandoned some of their panic in trying to figure it out. I used to give him hell, Malin says. Everyone else would be playing cards or going to sleep, and he'd be washing clothes. He'd hang his livery outside the tent to dry at night. I kept telling him an animal was going to piss on his tunic, and then he'd regret it. But one day he drew early watch. He was up at the crack of dawn trying to get dressed in the dark. And you know what happened? Malin waits for an answer, and it takes me too long to find my voice. I sound like I'm speaking through gravel. An animal pissed on it? He looks over. Worse. His uniform was gone. That chases more of the panic away. My eyebrows go up. What did he do? He woke me in a panic, because he was due to report for duty. He grins. I remember Cutter telling him to just wear his armor naked and see if anyone noticed. But he was desperate. First year, no one wants bad marks. I think he would have stolen ours, but like I said, most of us were sleeping in them. What happened? I took his watch. Malin glances over. So he could search for his things. I look over and realize that most of the stars in my eyes have been banished, my pounding heart distracted away by his story. You're a good person, Malin. And I don't just mean what he did for his friend. Not too good. He looks back, and his eyes spark with mischief. Who do you think hid his clothes? That makes me laugh, and it loosens the final band of tension around my chest. Thank you, I say to him after a moment. You looked like you needed a story. I frown. That bad? I could have sung you a song, but that might have made things worse. He nods ahead. The guard station is in view. Should I speak to them in Sicily, or should I act like I don't speak any? I consider that. Act like you don't speak any. He nods, squares his shoulders, and looks ahead. When we near the guard station, I keep my head down like a weary prisoner, so I don't know who's on the parapet. A woman calls down in Sicily, telling Malin to state his business, and he shouts back. Do you have anyone who speaks Embrish? I told you to state your business, she calls back in Embrish, sounding slightly annoyed by her charge. I'm delivering a prisoner to the king. He makes his voice equally annoyed. It's a good choice. Annoyance is the easiest thing to disregard. Two soldiers exasperated by protocol they don't want to be following. He is from your army. Why are you not taking him to Iron Rose? I can't tell if she's just curious or if she sounds suspicious, but Malin keeps the tone of annoyance in his voice. I'm just following orders. My general told me to deliver him, so I'm doing that. He was caught carrying messages of treason for the Truthbringers. Wait there, She says, "Well, that's not good." "4 archers on the parapet," Malin says under his breath. I know. I grit my teeth and try not to pull at the bindings around my wrists. Those stars flicker in my vision again. After a long minute, during which Mercy starts to paw impatiently at the ground, a man calls down to us. "You're delivering a prisoner to the king." His Emberish is more thickly accented, and I recognize the voice immediately. Captain Sindomo. If he comes down from the parapet, he'll know me in an instant. If I were on Mercy in my usual armor, he'd know me right now. My heart kicks. "Yes," calls Malin. "I'm supposed to be at the Crystal Palace by nightfall." "Then you're not going to make it, officer. It's another 5 hours, and there's deep mud through the woods from the storms. You can put him in our hold and bunk here." It sounds like a reasonable offer, but then Captain Sindomo chuckles darkly and adds, "I know a few of my soldiers wouldn't mind taking care of a traitor truthbringer for the night." No, that absolutely cannot happen. I inhale sharply, but Malin reaches out and grabs hold of my bound arm and twists. And I'm not sure what he does, but the pain is sharp and immediate, and I yelp, then growl profanity at him before I can help myself. "I already took care of that," he calls loudly, a note of amusement in his voice. "Now I've got to tie him to the saddle to sit upright." Both Captain Sindomo and the female guard laugh from the parapet. "Ha, so funny." Malin adds, "I earned a reprimand for it, though. I'm not looking to earn another one." The captain calls. "Go ahead, then. There's rocks in the mud south of Briarlock." He laughs like they're co-conspirators. "Good for dragging if your prisoner were to take a fall." "Thank you for the advice," Malin calls. "I'll be looking for those rocks in case his horse stumbles." "Walk," I growl under my breath, but the horses are already striding forward. I want to speak to Malin, but I'm keenly aware that they might have lookouts among the trees, so I wait. All the while, the distance grows, and so does my tension. I keep thinking about the threat in their voices, how they would have tortured a prisoner. Maybe they're not working with the Truthbringers after all, but I'm not sure it's good news in the other direction. I doubt Liamara would like it. I wonder if they still would have done it if they'd known it was me. There were rumors of me working with the Truthbringers, and if I showed up bound in a uniform from Emberfall with a soldier claiming I was guilty, that might have lent credence to them. That could have gone very badly. My wrists flex against the bonds involuntarily. Those sparks and stars haven't stopped flickering in my eyes, and I take a long breath. I know it was part of the act, but I don't like that Malin grabbed me. Once we've gone a quarter mile, his voice is easy when he says, "Do you want me to drag you through the mud? Really sell it?" He's teasing, but I'm still too tense, and my thoughts are too jangled. "No, untie me." Maybe he hears the urgency in my tone. He draws his dagger and slices right through. As soon as my hands are free, I rub at my wrists and shake out my shoulders. I can feel Malin watching me, but he only says, "Are we riding on to the palace?" No. I finally look up. We're less than an hour from Briarlock. I might not have a safe house, but I do know of a place where no one would expect me to go, especially not right now. I know where we can find shelter for the night. Chapter 19. Tycho. I tend the horses while Malin catches, then cooks, dinner. Callan's Bakery and Jax's Forge will be sold in the coming months, but for now, they're both deserted and set away from the main road. The bakery is boarded closed, and it's nearer to the road anyway, so we ride on to the forge instead. The main house is also boarded up, but the forge itself is more of an open-sided shed, so we'll have shelter with the horses, and plenty of warning if anyone ventures back this way. While Malin is cooking, I haul water from the well for the horses, then for us, then rinse the dirt from my hair. The cold is a shock to my senses, a relief and an assault all at once, and I shiver when a few drops run down my back. I've made this trip 1,000 times, but I can't remember when it's ever seemed to take so long. I don't know if it's leaving Jack's, or if it's the heavy weight of everything going wrong. But every step we take seems mired in quicksand. I flex my shoulders, my muscles aching from so much riding, my skin a bit raw from the armor. I've been mindful of saddle sores on the horses, but days in the rain haven't done much for the constant friction of my own gear. I stride across the courtyard to join Malin by the fire, and then, against my better judgment, I unbuckle my weapon belts and lay the sword and dagger in the leaves beside my bow. With swift fingers, I unbuckle the breastplate and jerk it over my head. Malin watches me with raised eyebrows. Yeah? I nod. Go ahead. He doesn't hesitate. He leaves his greaves and bracers in place like I did, but the heavier pieces drop in the dirt beside the fire. He roughs up his sweat-stiffened hair and goes back to the rabbits he was turning on a spit. For a while there, I thought we were going to push on for the palace. I thought about it, but I don't say that. Thank you for cooking. Don't thank me until you try it. I'm hungry enough that I'd eat them raw. That's true, but when he pulls the rabbits from the fire and I take my share, I find that the meat is tender and juicy, better than I was expecting. We eat in silence for a while, until Malin eventually says, I didn't mean to grab you like that. I didn't want them to think they needed to detain you. There's a careful note in his voice. Much like when he told the story about stealing Sephron's clothes, Malin is quietly perceptive. It's an underrated skill in a soldier, and a valuable skill in an officer. He said it was important to him to serve under the king, so I'll have to see if I can find an opportunity to make mention of it to Gray. I look over. It's all right. I'm glad we got past. I forgot that they torture prisoners here. Not anymore. The Queen doesn't stand for it. But as I say the words, they sound a bit hollow. It was clear what Captain Sindomo was offering. Don't they have that torture chamber? The stone prison, right? Lucas Tempus? They do, but it's just a prison now. I peer at him, because now I'm curious. How did you come to learn Sicily? My father was an army captain at the outpost near Wilmington. During the first invasion, when Sil Shallow's army was driven out of Emberfall, there were a lot of soldiers who tried to infiltrate the towns, to lie in wait for more, you know? I nod, but I really don't know. During the first invasion, I was barely 15, far south of the battles in Rilisk. My father would get reports and round them up, he continues. The outpost had a small prison at the back, so he kept them there to wait for orders on what to do with them. Wilmington was nearly crushed when Sil Shallow first attacked, so my father didn't want me to join the army. But I was 19, and I'd already submitted my papers. I was just awaiting news on where to report. So he started giving me the worst kind of jobs you'd give a recruit. Cleaning latrines, shoveling horse manure, that kind of thing. But also feeding and tending the prisoners. Malin shrugs a little. That part wasn't too terrible. I could tell they were afraid at first. Some of them had a lot of scars. A few were missing fingers. I remember thinking I would not be eager to join Sil Shallow's army. I nod. I remember hearing stories like this from when I was a recruit on this side of the border. The old queen was vicious and punished failure pretty severely. Eventually, they would talk to me, he says. At first, I picked up a few words here and there, and when I'd use them, they taught me more. I'm sure they were bored, but so was I, and this went on for months. It got to a point where we could almost have a conversation. And then what happened? I got my first orders. I had to report for training. He looks over. When I finally earned leave to visit my parents, the soldiers were gone. My father said they were released because we were at peace, but I have no idea if they went back to Sill Shallow or if they found a place in Emberfall. I never saw them again. Wow. I'm not sure that's a very uplifting story, Malin. I pull the last piece of meat from my meal and toss the bone into the fire. He laughs. I didn't say it was uplifting. You learned a lot from the prisoners. It's not all from them. I've picked up more over the years. I try to practice any time I can, especially when soldiers from the Queen's army travel into Emberfall. You should have told me. I switch to Sisela and add, we could have been practicing this whole time. He winces a little, then responds in kind. I'm tired. Bad student. But I can try. He grins. No more books. I frown, not understanding. No more books? He makes a frustrated sound. Books. Books. Stories. No more stories. No words. That makes me smile. I take pity on him and switch back to Emberish. Tomorrow, then. I pause. I'm glad you speak as much as you do. It helped put Jax at ease. I'm not sure what he hears in my voice, whether it's longing or concern or just a note of warmth. But whatever it is, Malin picks up on it. His focus sharpens and he looks over. I lock my eyes on the fire and wish I hadn't said anything at all. A flush crawls up my neck. I hope it's dark enough that he won't see. There's complete silence for a long moment, and I think he's going to let it go. Of course, he doesn't. You and the blacksmith, That flush has climbed to my jaw. Well, but then I don't know what else to say. Apparently, I don't need to say anything else, because Malin straightens, rolling onto his knees. I knew it! Silver hell! Sephran owes me 10 coppers. I snap my head up. You bet on it, I demand. When it's a sure thing, absolutely. I cannot believe this. Wait, but how? How did you know? We were hardly even together when we traveled. Please, have you seen the way he looks at you? Malin's face goes slack, his eyes widening, his lips parting just a bit. Oh, stop it. I shove him hard enough to knock him over. He's laughing, lying in the dirt, and I smile in spite of myself. But then his laughter cuts short, and he stares up at the darkening sky. Tycho! He swears and scrambles for his weapons just as an ice-cold wind whips through our camp to make the fire flicker. We haven't seen a Scraver in days, but my hand is already on my breastplate. Malin! I snap. Armor first! But his bow is in hand, arrows pinned in his palm. He's firing at the sky just as an ear-splitting screech peals across the small clearing. I've thrown my breastplate over my head, but I don't stop to buckle it. I find the shadow between the trees, wings obscuring the stars. My bow is already in my hand, and I'm shooting too. I want to tell Malin to stop, that I'll cover him while he pulls on his own armor, but the Scraver's screech suddenly goes more shrill. Malin's eyes go wide. We hit it! He cries, "We hit!" Another shriek cuts him off. The Scraver crashes through branches and barely misses our fire when it lands, half in a crouch. The arrow is all the way through one muscled arm, piercing the wing behind, which now hangs crooked. Blood glistens in the firelight, the Scraver's smoky gray skin seeming to absorb the shadows. His chest rises and falls rapidly. His familiar black eyes flash in my direction. Ice forms on the rocks, melting immediately in the heat from the fire. Silver hell. "Magesmith," says Nakis, and my hands freeze on my bow. Malin's don't. His next arrow snaps off the string. "No!" I shout. "Hold!" But the arrow drives right into Nakis's shoulder, tearing into the wing behind. The Scraver recoils from the impact, fangs bared. Bitter wind sweeps through the campsite, nearly putting out our fire altogether. The horses spook and pull at their tethers. Malin already has another arrow knocked, but he hasn't fired. He's obeyed my order. It doesn't matter. Or maybe it does, in the worst way. Nakis slams right into him, claws and fangs bared. Malin doesn't even get a chance to cry out. They go skidding into the dirt, and blood erupts on his tunic as Nakis's claws drive into his chest. Malin never put his armor back on. If I'm grateful to Gray for anything, it's years and years of so many drills and so much training that every possible outcome to a fight feels routine, even this one. I've got a grip on that impaled wing and a blade against Nakis's throat before panic has even occurred to me. "Let him go," I snap. Nakis does, but he turns on me. He's quick, but I have a grip on his injured wing, and it gives me leverage. Once he's off balance, I'm able to throw him to the ground. I pin him with a knee on his chest and my sword against his neck, and then I look over at Malin. The soldier is half crumpled on his side. Blood is everywhere, in a spray across his tunic, in a slick across his jaw, in wide streaks in the dirt. He's not moving. I look back down at Nakis, and it takes everything I have not to end him right here. Ice crawls up the length of my blade, and it seems the feeling is rather mutual. "You made a vow to me, Magesmith," he growls. "Is this how you keep your promises?" "You attacked us." "No, I did not." I stare at him. My breath is making rapid clouds in the chilled air between us. His black eyes gleam in the firelight, and ice continues to crawl up my blade. But he's right. We shot first. "If you're going to save him," Nakis says, "I would think your time grows short." I let the Scraver go. My sword drops in the dirt. I pull Malin onto his back. Nakis didn't tear his throat out, but nearly. His teeth tore through a stretch of Malin's jaw, and claws ripped through his shoulder, down into the muscles of his chest and abdomen. I can't tell if he's breathing, and there's no time to check. I just press my hand to the injury and let the sparks and stars of my magic flare. At first there's nothing, and I swear. "You cannot force it," says Nakis. His voice is quieter, as if he's drawn away. "You know this." He's right. I do know this. But there's so much blood. I'm worried it's too late, like that first man who was torn apart. I force myself to take a shuddering breath, to let the magic slip through my fingers, and then, to my surprise, icy wind swirls around me, Nakis lending his magic to mine. As I watch, the skin of Malin's jaw begins to pull together, to reform, leaving nothing but blood smeared on his skin. I move to the tears in his chest and shoulder, and I have to draw one of my throwing blades to slice the rip in his tunic wider. I should have started here. Bone glistens through the claw marks. A rib is cracked, maybe two. There's so much blood that it's soaked into the fabric underneath him. But when I touch a hand to the deepest wound and allow my magic to flare, Malin makes a sound, his body jerking a little. His chest expands as he inhales. Yes, I say, breathe. The next claw mark is easier, especially with Nakis's magic swirling through the clearing to share his power. This time Malin whimpers, and his eyelids flicker. That's almost worse. His hands lift, and he tries to curl in around the pain, but the ribs straighten, the fractures healing, the skin closing. When I touch the next claw mark, his eyes snap open, and he cries out when my magic flares. He's gained some strength, and he tries to sit up, to fight me, and I actually have to pin him down. His eyes are wide, a little panicked, but there's still 3 clawed grooves under his ribcage, deep enough that they've nicked vital organs. Blood and worse things seep from them all. I could try to coax him to settle, but I know what I'd listen to if I were panicking. I harden my voice into an order. Lieutenant, be still. He goes still at once, but he speaks through gritted teeth. Did you kill it? No. This will hurt at first. Don't move. I touch a hand to the next mark. When the sparks and stars flicker in my vision, he hisses a breath, then lets it out slowly when the pain eases away. Magic? Yes. I hesitate, remembering how much fear exists in both countries. It seems silly to ask when the alternative was his death, but I lift my hand. Is that all right? Yes. I didn't know you. He hisses again as I touch the next mark. Very few people know, I say. I add this to the list of things the king will likely hold against me. I'm not supposed to use it. I'd appreciate it if you kept it between us. He nods, then cranes his neck to look out at the darkness. You didn't kill it. Where did it? He freezes, and his voice drops to a whisper. Tycho, it's by the trees. Get your bow. I glance over. Nakis has withdrawn a good distance away, and he now sits crouched in the darkness under the trees well across the clearing. Both arrows are still driven through his arm and his wing, because one wing hangs crookedly, while the other is folded tight against his back. He's breathing hard, and I'm sure he wants to flee, but he clearly can't fly. Neither of you will be getting your hands on a bow, soldier. Nakis growls, and that icy wind whips through the trees again. Malin gasps and tries to sit up. I sigh and push him back down. One more. But I look over at the Scraver again. Our bows are on the ground at his feet. I suppose I can't blame him for that. Malin looks at me and keeps his voice low. They can talk. Yes, they can. I watch my magic knit the final wound back together. And there's no point in keeping your voice down. He'll hear anything you say. I point at where we stashed our saddlebags. Go find some fresh clothes. Malin sits up and rubs a hand across his jaw, as if startled to find it whole. But when he stands, he looks at the Scraver, and the air thickens with hostility. He might be half-coated in blood and a shredded tunic, but he's still wearing half of his weapons. Another cold wind rushes through, kicking up dead leaves. Do you want me to cause an injury he can't heal with magic? Says Nakis. Go ahead and try. Malin slips a knife out of the sheath on his bracer. I think my odds are pretty good now. The Scraver begins to uncurl from under the tree. The day has been too long. I step between them. No! Malin, find a new tunic. His eyes don't leave the Scraver. I'm not leaving you alone with that. I'm going to heal his injuries the way I healed yours, so you should. Malin looks like I just told him I'm going to set myself on fire. You're going to what? He didn't attack us. We attacked him. I draw a heavy sigh and look across the clearing at the Scraver. And I was already in his debt, so I'm also going to see if I can make amends. Chapter 20. Tycho. The first time I met Nakis, I was 15 years old. He'd been shot much like this, taken down by one of Gray's soldiers. I remember finding him wounded and shaking in the dirt, afraid of Gray, worried about being bound to another mage smith if he accepted any help. I consider how far he's pulled away from the fire, from me, and I don't think it's very different now, especially since he took our bows. He's fallen to a crouch again, and he's still breathing hard, but he's watching every move I make. The day I broke him out of that cage at the tourney, he didn't even want to leave at first. He didn't want to risk me trapping him with magic. It makes me wonder if he'll even let me help him now. I take a long breath and hope I'm not going to regret this decision, then pull my breastplate back over my head. The Scraver watches this, the firelight bouncing off his eyes. The knife-lined bracers go next, then I drop to a crouch to loosen my greaves. The only weapon I keep is a dagger strapped to my thigh, because I'm going to need it. I drop everything in the dirt as I walk, then lift my hands. This reminds me of the night we met, I say as I approach. A cold breeze pulls through the space between us, and he uncurls to stand at his full height. Every muscle on his frame is taut. Your soldiers shot me then, too, he says. They weren't my soldiers. His eyes flick past me. That one is. The air hangs with something a little too close to hostility, so I stop. It's dark. Malin doesn't know you. We've been attacked by Scravers several times now. Several times? Where? In Emberfall. Once when we were traveling with the army, and again when we were returning to Sill Shallow. He's quiet for a long moment. I had nothing to do with that. It does me no good to attack you. I know. You should have known I was not attacking you now, he says. If you cared to try, you would recognize us by the feel of our magic, Mage Smith. I wonder if Gray knows that. It's not that I don't care to try. It's that I don't know how. He regards me silently, so I lift my hands again and take another step. He pulls back toward the trees. I will not be trapped by your magic. He growls. I've never dealt with someone like this. Someone who seems to operate solely in counterattacks and retribution. Someone who bargains for things that should be a simple kindness. I have no idea how I'm going to keep my vow to him if every interaction is going to carry this adversarial weight. Then again, we shot him out of the sky. He took our bows so we couldn't do it again. I've never been afraid of magic, but I do know what it's like to fear soldiers. I think of Jax and his gentle patience. I'm not trapping you, I say quietly. Nakis scoffs and looks away, but he doesn't pull back any farther. Every muscle on his frame is still tense, though, his fangs slightly bared. I come closer, though I stop when I'm within reach. He might be injured, but he could absolutely rip out my throat if he wanted to. I can't heal you with the arrows through your body. Can I pull them? He draws a breath, and ice forms on the bark of every tree around us. Yes! I draw my dagger, and his hand whips out to catch my wrist. His grip is so tight and sudden that I feel every claw digging into my skin, and I swear. I have to speak through clenched teeth because it hurts. I have to cut the arrowheads free first, or it'll hurt more coming out. His grip loosens marginally, but he doesn't let me go. His black eyes hold mine for a long moment. Nikis reminds me so much of his father sometimes that it's uncanny. But Isaac would never be wary of me. But I'm tired and running out of patience. Do you want me to help you or not, Nikis? He lets go of my wrist. Do it! I take a step forward and slice the arrowheads off, and even that makes him hiss in pain. I know better than to hesitate, so I pull the arrows hard, one right after the other, and they come loose with a sickening sound. I'm glad I'm quick, because the first one earns a low growl, but the pain of the second one, the one through his shoulder and the root of his wing, chokes off the growl and makes his knees buckle. Silver hell. I drop the arrows and catch his weight automatically. He's not heavy, but he's not exactly light. His claws dig into my arms as he fights to stay upright, and I feel fangs against my shoulder. I can't tell if he's broken my skin, but if he hasn't, he's a breath away from it. Tycho! Malin calls, his voice sharp with concern. I'm fine, I call back just as blood begins to trickle down the outside of my arm. Sort of, I mutter under my breath. When I ease the scraver to his knees, Nikis wavers a bit, so I adjust my grip to catch him under the arms. It must hurt more than he's ready for, because he hisses a breath and recoils. That's somehow worse, because he drags me onto one knee just trying to keep him upright. His claws definitely find my skin again, and I wonder if I'm going to regret dropping the armor. Eventually, he ends up all but leaning against me, his forehead against my shoulder, one hand braced on the ground. It's like supporting a drunken soldier. I can't tell if he's going to pass out or vomit on my boots. I should pity him, and I do, but too many things have happened in too short a span of time. Despite my vow, I still don't know if he's ultimately going to be an ally or an enemy. The wound through his shoulder is bleeding freely, his blood a darker shade than a human's. I don't know if he's ready, but I press my hand right to it and let my power flare. He hisses in pain again, but maybe he expected the magic. This time, he doesn't move away. I should have made you sit down first, I say, though I'm not sure he would have obeyed. The blood under my fingertips slows as the wound closes, and Nikis eases more fully onto his knees, sitting back on his heels. His injured wing hangs crooked, limply dragging in the dirt. I reach for his arm first, because it's slick with blood, but he shakes his head a bit. The wing, he says breathlessly. Please. All right. I wait to see if he's steady before I move to crouch at his back. He's facing the fire, so it's harder to see, and I have to seek the wound with my fingers. I gently spread the wing wider so it splays along the ground. I was friends with his father, but I don't remember ever touching Isaac's wings like this. The black feathers are like silk, catching glints of blue and purple from the firelight. There's plenty of blood, but I don't see the arrow wound. My fingers must find it, because he growls, and every muscle in his back goes taut, his claws digging into the dirt. I'm sorry, I say. He doesn't respond. I sigh and let my magic work. After a moment, cold wind wraps around us, his own magic lending its weight to mine again. Could you have healed this on your own? I eventually say. He doesn't respond to that either, but I suspect not. He hates having me at his back, I can tell. His head is cast in my direction so he can watch both me and Malin, and his shoulders are tight, the muscles of his arms flexed and ready. The wound eventually closes, though, and his chest expands with a slower breath. He puts a hand against the ground, sagging a little. Thank you, he says, and his voice is quieter, the growl gone. It's hard to resist the soothing nature of healing magic. You're welcome. I expected his wings to be cold, the way his magic feels, but they're warm under my fingertips. There was another arrow wound, closer to the base of his wing, and I searched for it more carefully this time, my fingers moving slowly along the feathers. If I am to keep my vow, I say to him, if you're going to need me to fight at your side, then at some point you're going to have to trust me. You shot me out of the sky. I wince. I know, but I explained why. I changed tack. Why are your Scravers attacking the people of Emberfall? If that's what you expect me to do, I'm not going to be a very willing ally. I told you, I'm not a mercenary. They are not my Scravers. He glances at me over his shoulder, and his voice is bitter. And I clearly need no help attacking humans. Well, I suppose that's true. I consider what Jax heard during the first attack. Who is Zovar? I say. Is that one of the Scravers who is with you in Briarlock? How do you know that name? Did he find you? My hand goes still, because I can't quite figure out his tone. Almost, I say. One of the Scravers who attacked said it. They were looking for a mage-smith. Nakis is quiet for a long moment, and then, without warning, he whips his head back toward the fire. You will keep your distance, soldier. I look up. Malin has crossed half the distance between us. He found a new tunic, but he didn't waste time washing any blood from his skin, and he's fully armed, ready for battle. He stops and folds his arms, his eyes hard. I'll stay here, he says, but if you tear Tycho apart, I don't have magic to fix him. He won't tear me apart, I call back. If Nakis wanted to kill me, he's had ample opportunity before now. Why is Zovar looking for a mage-smith? I say to him. Nakis says nothing for the longest moment. If he finds you, he will kill you. I know. Trust me, the other Scravers haven't been subtle about it. My hand finds the second wound, and Nakis hisses. Malin's hand goes for his sword, and that hiss turns into another growl. Steady, I say, and I'm really talking to both of them. I let my magic work, but the stars and sparks in my veins seem to flicker. I haven't used this much power in a while, and I run my free hand across my forehead. Too late. I realize I'm dragging blood across my face. I glance over again before they start another fight. Stand down, Lieutenant. I think of what I said earlier about making amends. Nakis is an ally. He saved our king during the battle against the Truthbringers. He protected the queen and the princess. He only attacked because we were shooting at him. His hand hesitates on his sword. Truly? I nod. The arrow wound heals, and I run my fingers along the blood-soaked feathers, settling them back into place. Before I'm done, Nakis snaps his wings closed, jerking away from any contact. In a heartbeat of time, he's 10 feet overhead, clinging to a branch. His black eyes bore into mine. I never fixed his arm, but he's clearly done. Fine. He wants to stick to business? I can stick to business. Who is he? I say. What does he want? Nakis stares back at me, but says nothing. I sigh, then roll to my feet and move away, collecting my armor as I go. I pull the breastplate over my head and buckle it into place. Mage-smith, he growls. I don't stop. My name is Tycho. Tycho! I bend to buckle my greaves. What? Wind whips through the clearing to dust up the leaves again. The air is full of his magic, and I shiver as ice forms on the toes of my boots and the buckles of my armor. Listen to the magic, he says. Hear it like a voice. Feel it like a touch. My hands go still, and I strain to feel anything different from what I already know. At first, all I feel is magic. The ice-cold wind, the bitterness against my cheeks. I recognize it, but there's nothing unique. Just simple power in the air, no different from mine, no different from Gray's. Do not force it, Nakis says, and the growl has eased out of his voice again. He's right. I stop straining and close my eyes. I let the magic wrap around me. And there, little by little, my senses flare with different sparks from my own. I'd say they were different colors or different sounds, but neither description quite fits. Different elements in the wind, little touches of Nakis's magic brushing against mine. I couldn't explain it with words, but I can feel it, like a memory, something familiar, something recognizable. Oh, I breathe, my eyes open. He's silent for the longest moment. You can call to it, he finally says, with a bit of practice. He pauses. Instead of pouring your magic into the sky without direction, I worried you were going to ground yourself like your king. At first, I don't know what he means, but then I do. When I was riding as Malin's prisoner, with my hands bound, my vision kept filling with sparks and stars. I was worried my magic was going to flare aimlessly. I buckle the rest of my armor into place and stand. It wasn't that much. I could feel your panic from miles away. That makes me frown, because I'm thinking of the first attack on the soldiers, when I spent days with magic sparking under my skin, ready to respond to a threat that wasn't there. Was I pouring magic into the air then, too? Did I draw the attack? The Scraver's eyes have shifted to Malin, and that growl slips into his voice again. When I found you, this soldier kept you bound. He issued threats to drag you over the rocks. I thought he must have some leverage to keep you from using your magic to escape. I blink. Oh, no, wait. Nakis doesn't wait. When he freed you, I thought you had finally used your magic to trick him, but you did not flee. I did not understand, so I followed. I stare up at him. He stares back. It's Malin who moves closer to me and says, He thought you were in danger. His voice turns thoughtful, musing. He looks between me and the Scraver. He was protecting you. Yes, says Nakis, as I did before, when you were at risk in battle. You protected the king and queen, I say. No, says Nakis. You protected the king and queen. I'm not sure what to say. He was protecting you, and we shot him out of the sky. No wonder he doesn't trust me. As I think about it, his appearance in that battle wasn't even the first time. When Gray did ground himself with magic, Nakis brought me water. He brought me food. He might have bargained for my help later, but he made sure I survived well before we got to that point. My heart feels tight in my chest, and I take a long breath. Nakis, I say, forgive me. I don't want an apology. His coal-black eyes reveal nothing, and his expression doesn't flicker. "You said you intend to make amends." That draws me up short. "I do. What do you want?" "You swore to fight at my side. Give me more time." Malin looks at me in surprise. "You swore to fight at his side." "I was desperate," I say, "and so was the king." I glare up at Nikis. "But I can't offer more time unless I know why. You still haven't told me what you need." "Your magic." "Why?" He regards me for the longest moment. "Does it have to do with this Zovar?" I add. Again, no answer. "You're going to have to tell me eventually," I say. "Indeed," he says. "Eventually." The wind swirls up again. "You should know that the Scraver attacks will continue. They will worsen. The others seek to cause discord with their attacks, but they are not my people." "Are they Zovar's people?" His eyes narrow. "You have so little control. You would do well to keep from letting them know you are a mage smith." "I know. That's why we're riding to warn the king." I pause as a new thought occurs to me. I might have been ordered not to use magic, but no one else has any limitations. The king is known to be a magesmith, but he's given magic-wielding rings to others. The queen, Noah, Jake. If my power drew Scraver attention, if any of them use their magic, they might become a target too. "Have there already been attacks in Sill Shallow?" "Yes." Despite everything that's happened between me and Gray, my heart trips and stumbles. "Have they attacked the Crystal Palace?" "No. I would have heard if they'd approached the king." The edge of his fangs glint in the firelight. "I do have some Scravers who are still loyal to me." "The ones who fought with you in Briarlock?" "The ones who defended you in Briarlock. The ones you will defend when it comes time for me to claim my vow." My heart keeps tripping along as I try to understand everything he's telling me. Are you at war with these other Scravers? With Zovar? "Not yet." He pauses. "But your king is already besieged by those who hate magic, and it seems Zovar has found some of them." "The Truthbringers," I say in surprise. "They're working with a Scraver." "Possibly." If the Scravers are potentially working with the Truthbringers, we need to ride for the Crystal Palace tonight after all. What do Zovar and his people want? I ask. "The same thing the Scravers wanted when the Magesmiths fled Aishalasa. They want what was taken." Without another word, he launches himself off the branch, his wings snapping open to catch an air current. Before I can blink, he's 30 feet overhead. A moment later, his magic brushes against my senses, and it's almost shocking how it feels familiar now. Words find my ears, carried on the air he can control. "I won't be far." Any other time, those words would have sounded like a threat. For the first time, they don't. "Thank you," I whisper. I know he'll hear me. And then he's gone from view. I look at Malin. "We do need to ride for the Crystal Palace. The king needs to know." He nods and turns to bank what's left of the fire. "He said they want the same thing they wanted in Aishalasa. That they want what was taken. What does that mean?" I don't know. I look up at the stars again, where Nikis disappeared into the darkness. I consider the words on the air the night the Scravers attacked the soldiers. Find the Magesmith. I consider what Nikis just told me about Zovar. If he finds you, he will kill you. As I head for Mercy and pick up my gear, I try to figure out what magesmiths could have taken from the Scravers when they fled Aishalasa. Something that they'd want back so badly that they'd fight for it now. Aishalasan steel, maybe? I know it binds their magic. The idea doesn't sit right, however. Those Scravers weren't looking for steel. They were quite clearly looking for a magesmith. But then another thought comes to me, as I consider what those rings of Aishalasan steel did for me. As I remember what Nakis once told me about magesmiths using rings like that to enhance their children's abilities, I consider why Scravers might be willing to work with the Truthbringers, and why the Truthbringers might be willing to work with them. Maybe the Scravers don't want their steel. Maybe they want to steal the king's magic itself. Chapter 21. Tycho. We've stopped at the palace gates. I used to know most of the guards just by virtue of my position, but after what happened in Briarlock, it's clear that roles and duties have been changed. Tonight, both guards stationed there are new and unfamiliar. Neither of them look happy to see us. It doesn't help that we've been riding along muddy roads in pitch darkness for hours, and we passed midnight a good long while ago. The horses and tack are flecked with dried mud, and our armor is stained with Malin's blood. We're both still in the gold and red livery of Emberfall's army, and we likely look battle-worn and road-weary. If it was unusual for two soldiers to be traveling across the border together, it's definitely unusual for them to be riding up to the palace gates in the wee hours of the night looking like this. The senior guard looks more annoyed than alarmed. From her uniform, I can tell she's a captain. When I offer my name and title, she gives me a skeptical look before turning to Malin. "And who are you?" she says sarcastically in Sicily. "The king himself?" He inhales sharply, but I grab his arm before he can snap back. We're not getting into a pissing match with a guard captain. "Malin is a second lieutenant in the king's army in Emberfall," I say. "He's been assigned to my service by Prince Wren." She looks between the two of us again, as if waiting for me to crack, but I stare back at her. Eventually, she says, "The king's courier was exiled to Emberfall, so you two will have to try another story." Exiled? Is that what they think? Or is that what Gray said? I draw a sharp breath myself. "I was in Emberfall, and Prince Wren—" "Look, I don't care if you think you're my mother." She points toward the city. "Move along." Maybe we are going to have a pissing match. "Wake General Salt," I say. "He'll verify my identity." "I'm not waking one of our generals to verify a soldier from Emberfall." "I am not a soldier from Emberfall." She looks me up and down, unfazed by my anger. "Then what are those? Stolen uniforms? You need more than that to sneak into the palace." "Then wake the king," I snap. "If you insist on delaying me, we are prepared to go through you both." The other guard appears in the doorway when she hears my threat, and her hand is on her weapon. At my side, Malin goes tense and alert, but the guard captain puts up a hand. "I'll wake the general." She points. "You can wait there." She turns away, muttering something under her breath. As we move our horses away from the gatehouse, Malin looks at me and drops his voice. "Did she just call you a stupid man?" he asks in Emberish. I sigh. "Yes." "I didn't follow all of that," he says. "She thinks we're lying?" "She thinks we stole uniforms and we're trying to sneak into the palace." "Through the main gates? How is that even sneaking?" He sounds so exasperated that it makes me laugh. Malin snorts in response. No wonder she thinks we're stupid. I smile. Over our days of travel, I've come to really like him. I have my close friends in the palace, people I've known for so long that they've grown into a family of sorts, but none of them have ever really felt like peers. Even when I was in the army here in Sill Shallow, I never had many friends. Some of that was due to my closeness to Grey, the new king who bore magic. Some of it was due to the other soldiers' prejudice against Emberfall. And some of it, likely a lot of it, was due to my past. But maybe my growing closeness to Jax has allowed some of my instinctive barriers to fall. Maybe opening one door to trust has allowed others to unlatch, just a little. Beneath me, Mercy paused at the cobblestones, and I murmured to her to settle. I told the captain to wake one of the generals, I tell Malin. Do you think they'll make us wait long? Malin says. I glance at the guardhouse again. The remaining guard is glaring at us. They might have agreed to wake General Salt, but it's clear they still don't believe me. Yes, I say. And they do. Eventually, the remaining guard sits down, still glaring at us from inside the guardhouse, so we dismount from the horses and lean against one of the gate pillars. Mercy's head hangs low, her muzzle pressed against my hip, blowing warm breaths against my thigh. I begin to wonder if the captain's goal is to make us wait here until dawn, just to prove a point. I really don't want to fight my way through the palace gates. I keep reminding myself that they're just doing their job. I'm going to fall asleep standing up, Malin says. You might need to tell me a story. I smile, but I've never hidden anyone's uniform. Come on. I suppose I owe you. I rack my brain for something silly, something clever, but no memories are suitable. I grimace. I was too close to the king for anyone to trust me with pranks. Malin rolls his eyes. Well, that sounds horrible. Anything, then. Your childhood? He suggests. How you found yourself here? Neither of those things would make a good story. My childhood certainly wasn't fun, and I found myself here after Prince Wren flayed my back open at 15, chained to a wall alongside Grey. We escaped to Sill Shallow, and I swore fealty to the future king days later. A month after that, I was a soldier myself, swallowing my fears because I didn't want to disappoint him. Malin must watch some kind of emotion play across my face, because I'm silent, frozen against the pillar, and the teasing glint vanishes from his eyes. Silver hell, Tycho. As soon as I earn a day of leave, we're finding a tavern, and I'm going to buy you a drink. That makes me laugh a little. I'm somewhat abashed, but rather touched, too. All right. He makes a disgusted sound and pushes upright, running a hand across the back of his neck. Or maybe we should find one right now. How bad would it look if I laid out my bedroll right here? But finally, we hear hoofbeats from somewhere beyond the gates. Wait, I say. Someone is coming. I truly hope it's more than just the guard captain who forced us to wait here, because I really might draw blades. I peer between the bars of the gate to see if I can identify who's riding through the shadowed early morning darkness. More than one horse, for sure. It sounds like a lot, and when I finally see movement, it looks like a lot. She did wake the general, I say to Malin, and I'm surprised. He'll recognize you? Yes, for certain. Then I notice who else is riding alongside General Salt, and my heart kicks hard against my ribs. A small part of me has been dreading this moment since the day we rode out of Iron Rose, but I'm surprised to find that another part is hopeful, maybe even eager. It reminds me of when I was younger, when I would do anything to prove myself. Right now, I resent it. Either way, I'm instantly wide awake. I cluck to my tired horse and draw up my reins. Look sharp, Lieutenant. Mount up. Malin hears the change in my voice and obeys immediately. Who else is with them? The king. Gray is always stoic, often unreadable, and being woken at this hour doesn't change that. When he and General Salt reach the gates, the guard scrambles down from the gatehouse to open them this time. They're flanked by half a dozen members of the Royal Guard and followed by a dozen soldiers. I'm surprised at the show of force. It's quite the imposing contingent. Malin and I wait at attention outside the gates while the guards roll them out of the way. It leaves us facing the king across a span of 20 feet, and for a flicker of time, that familiar tension crackles between us. My chest tightens like we're on opposing sides of a battlefield, and a cool wind blows through the gates, lifting Mercy's mane and tugging at my hair. Magic whispers on the breeze between us, brushing against my senses, and for the first time, I recognize it. Nakis. The king rides forward, but he stops at the edge of the gates. Those guards press in close, the soldiers following. If Gray and I were alone, I'd ignore our conflict and tell him everything that's happened since we parted ways in Briarlock. Duty has always trumped emotion for us both. But we're not alone. The moment feels too charged. Even Malin is aware of it. I can sense his vigilance, his readiness. Gray's eyes flick over us, and I watch him take in the uniform I'm wearing, the soldier at my side, and the state of our armor. Mud and blood speckle everything, and I probably still have dirt in my hair. Tycho, he says, and his tone carries an edge. Everyone else might hear it as a threat of anger, but I know him too well. He's wary. That drives a spike into my heart. I wonder what Gray expected to find that made him bring a contingent of guards. Whatever it is, I don't like it. That note in his voice seems to emphasize the fractured trust between us. All I can offer is an attempt to undo it. Gray normally isn't one for extreme formality, but I swing down from Mercy, place a hand over my heart, and drop to one knee. Your Majesty, Prince Wren ordered me to return. I have urgent news to report. There's absolute silence for a moment. My eyes are down, so I hear more than see the king climb down from his horse. Tycho, he says, and his voice is a little lower, a little quieter. Get up. I rise to standing, and he stops right in front of me. His expression is fierce, his eyes searching mine. There's so much tension in the air that I half expect him to order me to get back on my horse and go back where I came from. But he just touches a hand to my shoulder. His voice is quiet. Are you all right? I'm struck by his tone, or maybe the motion. Of anything, I didn't expect concern. Yes, Your Majesty. His eyes shift to the state of my armor before returning to mine. Truly. I nod quickly. Truly. His hand drops away. Wren? Harper? I nod again. They're well. Another breeze blows through the gates. Another whisper of Nikis's magic in the air. Gray's eyes widen the slightest bit, and I know he feels it this time. He takes a step back, his eyes flicking to the star-speckled sky. But something has happened, he says, or you wouldn't be here. Any softness has vanished from his voice. I have a written detail from Prince Wren, I say. Lieutenant Malin and I can give you a full report as well. I pause, thinking of everything that's transpired. I don't even know if we can trust the guards who followed the king onto this field. I recommend that any accounting should be done privately. He hears the weight in my tone, and his eyes snap back to mine. We'll return to the palace. I'll have the guards take your horses. He glances at Malin. Lieutenant, you will follow. Malin is on the ground in a heartbeat. Yes, Your Majesty. Gray glances at the sky again, but the magic in the air has fluttered away to nothing. He looks back at me. Whatever you mean to tell me. Should I dismiss these guards and soldiers, or should I be doubling the protection around the palace? He sounds a bit cynical, as if he might not be fully serious. But I think of Nikisa's warnings. The latter. Chapter 22. Tycho. In the early hours before dawn, the palace is always quiet. I expect to be brought to the royal suites, or maybe to one of the strategy rooms where the king and queen meet with advisors. But Gray leads me and Malin to the east side of the palace. This is generally where high-ranking guests reside, and nowhere near his quarters, or mine either. When we enter a set of rooms, they're vaguely familiar. It takes me a moment to remember why. These are the rooms where we stayed when we first came to Sill Shallow, when Gray had not yet claimed his birthright. I remember the tapestries, most of which are the same, the velvet floor coverings, the heavy wooden furniture, the stone walls. I knelt on the floor just there and swore fealty to him, the first person to ever do so. I cast another glance around. The rooms look used, like someone has been staying here, but I don't get the sense that anyone else is present. I don't know why Gray would bring us here. After the way the guards flanked the king on the fields, I'm ready for them to file into the room, too, but Gray orders them into the hallway. The door swings closed behind them, leaving us alone with the king. At my side, Malin has been silent and stoic, the perfect soldier in the king's presence. But I can feel his apprehension now, as clearly as I could feel it when Gray rode across that field. He might not know the stakes, but the tension between me and the king isn't invisible. It radiates. Gray gives me a sidelong glance. You're beginning to make a habit of riding up to the gates in the middle of the night and causing a panic. He's referring to the time Lord Alex stabbed me after I defended myself with magic. Mercy brought me back to the palace gates unconscious. A month ago, he would be teasing me with that kind of comment. Just now, it feels like a rebuke. In my defense, I say, I did tell the guard captain who I was. She said you threatened to fight your way through the gate. I was running out of options. You're supposed to be an Emberfall. Until I laid eyes on you, I didn't believe it myself. Gray's eyes skip down my form, taking in the uniform, the signs of battle on my armor. He wants to grill me about all of it, I can tell, and I brace myself. But his eyes stop on Malin. The king's expression changes, turning thoughtful. Some of the aggravation slips away. I know what he's seeing. A young man who's nearing his limits. At ease, Lieutenant. Gray draws back one of the chairs at the table near the center of the room and drops into it, then gestures to the others. Sit, he says to us both. Malin glances at me, and I think he might not dare to sit if I don't do it first. If he weren't here, I might have collapsed into a chair before Gray did, so I have no hesitation. A pitcher of water sits on the table, and the king pours a glass for us both. Malin looks stunned, but I'm not. Despite any friction between us, Gray has always been a good leader. He's very aware of the people under his command. It's part of the reason our conflict stings so much. Either he doesn't see me clearly at all anymore, or he does, and he doesn't like what he sees. I can't decide which is worse. Drink, he says to Malin. It looks like you've had a hard ride. Yes, Your Majesty. Malin obeys like it's an order, but he must have been thirsty, because after the first sip, he drains the whole glass. Thank you. Gray refills it, then looks between the two of us. Tycho never rides with a companion, he says. Why are you with him? I inhale to answer, but the king says, I was asking the lieutenant. Prince Ren ordered it, Malin says, after the first Scraver attack. Gray goes still. After the first? That implies there have been more. Yes, Your Majesty. The king looks at me. I look right back at him. I told you, and your guard captain, it was urgent. His eyes narrow a bit at my tone, but he just says, Tell me what happened. I do, beginning with the first attack on the ride to Iron Rose and what we heard about Zovar, and ending with us taking shelter in Briarlock and what we learned about the other Scravers from Nikis. There have been rumors of attacks here, too, Gray says. No one has mentioned Scravers specifically, just monstrous creatures. Many thought they seemed too far-fetched to be believed, and I thought perhaps it was the Truthbringers stoking discord after what happened in Briarlock. He looks between the two of us. But you were telling me that we don't simply have to worry about the Truthbringers plotting against the throne, but Scravers as well. Scravers aren't plotting against the throne, I say. They're plotting against magesmiths. Gray's eyes are full of storm clouds. Against me. Against us, I think, but I don't say it. Malin's eyes flick in my direction anyway. The king sees it immediately. There's more you aren't telling me. I brace myself. When Nikis arrived in Briarlock, Malin was badly wounded. I used magic to heal him. He thinks about this for a moment. Was this the only time you've used magic since the battle in Briarlock? I hesitate, then shake my head. When the first Scraver attacked, it nearly killed me. It tore into Jax, too. I used magic then, too. So it's possible the Scravers may see you as a target as well. His expression has gone cold, unreadable again, but I sense that he's angry. I should keep my mouth shut, but I'm too tired, and the night has been too charged with emotion. Should I have let them die instead? I snap. You would have done the same. I wouldn't have let Nikis out of the cage in the first place, he says. I would have followed orders. I inhale a breath that burns like fire, and I'm not sure what I'm going to say or do, but Malin grabs hold of my forearm, his fingers pressing tight. Fine. Yes, Your Majesty, I grind out. You're dismissed to your quarters, Gray says. Leave me Ren's letters. We'll discuss this further once I've had a chance to review them. As you say. I stand and unbuckle enough of my breastplate to pull the sleeve of letters free, and I almost fling it at him, but I have more self-control than that. I set the leather binding on the table and look at Malin. I'll show you to the barracks and find you space. There's a regiment from Emberfall here. No, says Gray. Find him quarters near yours. You're both to keep this to yourselves until I determine a path forward. I stare at him, but before I can say anything, Malin grabs my forearm again. Thank you, Your Majesty, he says. The king is glaring at me. I'm glaring right back. I don't know how we've gotten right back to this point. Malin's fingers dig into my wrist, and he all but drags me through the door, passing the royal guards stationed there. Once we're in the hallway, some of my tension dissipates. Not all of it, though. Malin strides along beside me, but he waits until we've turned a corner before he glances back over his shoulder, and then he seems to relax. He whistles softly through his teeth. So, I should make that 2 drinks. At this point, I don't think a tavern would stock enough. I glance over, then lift my arm, the one he grabbed. I have no doubt the king saw the motion, and I hope Gray doesn't hold it against him. Thank you for the warning. I know this assignment was important to you. You didn't have to risk yourself for me. I wasn't going to watch you hang yourself. I give a humorless laugh. Anyone else would have. He hits me in the shoulder. No, they wouldn't. We walk back through a doorway flanked by sill-shallow guards in green and black, and Malin's eyes narrow. Or they shouldn't. I think about this as we climb stairs and head for the opposite side of the palace. My quarters are close to the royal suites, nowhere near where we met with the king. I still can't figure out why Gray took us down to the east wing. It's not even a commonly used area of the palace. But there were a lot of guards stationed in the hallway, which seems to indicate he's there a lot. You're both to keep this to yourselves until I determine a path forward. I, not we. I've been so focused on the conflict between me and the king that I haven't considered that he might have conflict with anyone else, especially not Liamara. If anything could keep me from collapsing into my bed, it's this. But it's too early to go find answers. Even Noah won't be awake yet. We finally reach my floor, and I ask servants to ready an unused room for Malin. I show him where I'm quartered, then lead him to his own. You can ask the guards to call for food whenever you wake, I tell him. I'll come find you later when I have a sense of what our orders are. I hesitate. I'm sorry you have to be sequestered from the army for now. He's looking around his room, which isn't very large for the palace, but it boasts a massive bed piled with blankets, a small sitting area, and a private washroom. A servant is just stoking the fire in the hearth. Malin turns to me and says, I really don't feel that I'm due an apology for getting a room like this instead of having a cot in the barracks. I give him a tired smile and turn for the door. Get some sleep. You know where to find me. His voice calls me back. Tycho! Then he winces and glances at the departing servant, as if remembering we're in the palace, and we're not two simple soldiers on the road anymore. My lord. My smile widens, and I shake my head. Tycho. He doesn't smile back. You saved my life, he says. There's no teasing in his voice now. That cost you something. He hesitates. I won't forget it. He's right. It did cost me something. But I don't care what Gray said. Faced with a dying soldier, the king would have done the same, as readily as he poured that glass of water. I've watched him and idolized him and trained alongside him for years. Gray shouldn't be surprised that every action I take would be a shadow of his own. The instant I have the thought, it strikes me that maybe this is part of our conflict. Maybe he sees failings in me that he truly sees as failings in himself. I think of the way Malin stopped me from losing my temper. No one in the Sill-Shallow army would have done that for me. For the first time, the gold and red livery doesn't bother me quite so much. You're welcome, Malin. I put out a hand. For the good of Emberfall. Malin clasps it without hesitation. His brown eyes meet mine, and he gives me a nod. For the good of all.
Chapter 23. Jax. I expected my first days in the Forge to be hard, but they're not. They're nearly impossible. Master Garson seems jovial enough, but he's big and loud, and it makes me wary. The morning after Tycho leaves, he claps me on the shoulder and booms, Master Jax, are you well? I know what he's asking, and I know how to respond, but I'm overwhelmed so the words don't quickly come to mind. I nod brusquely and don't say anything, and then I completely miss what he says next, because I'm too worried he'll think I'm addled and incompetent, and he'll start treating me the way my father did. Garson must be as flustered by the language barrier as I am, because his smile falters, and he simply gives me a nod in return and leaves me alone. Molly and Lola aren't unfriendly, but the dining room is often crowded and loud at mealtimes, and they don't have time to struggle with my words. No one else seems willing to make an effort,
and there are just as many unfriendly glances as there are curious ones. So I keep to myself and eat whatever is put in front of me. One morning, Molly comes to the table with a serving platter full of small, glistening muffins that smell like lemons and honey. She places one beside each person until she gets to me. Instead of one muffin, I get two. She bumps my shoulder with her hip. When I look up in surprise, she smiles. "Good morning, Master Jax." She said the words in Emberish very slowly, with gentle emphasis, so I say them back the same way, half teasing. "Good morning, Molly." Her smile widens, and she says a word I don't understand, then playfully swats me on the shoulder before she moves away. I laugh under my breath, because it reminds me of Callan, and I'm struck by an unexpected wave of homesickness. Across the table, one of the other forge workers says, Another man glares at me from the other side of the room, and he mutters something to Molly when she approaches his table. I lose the smile and eat a muffin. At least I know how to work with horses. I brought my tools from Briarlock, so I carry them with me to the forge each morning. There are nicer ones here, but I can't quite seem to let go of the few familiar things that are mine. Tongs and pincers, and a hammer I forged myself years ago, before Da was so terrible. I haven't seen any of the guards or soldiers I know, but I quickly learned that there are always armored men and women waiting, their horses stamping at flies, ready for new shoes. Some are bored, some are impatient, few are friendly. The air is different here too, warm and more humid, making the heat near the forges less bearable than it was in Briarlock. It rains for days before the weather turns overcast, bringing a cloying heat that's no better. The constant downpour turned everything to mud, pulling horseshoes and rusting old iron. I pin my hair in a knot like I used to, but strands stick to my neck until I really do have half a mind to cut it all off. It's only late spring, so I dread what summer will bring. By midday each day, tempers are often short, and the armored women and men are always more terse. The worst, however, are the soldiers who clearly hate Sil Shallow. At first, I can't be sure of the animosity, mostly because I don't understand what they're saying. I know several Emberish terms from when Da and I used to help travelers. Words like lost nail or loose shoe or lame. I don't know words like trash or traitor or scum. I just recognize the tone, especially when they do things when my back is turned, like moving my crutches or knocking my tools into the dirt. Sometimes they goose the horses when I'm filing or hammering, and the animals will kick out or stumble sideways, and I'll end up on the ground. Once I catch a hoof in the hip, and it hurts so much that I swear and tears burn in my eyes. But I'm not giving any of these people the satisfaction of seeing me cry. Tycho once told me about the prejudices he faced on the other side of the border. There are many who would hate the king, but they cannot do so openly. They can hate me without provocation. Here in Emberfall, they can clearly hate me just as much. By the end of the 5th day, I'm hot and surly and muttering under my breath. The sun is finally shining, but every living creature is sweating and sticky, and biting flies seem to be everywhere. I'm also a lot slower at my tasks than I'm used to. Back in Briarlock, I had ropes and stools around the forge to make my life easier. But Master Garson doesn't understand me, and I'll set myself on fire before I ask the prince for anything. Everything seems to take twice as long as it should, and every muscle aches from compensating in ways I'm not used to. I've been so slow that I skip lunch each day to catch up, and hunger pulls at my belly on top of everything else. It doesn't help that the heavily armored soldiers leading horses through the forge are just as sullen and snappish. If I didn't know any better, I'd think they were spoiling for a fight. If I get one more shove in the arm or jab in the shoulder, they're going to find one. I finish shoeing a horse, and the soldier leading it spits at the dirt in front of me. Asshole, I growl under my breath, making use of one of the words I've learned. He whips around, and I have no idea what he says, but it's clear he heard me say something. He's twice my size and easily 30 years old, so I'm probably insane to be provoking him, but I don't care anymore. I tilt my head and look at him like I'm confused and stupid. Well, sir? I say in my heavily accented Emberish. He glares at me for a long moment, but someone calls from outside the forge, and he snorts, then spits at the ground again. I sigh and drop onto my anvil for a moment, then run a sweaty forearm across my face. It doesn't make anything better. Surely there can't be too many more horses. Hoofbeats clomp nearby, and I sigh again, hearing another soldier's voice. Before I can attempt to translate, before I can even look up, an arrow pokes me right in the shoulder. That's it. My hand whips out to grab hold, and I jerk myself upright. My free hand forms a fist, ready to swing. Enough! I yell. The horse shies, its hip colliding with a post and knocking a broom to the ground. The soldier has a tight grip on the reins, so the animal settles, blowing hard, pawing at the ground. Nearby blacksmiths look over. So do some of the guards. They might not know what I said, but my anger is clear. The freckled soldier standing there looks like he was smiling kindly, but his expression is settling into a frown. He lets go of the arrow and puts a hand up, his blue eyes wary. Jax? Oh. My hand unclenches a little. Sephran. We're getting some curious glances, and some that aren't so curious. A few of the soldiers look ready for trouble, and I remember that everyone has been primed for a fight all day. Through the haze of the forge, I can see we've attracted Master Garson's attention as well, and my heart gives a little jolt. Sephran evaluates my expression, then looks around at the others. When he speaks, his voice is easy, and he gives a self-deprecating laugh. Whatever he says disperses most of the tension. The other blacksmiths return to work, and the other guards and soldiers return to looking hot and irate. Sephran's gaze goes to the arrow that's still clutched in my fist. He hesitates, then reaches out to take it. Sheepishly, I let go. He taps me in the shoulder with the arrow, just like he did when he arrived. Hello, Archer, he says slowly. That's what he said the first time. I was just too worked up to realize it. I flush and look away. Sorry, I manage. He inhales as if to speak, then says, More emberish yet? A little. I grimace and point at myself. Slow. He smiles. We need Malin. He is with Tycho, I say. There's a little tug in my heart when I say his name. Sephran nods. I know. Of course he does. I wonder if he's heard anything about their journey. But like so many other things, I have no way to ask. This is already the longest conversation I've had in days. And what's truly pathetic is that there's a part of me that wants to beg him to stand here for an hour just because he was friendly for 1 minute. But that's ridiculous. Like everyone else, he's just here with a horse that needs tending. I look down at his gelding's hooves. At least these are words I have. Lame? I say, though I can already tell the nail holes look worn. Or new shoes. New shoes, he says. I nod and reach for my tools. Sweat trickles into my eyes, and I try to ignore the persistent ache in my side. I would give anything for a stool, even one to give me some leverage when I need to keep my balance. I finish with one hoof, then set it down. I glance up, but Sephran is gone, and I'm alone with his horse. I frown.
None of the soldiers have ever left me alone with their horse, and a sour pinch of worry pulls at my thoughts. Maybe he's mad that I snapped. Maybe he's complaining to Garson. Whatever. I have a job to do. I pick up the next hoof, and Sephran still doesn't return. That sour pinch of worry turns into a tug that won't leave me alone. When I'm finishing with the third hoof, something lands in the dirt beside me with a thunk, and I jump, inhaling sharply. But it's just a bench, maybe 4 feet long, less than 2 feet high. Sephran is a little breathless, his freckled cheeks red. "Do you need this?" I stare at him, shocked. I don't know what to say. He misunderstands my silence because he points at the bench, then me. "You," he says more slowly. "Need? Want?" I shake myself. "Yes, please. Yes, I need." I don't know if I want to cry or if I want to hug him, but both options would be equally humiliating, and I feel the urge to do them all the same. I don't even know how he knew. "Thank you." I pause. "How?" "From the stables," he says, which I understand, and he adds, "By the horses?" That means he carried it a good distance, but it's not what I meant. I shake my head. "How? How to know?" "How did I know?" "Yes." Sephran thinks about this for a moment, and I realize that even though I figured out how to ask the question, there's a good chance I won't understand his answer. It's easy to point at objects and ask people what they're called. I can't point at things like thoughts and memories and feelings and all the nuances that actually make up human conversation. I have no idea how Tycho managed this when he came to Sill Shallow. But Sephran speaks slowly and says, "You fixed horseshoes during our ride, when we camped." He watches me puzzle out these sentences, and I get most of it, so I nod. He points at the bench again. "You needed a bench at camp." He taps his temple. "I remember." This is a new word, but I repeat it. Remember. I tap my temple like he did, and search for the right words. "Think of before?" His eyes light up. "Yes, good." That makes me feel like I'm 6 years old and I've learned to tie bootlaces for the first time, but in my heart, I'm pleased. I smile and scoff. "No need Malin." Sephran grins. "No need Malin," he agrees. The bells signaling the end of the day begin to ring, and I still have 1 hoof left. I swear under my breath and drag the bench closer to the horse. The nearby blacksmiths begin putting up their tools. There will be a mad dash to the dining room, and I'm sure the soldier mess hall is no different. Sephran shakes his head, unworried. "I have leave," he says. Leave. I remember this word from Tycho. Free? Yes. Still, I don't want to delay him, especially when he's been so kind. Now that I have a bench, I rasp and file and finish this hoof twice as quickly as the others. Every time I think of his simple act of kindness, my throat tightens with memories of home and longing for friendship and missing the only person I know here, and I have to tell myself to knock it off. Then the job is done, and I'm setting my tools on the ledge, and Sephran is untethering his horse. Thank you, I say to him, and a bit of my emotion slips into my voice. He must notice, because he looks up, and his eyes hold mine for a moment too long. The forge is mostly empty. He's the only soldier left. Are you done now? He says. You free? I nod. Yes. He pulls an arrow from his quiver again, and he holds it up. Do you want to come shoot? He waits to make sure I understand, then adds, with me and Cutter. I'm exhausted and starving, and I should probably soak in that bathtub in the shield house for a solid hour before spending time in anyone's company. I have no idea where they're shooting, or how we'll get there. Do I need to fetch Teddy? I remember how far the archery fields are, and traveling on my crutches is never quick. It seems like a lot of conversation will need to happen, and it took us forever just to answer one question about a bench. But none of that matters. I'm lonely and homesick, and my head is already nodding. Yes, Saffron, I want. Chapter 24. Jax. I do need my horse, as well as my gear, but I have time. Saffron needs to fetch Cutter from the mess hall, and they're going to meet me in the stable yard. At least I think that's what our plan is, after I parsed out the important words like need horse and meet horse and half hour. But it gives me time to fetch my bow and bracer, and to swipe an apple and a warm cheese biscuit from the shield house. But once I'm in Teddy's stall, I'm less confident with the tack. I haven't ridden since the night Tycho showed me around the grounds, and due to the days of rain, I haven't had a lesson yet. I've only seen Master Hugh once, when he needed a tool from the forge, but the stable master finds me struggling with the girth while an endlessly patient Teddy chews at some hay. Hugh is older, well past 60, with sun-weathered skin and a trim gray beard. He's not very tall, but he's lean and wiry.
Saffron brought you the bench,
he says to me in heavily accented Sicily, and it takes me by surprise. I've grown so used to everyone treating me like a complete fool that I started to forget that anyone else here actually speaks my language. Oh, I say. Yes. Of course Hugh would know. Saffron said he got it from the stables. Thank you.
If you need,
he says.
You should ask.
I nod. I will. But I think of the soldiers knocking my tools into the dirt, and I don't want to ask for anything at all.
Recruits will ride tonight,
Hugh says.
Will you return in time?
His voice is a little stern, like I'm a schoolboy trying to skip out on lessons. Yes, I say. How soon?
2 hours.
I nod quickly.
Good.
The sternness dissipates.
You need it.
Master Hugh steps into the stall beside me and unbuckles the girth, adjusting my saddle placement. Thank you, I say sheepishly. He pats me on the shoulder kindly, and it's so unexpected that I'm not sure how to react.
Teddy will take care of you. Do not hurt yourself.
All right. He steps back like he's going to exit the stall, but then he surveys me more critically. I've left one crutch against the wall to leave my hands free, but I still have the right one. Hugh's eyes go from the crutch to the bottom of my right leg, and then back to my face, and I find myself automatically bristling. But he says,
Crutches around horses are no good. You should see the armor. Maybe she can fashion a new foot.
I stare at him like he's speaking an entirely new language. What?
Captain Amex. I have seen her do it once or twice before, after the war.
He frowns.
She does not speak Sicily. I will ask for you. It may have been too long, but I will ask.
I shake my head, thinking of my attempts over the years to fashion something that would support my weight, wouldn't be painful, and would allow me to move around the forge more efficiently than the crutches and ropes I used at home. Nothing ever worked very well, and half the time my father would snort at my efforts and toss them in the fire himself. I've tried. Nothing stays on. It's too hard to pivot around the forge.
Hush!
He waves a hand, tisking.
Let fate provide. Amex does good work. I will ask.
Let fate provide. There are just too many surprises in this conversation. While I'm staring at him, he moves close to me again, until we're standing side by side.
Where does your leg end? Match to mine. Show me so I can take measure.
I'm so stunned that I can't do anything but obey. He touches the same height on his own leg, measuring the distance from the ground.
I will remember,
he says. My thoughts are so rattled that I nod and say the word back to him in Emberish. Remember. His eyes light up just like Sephran's did.
You're learning.
I flush, learning a lot more than I expected to. He pats me on the shoulder again, then steps back out of the way.
Have a good ride.
His expression turns stern again.
2 hours. I make soldiers muck stalls if they turn up late.
I nod. Yes, Master Hugh. But he's already shifted to move down the aisle, so I lead Teddy out of the stall to wait for the soldiers. Sephran and Cutter don't come alone. 3 other men arrive in the stable yard, all laden with bows and quivers and various other weapons. Between the journey here and my work in the forge, I've seen too many soldiers, and I can't remember if I've met them before. They have varying skin tones, but in armor, they've all begun to look the same. Short hair, broad